When humans first encountered the Galactic Commonwealth, it barely created a stir. Primitive by comparison to the other members of the Commonwealth, they were viewed with pity as they pathetically struggled to expand and create colonies in their immediate vicinity. Most of the members quickly forgot about the embryonic human republic, while others took an interest in a detached, clinical view and studied them from afar, hoping to draw parallels and observations of their own species' development into a spacefaring civilization millennia ago. My species, the Eliani, took a greater interest in the fledgling interstellar polity and watched them with benevolent pride as they took their first steps into the void. We felt an immediate kinship to the humans, as they were the most like us in appearance and anatomy of all the other members, with the only real difference being that they did not have tails or fur, and we maintained an arboreal lifestyle. We viewed them as cousin kin and had a vested interest in their development, as we kept tabs on them from afar. We watched as they bravely flung themselves out into unknown space to explore the great wonders at their fingertips, undeterred by the loss of ships and lives that are inherent in traversing the dangerous void. They seem to have an endless curiosity about anything and everything, with human scientists cataloging everything they could see. They hunted for the lowliest alien microbes on desolate worlds and traversed dangerous stellar nurseries to find exotic particles. Human explorers would pick a random star and head towards it just to see what was there. Human traders plied the established trade routes and created their own through uncharted space, selling their wares and curiosities to anyone who would buy them. We became enamored with this new species, and after a few years of watching humans, we opened official diplomatic channels and engaged in first contact protocols. My sire-father was the first appointed ambassador and helped to form a relationship with our cousin kin. He quickly became their most ardent supporter within our government and would tell me many stories of these humans when I was a youngling. The one that stuck with me the most was when my sire-father was describing how a Zengxin ship filled with younglings on a school trip for a science class got trapped by an uncharted subspace rift that suddenly appeared along their course. I could sense the awe and sadness in his voice as he described how dozens of human ships answered the distress call. Scout ships, cargo ships, pleasure craft, science vessels, and even pirate ships all responded. He recounted watching the sensor recordings as the human ships courageously tried to rescue the younglings, with many being outright destroyed or critically damaged in their attempts. It did not matter to them how many ships got destroyed or damaged. They just kept trying as even more ships would flash out of null space in response to the distress call and join in the efforts. They finally rescued the 25 Zenshin younglings at the cost of 12 destroyed ships, dozens of damaged vessels, and almost 200 human lives lost. You could not help but be in awe of their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the younglings of another alien species. They were undaunted by the dangers, and as soon as one ship was destroyed or critically damaged, another would take its place. It was an inspiring sight to behold. My sire-father said this after he finished the story. It was this incident, among other examples of humans coming to the aid of alien worlds and ships in times of calamity and distress, that finally convinced our government to assist the humans in their development. It is illegal in the Commonwealth Charter to give primitive species technology that they had not yet developed, but our government skirted these restrictions by several means, such as Eliani ships disappearing or being destroyed by random anomalies near human Republic space and surreptitiously being recovered by human agents. The Zenshin went even further, and in gratitude for the human sacrifices made in saving their younglings, they sent an unmarked, stealthy courier ship into human space. Outfitted with their most advanced technology and a data repository of all their knowledge and technology, the Zenshin also provided coordinates for habitable worlds they had catalogued that were suitable for human colonization. In the following 40 cycles, the Republic advanced rapidly with access to the technologies and knowledge secretly provided to them, and made a 300-year leap, much to the dismay of the Commonwealth. Hearings and investigations were convened at the highest levels of government, but lacking proof that any of the members purposefully uplifted humans, the matter was closed after a few cycles. By this time, the human republic had expanded greatly in size, and with the infusion of technology, was now considered a middle power. Their ships were everywhere, engaged in trade, scientific endeavors, and exploration, heading ever deeper into unknown space. Our two species became kin friends, and together with the Zengxin, we tried in vain to lobby the Commonwealth to grant membership to the Human Republic, which was vehemently denied by a majority of the members. My sire father was livid, but the humans seemed to take no offense, and the human ambassador seemed to take it in stride, remarking, "As long as they keep buying our goods, we couldn't care less what they think of us. It is only the Eliani and the Zengxin who have shown us friendship, and only your opinion matters to us." Such was the situation in 21 to 72 AD, when the Insectoid Empire launched another cycle of expansion and encroached on Commonwealth space once again. The insectoids were a hive mind composed of trillions of 1.5-meter-tall wasp analogues with vestigial wings, except for the queens, who could still fly. They would periodically expand and engage in short, sharp conflicts with the Commonwealth and other non-aligned interstellar species, and seize the territory they desired. Since most members of the Commonwealth considered the planets the insectoids preferred unfit for terraforming, we would simply withdraw and allow them to have those worlds, hoping to avoid a large-scale conflict. It was impossible to engage in diplomacy or negotiations with the insectoids, as their worldviews were so radically different, and we could not bridge the gap between the individual and the hive mind. The only communication the insectoids ever had with the Commonwealth was just two words: give, leave. Failure to do either resulted in combat, and their ships were exceedingly powerful, especially their hive ships, which made our largest battleships seem like youngling toys in comparison. The Commonwealth, expecting this wave to stop like the previous ones had once the insectoids had the planets they desired, was unprepared when the insectoids penetrated the borders and thrust right into the heart of Commonwealth space. The Commonwealth fleet found itself out of position, and 6,000 insectoid cruisers swarmed out and wreaked havoc, destroying every ship they came across, while 60 of their massive hive ships glassed entire worlds trapped behind the lines, wiping out every living thing on those planets without mercy. Within 2 solar days, the entire outlying border sectors of Commonwealth space were devoid of all life and ships, and 8 member species were exterminated at the cost of over 100 billion dead. The Commonwealth fleet was down to half of its former strength, and issued a call for the remaining members to reinforce the beleaguered main fleet with our planetary navies. We and all the other surviving members sent what we could, and hoped that it would be enough. The humans, having caught wind of the attack, sent an official government communication with an already signed Treaty of Alliance and Mutual Defense Pact. The Commonwealth government arrogantly ignored it, and the ambassador assigned to the humans did not deign to even respond to their offer of help. That was the first and last offer by humans to help the Commonwealth in their time of need. The Commonwealth fleet, reinforced with the additional memberships, now numbered over 2,000 ships of the line and launched a counterattack. Initially, it met with success, and the fleet destroyed over 3,000 insectoid cruisers before the 60 hive ships entered the fray and turned the tide of battle in their favor. Within 2 hours of the 60 hive ships' arrival, the Commonwealth fleet numbered just under 1,000 ships, with only an additional 300 insectoid cruisers and 1 hive ship destroyed. The surviving ships of the Commonwealth fleet disengaged from combat and made an orderly withdrawal, heading towards the core worlds and hoping to entice the insectoids into following the fleet. The core worlds had powerful and massive defensive fortifications and planetary defense grids, and the Admiralty planned to lure them into a trap and bracket them between the heavily armed defensive systems and the remaining Commonwealth fleet. The insectoids followed them to the outskirts of the core system the fleet had reformed in and stopped, lingering in the system's heliopause. The fleet sent out multiple squadrons and attacked the insectoids, trying to elicit a response to the attacks and get them to chase deeper into the system and within the range of the defensive networks. After hours of hit-and-run attacks, the insectoids did the one thing the Admiralty did not plan for and entered null space. The insectoids laid in a course and headed towards the untouched periphery of Commonwealth space, where another 4 members lived, including the Eliani. I remember sitting in our den with sire-father and birth-mother, listening to the hollow wave continuously broadcasting our government's plea to the Commonwealth to come to our defense. The news organizations had shown us drone sensor recordings of 2 member systems along the insectoid axis of attack and the aftermath. Their homeworlds and colonies got glassed, over 20 billion were dead, and the insectoid fleet was on a direct trajectory to hit our system next in 5 solar days. Our entire world held our breath as we finally received a response from the Premier of the Commonwealth the next solar day, who looked like a broken being as he avoided looking at the hollow recorder and in a shaking voice read a prepared statement from the datapad on the desk in front of him. On the advice of my admirals and my cabinet, I regret to inform you that the fleet cannot come to your aid. We will detach what remains of the Eliani contingent that you have sent and allow them to return to defend your system. They will arrive in 6 solar days, and we send them with our hope that you will serve. The transmission got abruptly cut off, and another video came on the hollow-wave screen, this time showing the President of the Human Republic sitting in her office with a resolute expression. She gazed into the hollow camera as if peering into our terrified souls, and in a voice that seemed to promise both death and salvation, she simply stated, "We are the Republic, and we will answer the call. Hold on, we are coming." As abruptly as the transmission appeared, it ended just as fast. The holoscreen returned to the news studio where the anchors were sitting in quiet shock. Birth-mother fainted, while sire-father seemed not to notice and leapt out of his chair and hung from the ceiling branches, hooting and swinging around like a crazed youngling. I just sat there shaking, overwhelmed by the enormity of our impending doom, and could not understand his reaction. He finally noticed birth-mother and leapt over to help her. As she sobbed in his arms, he looked at me and seemed to notice my confusion. "You are wondering why I'm overjoyed at the prospect of our human friends coming to help us. I know that in school you learned humans are a middle power, but have you ever wondered why we have seen none of their warships in space?" he asked me and birth-mother. I didn't answer, still wondering what a middle power warship could do against the insectoids while birth-mother collected herself. He continued speaking. "I have seen one of their warships, and I have seen the records of their history of warfare against each other. There are no species in the Commonwealth that could stand against them, despite the technological differences." He paused, considering his next words. "The nice, friendly humans we know have another side to them, a side that no one else has ever seen in a spacefaring civilization. People like humans destroy themselves before reaching space, and against all odds, they made it through the great filter." His eyes took on an expression I had never seen before, and he stood up and grabbed me by the arms. "The human ambassador told me a saying after the Commonwealth rejected our membership proposal to grant them entry. The human ambassador stated, 'There is no greater friend and no worse enemy than a human being. God help them if they ever attack us or our allies.' It was not a boast, my child. It was a truth that was spoken with a conviction I had never heard before from another sentient being. You know the sacrifices they made to save those 25 Zenshin younglings they did not know that day. Imagine what they would do for their friends and allies." He let go of my arms and embraced me. "Fear not, our friends are on the way, and they will save us all." The belief in which he uttered these words seemed to reach into my heart, and I felt a peace overcome me. I quietly sobbed tears of hope and joy in his arms, believing that we might not die after all. For the next 2 solar days, we waited for the humans to arrive as we watched the sensor drones record the inexorable march of the insectoid fleet towards our homeworld. Understandably, our government would periodically send inquiries every few hours asking when the Republic ships would arrive. The only response was a cryptic, one-sentence response: "We are coming." Finally, on the 3rd solar day, 1 solar day before the expected insectoid arrival, we received a transmission from the outskirts of our solar system. "We are here." A transmission asking our government to grant permission for the Republic fleet to enter Eliani space followed this. The government quickly gave permission, and every news hollow camera, sensor buoy, and satellite pointed at the expected coordinates. It felt like time itself was standing still, and the very heart of the world seemed to have stopped beating as billions of Eliani waited for their last hope to drop out of null space. And then it happened. First in small numbers, then dozens, then hundreds of null space exit flashes started popping up all around the near space of Eliania, glittering our sky like new stars even on the daytime side of our world. The hollow news channel we were watching had a ticker on the side displaying the number of ships and the estimated classes and tonnage, and the numbers ticked upwards so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Sire Father and Birth Mother were hugging each other and crying tears of joy, while I stood there in open-mouthed shock at the numbers being displayed on the screen. 3,250, 3,860, 4,789, 5,347, 6,120, 6,456, until the numbers slowed down and finally settled on 6,894 ships. The cameras panned back to take in the enormous fleet, while sensor drones did flybys and forwarded the visuals down to every hollow screen on Eliania. There were dozens of massive carriers, with thousands of starfighters swarming around them, over 500 battleships and thousands of cruisers, destroyers, frigates, and other ships that were classified as unknown, since the scanners couldn't get reading on them. Another transmission from the fleet came over the hollow screen, showing a human male in a military uniform standing on a massive bridge surrounded by hundreds of humans working on data screens in the background. People of Eliania, we are the Republic fleet and we help our friends in their time of need. We honor our commitments, and I promise you that if the insectoids prevail, it will only be because every Republic ship in this system has been destroyed. We are humans, and we do not break faith. Please listen to all orders from your government and find safety wherever you can. Good fortune to you all. Admiral Thompson out. The transmission ended and returned to the visuals of the fleet, which were already spreading out throughout the system in individual task forces centered on the carriers, while the destroyers started dropping hundreds of small items out of their stern on randomized paths. The news anchors started theorizing on what the Republic had planned, while retired military pundits tried to make sense of the Republic's dispositions, especially focusing on the unknown ships that were still defying all attempts at being scanned. This went on for hours, and we ate a feast of our favorite foods for night meal, knowing that it might be our last, despite the hope that humans would save us. One by one, we drifted asleep to the droning of the increasingly urgent news playing in the background. A few hours later, I was startled awake by hands gently shaking my shoulders. It has begun. The insectoids are here. Sire Father stated plainly and went to join Birth Mother in the den. I leapt up and followed him, taking my usual seat in front of the hollow screen. There was a split screen showing live images and video of the Republic and insectoid fleets facing off against each other, while another screen showed a top-down representation of the battle lines in icons listed in colors of friendly and enemy ships, from a sensor drone positioned above the plane of the ecliptic. On the Republic side, the battle fleets took up their assigned positions, while the unknown ships disappeared into null space in hundreds of flashes of light. The carriers disgorged their thousands of starfighters, while the entire battle wings of the massive battleships, with their cruiser escorts, burned their engines at flank speed to get to battle speed. Hundreds of destroyers screened the battle lines, ready with their point defense systems and advanced countermeasure suites to protect their bigger brethren and intercept any sudden attacks. The insectoids employed the same tactics they always have, which were simple but effective. A solid formation with all 59 hive ships compacted into a rough sphere to provide mutual fire support, while the insectoid cruisers provide close cover on all sides as a screening force, with a tail end of reserves stretching out behind the formation, looking like a medieval knight's fist covered with a mailed glove. Unexpectedly, the insectoid fleet sent a transmission to the Republic fleet, which was one word: leave. The Republic responded about a minute later with a video showing a human setting fire to a nest with a flamethrower as hundreds of wasps poured out, only to be incinerated while a happy jingle played in the background. The smiling human then turned towards the camera and stuck out his fist, pointing his thumb up. Underneath the video in the text were the words, "Trouble with wasps? No problem. Call the Republic fleet to take care of it today." The Republic fleet blasted the video on every frequency, bandwidth, and channel known to the galaxy at large, and their response got transmitted to every holo screen on Eliania as well. Both Sire Father and I started laughing uproariously, while Birth Mother wrung her hands together in apprehension, looking at us disapprovingly. It seemed like an eternity as the insectoid's hive mind processed the Republic's response. The insectoid fist formation suddenly sped up towards the Republic battle lines and fired their particle beams. The Battle of Eliania had begun. 8th Swarming Earth Year 2172 AD, Queen World of the Insectoid Empire. The Hive Mother raged impotently in her brood chamber as she saw the visual message being played out through the eyes of her millions of worker drones in the swarm. Seeing the mocking images playing over billions of faceted images, that her mind coalesced into a clear three-dimensional image. An unknown animal was burning an innocent nest with fire and grimacing in pleasure, a sure threat of what these new creatures intended to do to her swarm. She felt disquiet as she surveyed the massive fleet arrayed against her, unsure of the risks these unknown animals presented. My queen daughters were right, it was time. She thought to herself as she pushed down the rage she was feeling and focused on the chemical processes necessary to continue making more daughter drones, feeling her body resume the larval impregnation and sending them out of the birth canal. Blind male drones mindlessly shuffled into the room, following her pheromones and zeroing in on her sex organs and penetrating her. As they died after a fleeting moment of ecstasy, the Hive Mother glanced back at the pile of male corpses building up behind her, feeling the infusion of fresh genetic DNA coursing through her. I am so tired, she thought to herself. Tens of billions of daughters have come from me. So many mouths to feed. She fell into a momentary despondency, looking around the brood room that trapped her for the last 30 solar cycles, as she made and impregnated new larvae continuously to ensure the survival of the hive. I wish to feel the warmth of a sun one last time before I die. She felt new presences make themselves known to her mind, and her 12 queen daughters imbued her with thoughts of love and support. We are here, with you, they thought to her. She felt their strength, and a renewed vigor washed over her mind, and she focused her mind on a particular daughter queen, the one leading the 8th swarm. Swarm daughter, are you ready? The Hive Mother sent across vast distances. She felt a wave of confidence emanate from the swarm daughter, which she did not share but hid. My thoughts and those of your sister queens are with you always. The swarm daughter sent feelings of happiness and anticipation, eager to prove herself again after avoiding the obvious trap they laid for her in the animal core worlds. A few moments later, looking through the eyes of her many worker drones, the Hive Mother watched as the swarm sped up towards the unknown animal ships, anticipating the clash, despite this new animal threat facing her youngest daughter queen. As she watched, she saw the unknown animals in the center of the formation seem to panic and blast off in all directions in a disorderly fashion. She felt the pleasure emanating from her swarm daughter as she charged into the gap, firing all her weapons. As the Hive Mother shifted her view of the battlefield by simultaneously entering the minds of thousands of drones throughout the swarm. It was only until she shifted into the drone views in the reserves behind the formation when she realized with horror that her swarm daughter was heading right for a trap. No, 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 she screamed in her mind as she watched the leading edge of the swarm formation sail through the gap and get bracketed with firelocks from the very animal ships that were just fleeing. They executed pinpoint flips with their thrusters and were now drifting backwards with all their bow weapons pointed towards the gap. Hundreds of animal ships fired at the same time, and a solid wall of grape shot, railgun slugs, missiles, and plasma bolts slammed into the path of the fist formation with an accuracy the Hive Mother had not seen for a long time. The results were devastating as she felt hundreds of thousands of worker drone mines ripped away from her. The entire front of the fist formation peeled open, and the hive ships were now exposed. The same animal ships fired again just before they drifted backwards out of weapons range, and another volley of death penetrated the mass of hive ships, destroying 2 of them outright and severely damaging several more. Then she angrily watched as those spirit ships, the ones she couldn't make sense of that had left at the beginning of the battle, suddenly flashed out of null space right in the middle of the swarm formation. Executing turns and maneuvers that were impossible for a ship containing animals, the spirit ships sped up to speeds that defied the Hive Mother's comprehension and speared right through the center of the Hive ship formation. They fired triple shots of plasma bolts and powerful particle beams that punched right through the Tauf organic Hydes of the Hive ships as they weaved through the formation. The Hive ships fired back, thousands of particle beams reaching out to hit the spirit ships, and most of them missing as the spirit ships continued to jink the target locks. They continued onward, leaving a path of chaos and destruction until most of the spirit ships flashed back into null space when they completed their attack runs through the formation. Some spirit ships had damaged engines and could not transition to null space, and despite evasive maneuvers, got destroyed as hundreds of particle beams found them. The thousands of tiny ships that had poured out from the animal Hive ships hit the now disordered formation, angrily buzzing around like the corpse gnats that infested the Hive cemeteries. The gnat ships fired penetrator missiles that speared into the hulls of the insectoid cruisers and Hive ships. The warhead AIs then activated the missile's final booster stage, penetrating deeper into the ships before triggering their antimatter charges. The antimatter charges sucked in and then blew the insectoid cruiser and Hive ship hulls out, ripping great gouges in the hulls that spewed out tens of thousands of drones. The gnat ships then targeted the massive hull breaches, firing more missiles and adding in the firepower of their rotary plasma turrets that shot dozens of bolts a second, causing massive secondary explosions deep inside the hulls. The cruisers and Hive ships fired their point defense weapons to great effect, and gnat ships fell by the hundreds from the swarm beams, but they kept attacking and destroying more cruisers and Hive ships, oblivious to the wholesale slaughter they were experiencing. Finally, out of weapons and low on fuel, the remaining gnats started executing evasive maneuvers as they retreated. The Hive Mother watched with glee as the point defenses started getting target locks to swat down hundreds of more gnats as they fled. Right before the point defenses fired, those cursed spirit ships flashed back out of null space on the outskirts of the now broken fist formation at full acceleration and drove into the center, firing triple shots and targeting ships that still had functional point defenses with particle beams. They seemed to work as one unit, focused entirely on disrupting the target locks and destroying already heavily damaged cruisers and Hive ships. The Hive Mother took control of all the weapons station drones and started targeting all available beams on a single spirit ship at a time, and watched as hundreds of beams speared it from all directions and it exploded, unable to jinx hundreds of target locks. She picked another target and fired again, destroying another spirit ship. The gnat ships took advantage of the cover and fled out of the formation, streaming back to their animal Hive ships. The spirit ships, now through the broken formation, headed towards open space and flashed back into null space as hundreds of beams speared another spirit ship and exploded. The Hive Mother took control of a nearby worker drone and surveyed the space around her, Hive ship in shock, with a rapidly expanding debris field all around her, now much smaller formation as dozens of Hive ships listed out of control, racked by massive internal explosions. The Hive Mother took advantage of the momentary lull in battle and reached out to her swarm daughter. "Swarm daughter, are you there?" the Hive Mother thought. There was no answer, and she tried again. "Swarm daughter?" She felt her swarm daughter's presence in her mind suddenly, and it was full of panic and indecisiveness. "Swarm daughter, I will take over. Sleep." The Hive Mother sent a mental command that she used to put her queen daughters to sleep, and took over the commander drone of her swarm daughter's Hive ship. The drone didn't resist, it couldn't. Suddenly, the Hive ship crew noticed the commander drone was staring at them with eyes filled with intelligence that penetrated their minds while releasing queen pheromones. They detected the pheromones, accepting the change and going back to their tasks. The commander drone gently picked up her now sleeping swarm daughter and ordered nearby worker drones to bring her to her queen chambers. The Hive Mother assumed the Swarm Queen's position on the dais in the center of the Hive chamber and tried to get her bearings. She commanded the weapons drones to fire all their beams and missiles at the animal formations in the distance, hoping to create some buffer room as she brought order to her rapidly dwindling formation. She once again started flitting throughout the formation and got drone views from all angles and realized just how perilous her situation was. The animal battleship wings that had blasted off to the flanks in the beginning of the battle had now completing their turns and were maneuvering to envelop her formation, while hundreds of smaller animal ships were intercepting most of her missiles and jamming her weapon locks, disrupting her ability to target the larger animal ships. "I need to get this swarm out of here," the Hive Mother thought to herself as she watched an animal cruiser that was heavily damaged ram into another Hive ship, causing catastrophic damage as it speared right into its side, and the crew of the animal cruiser overloaded their core. The Hive ship disappeared in a mini supernova that took out another Hive ship and dozens of cruisers. Despite over 2,000 animal ships destroyed and damaged, more of them kept coming and engaging her increasingly smaller swarm. She watched as the incoming animal battleship wings entered her formation and engaged her remaining Hive ships in a slugging match as they fired massive broadsides of grape-shot and 24 cm diameter depleted uranium railgun slugs less than a kilometer away from the massive Hive ships. As the grape-shot obliterated the point defenses, the railgun slugs blasted giant holes into the hulls, with some slugs passing entirely through and creating even more massive exit breaches on the other side of the Hive ships. The battleships and heavy cruisers then targeted the breaches with their secondary plasma turrets, and thousands of heavy plasma bolts added to the carnage as they dug ever deeper into the breaches of the mortally wounded Hive ships. The human battleships and heavy cruisers looked like a school of fish among a pod of whales, but the ferocity of their assault and their deadly weapons destroyed 11 more Hive ships, while leaving the broken hulks of 42 battleships and 132 heavy cruisers in the wake of their charge through her formation. Just as the surviving battleship wings were flashing back into null space, the remaining spirit ships jumped back in and once again weaved through her formation, breaking up her counterattack and destroying another 5 heavily damaged Hive ships. The Hive Mother was too shocked to respond to the spirit ships' incursions, and they flashed back into null space unscathed. "No more," the Hive Mother thought to herself as she looked for a path of retreat from the battle. The remnants of the swarm were now condensed into a small, perfectly spherical formation of 14 undamaged Hive ships and 400 cruisers, and their momentum was already carrying them into the inner system. The Hive Mother, seeing how the rest of the animal fleet was out of position as they flashed out of null space and tried to reorder their battle formations to attack her again, felt a fleeting moment of safety. The remnant swarm headed towards the inner system as she commanded her formation to continue firing all weapons in an arc that provided full coverage as she felt the Hive ship engines continue to send power to the null space capacitors. As the Hive Mother sensed the capacitors nearing their full charge, the swarm formation passed the orbit of the 5th planet and ran into the stealth minefield that was laid by the human destroyers. The Hive Mother watched from the commander drone eyes as thousands of tiny objects appeared out of nowhere and sped up towards her remaining ships, latching onto the hulls. "What is this?" she thought to herself, as the first of the mines triggered their charges and started blasting chunks out of the hulls. There were so many of them that cruisers and Hive ships were suffering from explosive decompressions as the thousands of small hull breaches were beyond their ability to seal. As she watched more Hive ships suffering violent decompressions and eject hundreds of thousands of worker drones through the breaches, she saw hundreds of the tiny mines heading toward the Hive ship she was on. "No!" she wailed in her mind as she saw it was too late to eject the Queen's chamber where her swarm daughter was sleeping, as hundreds of mines latched onto the Hive ship and triggered their charges. "Daughter!" The Hive Mother couldn't finish the thought and screamed in agony as she felt herself ripped from the commander's drone mind as the Hive ship suffered catastrophic decompression. The Hive Mother felt her mind suddenly rush back into her body in her brood chamber on the Queen world, and she reeled from the loss of her swarm daughter as she silently screamed with an anguish she had never felt before. She immediately started feeling her other Queen daughters trying to comfort her and share in her pain. "I must save what remains of the swarm," she thought as she blocked them out. She jumped her vision back to worker drones on the surviving Hive ships and watched in sadness as those drones also died in the minefield. In the end, only 2 Hive ships and 34 cruisers could make the jump to null space. The Hive Mother trembled with rage and lashed out at a male drone who chose an unfortunate time to enter her brood chamber, lifting him up and tearing him in half at the junction between his thorax and abdomen. She tossed the 2 pieces of the male drone onto the floor and watched as he twitched in his death throes, chiding herself for losing the genetic DNA she just wasted in a fit of rage. She felt her 11 remaining queen daughters trying to reach her mind, and she lifted the block and let them in, as she felt their thoughts and feelings mingle with hers. She lamented the death of her swarm daughter, and the other queen daughters joined in, flooding her mind with thoughts of vengeance. My daughters, not since the great persecution has a queen died in battle, and these animals killed your sister before I could take her memories and share them with you. She thought to them, feeling their sorrow as they came to terms with the loss of their sister's mind and the end of a precious genetic line. Daughters, we will swarm again. Decide among yourselves who will build the swarms and who will stay behind to defend the hives. Do not intrude on my thoughts until you have decided. She felt her queen daughters honor her wishes and leave her mind. As she sat here alone with her thoughts, she aggregated all the memories of the drone mines she inhabited during the battle and, with near-perfect recall, replayed the entire battle from start to finish. She examined it from all angles and views as she repeatedly ran through the battle in her mind, learning from the mistakes that were made. As the Hive Mother's powerful brain collated billions of data points and analyzed the tactics of the unknown animal ships, she felt a stirring deep inside her genetic memories as her ancestor. Hive Mothers struggled to make themselves known after centuries of silence. One ancient Hive Mother reached out and shared her memories of the great persecution and the migration that led them to this area of space. As images of ancient battles and entire genetic lines lost from queen deaths played across her mind, she felt an emotion from the ancient Hive Mother she had never known before as she resumed analyzing the battle with the unknown animals. She put a name to the emotion, and it suddenly washed over her, rendering her senseless. Fear. Eleni Home System, Earth Year 2172 AD. As we watched the insectoids speed up towards the Republic fleet, Sci-Fi expanded the hollow wave projection so that it took up almost the entire wall of the den. He input his retired government credentials into the satellite and drone network, and more projections popped up, showing multiple angles of the battle space. I watched as the Republic fleet held its ground, with its battleship formations blasting towards the sides and the frigates and destroyers assuming positions in front of the fleet. The sensor network provided information as it listed and categorized the ship classes and functions, and I saw that the unknown ships that had just flashed out were now listed as null ships. I tapped the floating icon and read aloud as the information provided by the Republic fleet scrolled by. These null ships have no crew aboard, have battle AIs, and the hulls are fabricated with null space particles. They are antimatter powered with 4 reactors and categorized as stealth battle cruisers. Sci-Fi grunted and looked at me. I told you, these humans are far more capable than the Commonwealth gave them credit for. I held my tongue, still not believing fully that the humans could win. I closed out the info screen and watched as the insectoids sped up towards the Republic fleet, closing the gap. The frigates started falling back, while the destroyer squadrons used their thrusters and headed both above and below the plane of the ecliptic. The center of the Republic lines seemed to explode in a starburst pattern as the heavy cruisers that anchored that section blasted out in a frenzy and fled. I knew it. We are dead. I thought to myself as I watched the humans abandon the center of their battle lines. I saw Birth Mother put her head in her hands and start crying, while Sire-Father still had a stupid grin on his face. The insectoids burned their engines and adjusted their course slightly to take advantage of the now completely open center of the Republic fleet, and I knew it was over right then and there. As the insectoid fleet headed towards the gap, I watched in confusion as the ships that were fleeing suddenly executed pinpoint flips with their positional thrusters, and they were now cruising backwards at 30,000 kilometers per hour, as all the bows of their ships pointed at the gap that the insectoid fleet headed towards. "What is happening?" I yelled out, as Sire-Father shushed me, and the fleeing Republic ships fired. The hollow wave screen flared brightly before it compensated, and I stared in stunned shock as the sheer volume of weapons fire that came from the Republic fleet smashed right into the gap now occupied by the insectoid fleet, and hundreds of cruisers protecting the front of the formation vanished in an instant. The drifting Republic ships fired again, and now I saw 2 hive ships explode while others suffered serious damage. The Republic frigates that had pulled back now surged forward, intercepting the tremendous missile volley that was fired by the insectoid formation, with particle beams and plasma turrets that lit up the battle space with terawatts of raw energy, and swatted down thousands of missiles. The remaining missiles that survived the first layer of defense then hurtled towards a solid wall of millions of tungsten ball bearings as the frigates shot hundreds of canisters of grape shot per second. The grape shot shredded through the remains of the insectoid missile volley, and the remaining ball bearings continued speeding up, smashing into the formation and tearing apart many cruisers. Meanwhile, the destroyer squadrons that had gone above and below the ecliptic were now in those positions relative to the oncoming insectoid formation. They opened fire with their respective ventral and dorsal plasma turrets, railguns, and hypervelocity 30mm Chi rounds as they strafed the formation, slicing through the upper and lower shells of cruisers like a buzzsaw. Hundreds of insectoid cruisers sloughed off the formation as plasma bolts, railgun slugs, and 30mm hypervelocity rounds tore through them and peppered the hive ships inside the formation. The destroyers finished their strafing run and headed out to open space, leaving behind over 150 broken and exploding hulls as the insectoid formation counterattacked and thousands of particle beams reached out and sliced through them. The insectoids fired another volley of thousands of missiles that chased after the destroyers. The screening frigates then leapt forward and activated their advanced countermeasure suites and point defense systems, and they destroyed or jammed a large percentage of the volley, though dozens more destroyers fell to the onslaught. Sci-Fi hung his head down and quietly prayed to the Maker to preserve their souls as we watched thousands of human lives being extinguished before our very eyes. I started crying in shame and asked for forgiveness for thinking they were cowards, as I watched them throw themselves into the battle with wild abandon. Abruptly, hundreds of null space flashes appeared inside the fist formation itself, and the null ships appeared, rapidly firing triple shots of plasma bolts and slicing through the hive ship hulls with heavy particle beams. Their acceleration seemed impossible, and the evasive maneuvers they employed easily broke the few target locks that found them, as the insectoid beams could not seem to lock onto the null particle hulls. Thousands of beams speared the battle space, vainly searching for targets and hitting nothing. Working in groups of 4, the null ships targeted specific hive ships with exquisite fire control. As they passed one target, another group of 4 ships would come from another direction and hit the same area of the hive ship hulls, blasting open great rents that ejected bodies and frozen fluids. The null ships continued moving on through the formation, leaving an apocalyptic scene of destruction behind them as they flashed out, with a few of them finally being destroyed as they failed to enter null space. As soon as the null ships flashed out, thousands of starfighters entered the fray and hit the reeling formation with fury, firing penetrator missiles that dug deep into their targets before tearing out huge sections of the hulls with antimatter explosions. Sci-Fi yelled out and pumped his fists in solidarity with the starfighter pilots, as he himself was a planetary defense pilot before he went into government service. As we watched the hive ships being mobbed by the starfighters, we saw dozens of them blinking out every minute as they fell victim to the flak cannons and laser arrays as they stubbornly continued their attacks runs. They were devastating the formation as hive ships started listing, racked with massive internal explosions, while cruisers were being obliterated as the starfighters targeted their hull breaches with their turrets. The starfighters finished their assault and fled towards open space, having lost over 1,000 fighters in their ferocious assault. The null ships returned, flashing out of null space already at full acceleration, and ripped right through the bleeding formation. There seemed to have been a change in tactics by the insectoids, as their weapons fire was now much more effective, and individual null ships started exploding under an onslaught of hundreds of beams that they could not evade. As they weaved through the formation, wreaking havoc and destroying wounded hive ships, dozens of null ships got targeted and destroyed before they flashed back into null space. The insectoid formation then contracted in size as it continued onward, leaving burning wreckage and exploding ships that stretched like a trail of fire, marking its passage deeper into the system. Entire wings of Republic heavy cruisers took advantage of the insectoid repositioning and strafed the sides of the formation with heavy broadsides of 16 centimeters diameter railguns and secondary plasma turrets, smashing through the cruiser screening force. Damaged insectoid cruisers fell out of formation, creating gaps that the heavy cruisers then fired plasma bolts and missiles through as they sailed past, damaging and destroying several more hive ships. The formation counterattacked with thousands of missiles and particle beams, destroying 112 heavy cruisers and damaging dozens more before they got safely out of weapons range. Birth Mother loudly gasped, and I looked at the infographic that suddenly popped up on the side of the holowave screen as the number of Republic ships destroyed and damaged rose rapidly, and the killed and wounded tally was already over 200,000 casualties and trending upwards. Birth Mother turned her head away from the rapidly rising numbers and buried her head into Sire-Father's chest, crying and murmuring, "All those people. When will it end?" Sire-Father just sat there with a grim expression and tear-filled eyes, his shaking hands tightly balled into fists. I felt myself racked with emotions and fled outside to the deck to stem the tide. I took shuddering gasps as I looked up into the sky, grateful to see only blackness and stars unmarred by exploding ships and the drifting corpses of our protectors. I took a few deep breaths, calming myself, and then urinated into the forest canopy, relieving my poor bladder that had been screaming at me for over 3 hours since the start of the battle. I ran back inside to find only Sire-Father sitting there. "Where is Birth Mother?" I asked. "She has had enough. Her heart can't take any more death." "Leave her be," he replied, sounding like he was reaching the end of his own limit. I sat down quietly and watched as a heavily damaged Republic light cruiser altered course, blasting towards a lagging hive ship and ramming right into it, sinking almost halfway into the hull. There was an eerie moment as the two ships drifted together in a grisly dance before the cruiser overloaded their core and blanked out the holowave screen. It adjusted, and there was nothing left of those two ships, while the core breach outright destroyed a nearby hive ship and dozens of cruisers. Then the battleship wings smashed through the formation, and the sheer violence of their passage seemed impossible considering how small the battleships and heavy cruisers seemed in relation to the hive ships. As the battleship wings completed their attack runs and headed towards the safety of open space, the null ships flashed back in and quickly destroyed any damaged hive ships that were still functional before flashing back into null space with no losses. The remnants of the insectoid formation started contracting in size and rearranging the disordered formation until it was again a perfect sphere, now greatly reduced in size. They sped towards the inner system, while the Republic fleet was flashing in and out of null space, trying to reorganize their dispersed formations and pursue. As the insectoid formation got near the fourth planet, I started getting scared as they seemed to head directly towards our planet, which was the second from our sun. A new countdown appeared in the screen's corner, showing the time before the insectoid arrival at Eliania. The Republic fleet had left a carrier task force, 2 battleship wings, and several hundred frigates and destroyers to supplement the less than 24 Eliani warships we had left in the system as a last line of defense. A diagram popped up, showing the main Republic fleet icons and their position relative to the advancing formation. It clearly showed that they could not intercept them in time, since their null space capacitors were only half charged, and their relative velocity was not enough to close the gap in time. "That's not enough to stop them," I yelled out, panicking. Sire-Father just raised a hand, silencing me as he leaned closer to the holowave screen with a terrifyingly feral expression and simply said, "Wait." I felt the sudden urge to urinate again as the seconds ticked by and the formation passed the fourth planet, heading closer to Eliania. All of a sudden, there were thousands of pinpoint explosions all throughout the formation, and insectoid cruisers and hive ships started exploding while others careened out of control and suffered massive decompressions. The sensor drones suddenly zoomed in, and we could see tiny objects seem to shimmer into existence and suddenly speed up towards the remaining ships, latching on the hulls and then exploding. Now the formation was a mere shell, and it seemed to suddenly lose all control and break cohesion. Ships started drifting and colliding with each other as they lumbered deeper into the minefield, making no attempt to change course or even save themselves. Suddenly, the last 2 remaining hive ships and 30-odd cruisers flashed into null space, and it was over. Sire Father and I sat in stunned silence, and he suddenly leapt up and screamed, "Take that, you Kaleki Ishkatuk!" I heard Birth Mother loudly gasp from the other room, and she came into the den and yelled, "Nimto! Language!" as I turned my head and blushed at his words. He laughed at the admonishment from Birth Mother, grabbing me and hugging me tightly. Birth Mother came over and added her arms, and we all just quietly wept in relief, shaking and exhausted. A little while later, I was sitting in my chair and trying to keep my eyes open as we waited to hear official confirmation that the insectoid menace was over and that Eliania was finally safe when a "Please stand by" message appeared on the holowave screen. An image came up showing a menacing bird of prey with its wings spread out, with one foot clutching a type of branch in its talons, while the other was clutching a bundle of pointed sticks or spears. Underneath was a stylized banner with human words across it, Libertas oppressis, mors oppressoribus, which our translator rendered into galactic standard as freedom to the oppressed, death to the oppressors. A few seconds later, Admiral Thompson appeared on the screen, looking haggard, and as if he had aged 10 cycles since he spoke to us just 8 hours ago. Behind him on the bridge, we could see damaged consoles and ruptured conduits, and there were significantly fewer humans at their data screens than before. He gazed into the holocamera and started speaking. The insectoid fleet in this system is now eliminated, and our long-range scouts report that there are no signs of insectoid ships within 100 light years. I declare Eliania and the other colonies in the system to be secure. We have won a great victory at a great cost. We will remain here for the time being as we repair our battle damage and send out search and rescue craft to recover survivors and our honored dead from the void. Any civilian ships that wish to help may do so. Your assistance is appreciated, as time is of the essence to reach survivors before their air runs out. There is a need for medical personnel, as we have far more wounded than we can treat. Please coordinate any rescue efforts through your government, which is now setting up a link system portal to streamline the process and get you to where you can be most effective. He then took a deep breath, reached into a pocket on his chest, and took out a folded square. He unfolded it and said, "President Lopez wrote this, and it is a message to the Eliani that I was to read to you if we emerged victorious and saved your world." He started reading. "If Admiral Thompson is reading this letter, then that means we have achieved victory and saved you from extinction. I want you to know that no matter the cost of lives, ships, and treasure, the Republic will always be by your side until the bitter end. You once reached out your hand to us in friendship and goodwill when we were just another young species taking our first steps into the unknown. You helped us grow and learn, and most important of all, you were steadfast friends who accepted us for who we are and helped to guide us. You have shown us you are a good, decent people, and you have earned our trust, our loyalty, and our love. Any hand raised against you is raised against us, now and always. We will never forget your friendship and kindness, and now we are forever bonded by blood. You will never be alone again." The Admiral stopped reading. His eyes brimming with tears, he carefully folded the paper back up and placed it in his chest pocket. He looked back into the holocamera and simply stated, "That is all for now. Let's get to work, people." And the transmission ended. All 3 of us were openly weeping and continued to do so for a long time afterwards. Queen World of the Insectoid Empire, 2173 AD. The Hive Mother concentrated as the glands on her thorax continued excreting silk as she deftly added it to the construct in front of her, marveling at the shape that was coming into being as she worked rapidly. Finishing it, she then willed an organ inside of her to create a specific harmonic frequency and directed it at the construct, watching the silk respond to the frequency and crystallize. The Hive Mother then stared at it, envisioning it as its individual atoms, and then focused on imprinting her essence on it. She felt a brief surge of pleasure as she received a thought echo and then ordered one of her attending worker drones to bring it to a relay ship that was waiting for it. She imprinted the spatial coordinates that she wanted the focuser to be dropped at into the drone's mind and watched it leave. She had sent out dozens of relay ships to bolster her thought range to prepare for the swarming, with the focusers being dropped deeper into animal territory than ever before. She made several changes because of the battle with the unknown animals, such as no longer placing fertilized larvae on the hive ships for rapid colonization, and showing her queen daughters how to build different ships to face the new threat. The hive mother reached out with her mind, entered a worker drone on one of the builder worlds, and surveyed the great flat expanse that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. She watched as millions of worker drones scurried about, bringing in materials and fabricating the components for the thousands of half-finished cruisers that dotted the landscape. She left that world and entered a drone on another builder world, standing amidst hundreds of monstrous shells that would become hive ships as tens of millions of worker drones went about their tasks. She entered another drone on the other side of the planet and got her first look at the new ships being built, which was a hybridized cruiser hive that bridged the gap between the two classes in size. The ancient hive mother she communed with provided her with the design for this ancient class of warship that was the backbone of the insectoid fleet during the Great Persecution and the following migration. The hive mother returned to her brood chamber and reached out to the Ancient One with her thoughts, feeling her stirring in response. Honored Mother, I need to know more about the persecution, she thought, waiting for her ancestor to respond. She felt a momentary wave of fear and sadness emanating from the Ancient One before memories that were not her own began entering her mind. The memories flashed through centuries, showing a great hive empire that spanned many worlds rich in resources, with great hive and builder worlds teeming with hundreds of trillions of workers and thousands of queens, living in a peace that is only known to sapient species that are alone in their area of space. The memories showed their first contact with an animal species that was expanding and had come into contact with the hive empire. At first, the hive mothers tried to talk to these animals, but they never responded. They did not know that animals do not share thoughts, and they did not understand that the noises emanating from the animal ships were attempts at communicating. The memories suddenly turned darker, and now the hive mother saw thousands of animal ships entering the hive empire, destroying any ships they found in space and laying waste to entire worlds with antimatter bombs. She shared in the anguish as the Ancient One felt trillions of her daughters die and hundreds of her queen daughters perish as the bombs dropped onto the hive cities. The hive empire had no weapons or warships. They never needed them, as they did not fight wars amongst themselves, and they were always alone until now. They fought back by ramming into the animal ships and destroying or disabling them, and they learned how to make weapons and null space engines by bringing one of the disabled ships back to their birth world and dismantling it to learn how to construct them. Over the next solar cycle, as more of their worlds fell to the onslaught, they hastily assembled a fleet of their first warships and hive ships and prepared to defend their birth world. The animal ships entered the system and advanced no further than the asteroid belt, lingering there for almost a solar month. The hive mothers and daughter queens did not know what to do, having no experience waging war, so they just waited as their confusion over these animal actions grew. Suddenly they saw thousands of asteroids streaming towards their fleet at speeds far faster than should have been possible. They fired their weapons for the first time, missing many of them as they did not know how to track targets while other weapons failed or malfunctioned. They watched in horror as the asteroids smashed into their fleet, wiping out hundreds of their ships while thousands of asteroids entered the atmosphere and impacted, creating shockwaves visible from space as massive fires spread out and gigatons of soil ejected into the atmosphere. The few surviving hive mothers and daughter queens that were in the tattered remains of the fleet were all that remained of their entire civilization, and they fled, leaving behind their birth world as massive fires engulfed it, and it was rapidly being shrouded in darkness. They fled into the unknown for cycles as the animal ships hounded them, attacking them whenever they tried to establish a new hive and chasing them over thousands of light years. Finally, the animal ships stopped harassing them, but they continued migrating for another 100 cycles before they felt safe enough to start a new hive world in an area of space that showed no signs of any animals. The hive mother reeled in anguish as she came to terms with the near destruction of her entire race and the actions of the first animals they had ever come across. "Thank you, honored mother, for sharing with me," the hive mother thought as she felt the ancient one receding from her mind. The hive mother turned her thoughts back to the unknown animals she fought and the violence of their actions, mourning the loss of her daughter queen. She recalled the many victories her empire had with the animals over the last 50 cycles as they expanded the hive empire in search of more worlds to colonize with hives. The hive mother who ruled before her did not want to expand and engage in conflict with the animals, but she still saw them as enemies, even as she avoided antagonizing them. "I had to expand. There are too many mouths to feed and not enough resources in our few worlds," she thought to herself as she once again obsessed over her first defeat. "These unknown animals are a danger, and I must finish the old animals first and take their worlds for hives if we are to survive." The hive mother then recalled the battle as she had done thousands of times already, playing out scenarios for what she would do the next time she faced this new enemy. She had a sudden moment of inspiration from the newly gained memories of the great persecution and reached out to her daughter queens. They entered her mind and waited for her thoughts. "I need you to create a way to move asteroids and use them as weapons. We do not have enough ships to attack the animal core worlds and destroy their fleet and the defenses they have. We will use the asteroids and bombard their ships and worlds," she finished, feeling the confusion in her queen daughters' minds as they tried to understand what she wanted. "Go. Do this before the animals are strong again." The queen daughters left her mind, leaving her alone with her own thoughts. The hive mother, noticing that it was now the night cycle, put herself into her dormant state and dreamt of asteroids smashing into animal worlds. Eliani System, 2173 AD. It has been 8 solar months since the Battle of Eliania, and I can barely recognize my own home system. After the battle ended, tens of thousands of our civilian ships streamed out of our world and their hiding places deep in the system to help the Republic fleet search for survivors among the wreckage and bring their wounded to our medical centers. What remained of our contingent that was detached from the Commonwealth fleet arrived a day after the battle, limping into the system and in no shape to fight after their prior combat against the insectoids in Commonwealth space. They received a hero's welcome, and the Republic fleet, seeing the sad state that they were in and their willingness to confront the insectoid fleet alone, rendered them honors. The Republic fleet lined up on both sides of the assigned course for thousands of kilometers, displayed their battle colors, and fired training rounds in salute as the pitiful remnants of our defense forces passed through them and headed towards our world. Many of the Republic ships also displayed a hologram depicting a broom sweeping from side to side, which we later learned was a human euphemism for clean sweep. A week after the battle, a large convoy of hundreds of freighters arrived from Republic space, bringing much-needed supplies to restock and refit their ships. There was another smaller convoy of massive fabricator ships that also arrived, and within 2 solar months, they already had 3 Republic shipyards built in orbit around our planet. The fabricator ships worked non-stop, supplied by a continuous stream of ore that was extracted from our 2 asteroid belts by automated mining drone ships. They refined the ore and fabricated the components that would construct the shipyards and, later on, the defense systems the Republic constructed to fortify our system. The damaged ships that could still enter null space headed back to Republic space for repair and refit, while the more heavily damaged ones remained in the system, effecting what repairs they could until the shipyards came online. When I commented on how impressed I was that they could build 3 military shipyards in such a short time, Sci-Fi dismissed it. He told me that the Republic had over 200 such shipyards in their space, rendering me speechless. I asked him why they would have so many when they haven't fought a conflict in over 100 cycles, and he remarked, "The humans have a saying, if you want peace, prepare for war." I couldn't fathom the vast war machine they had at their disposal, especially compared to the Commonwealth, which used to be almost 4 times as large as the Republic and only had 20 shipyards dedicated to building warships. This was the first time I had a concept of just how little I really knew about our saviors. After they finished constructing their shipyards, they also built 2 more military shipyards to Eliani specifications so that we could build our own warships, since we could not count on using the Commonwealth shipyards anymore. This caused considerable turmoil within the government and our people, as we were one of the first periphery members and have been in the Commonwealth for almost 200 cycles. There were numerous debates, and a majority of the population could not seem to come to terms with leaving the Commonwealth despite the betrayal. The final act that forever cut our ties with the Commonwealth was 3 lunar months after the battle. An official Commonwealth government envoy arrived at the Eliani system and had the gall to tell us we were overdue on our taxes and threatened to sanction us for allowing a foreign military to establish a presence in our system. Our government dithered, seeming unwilling to end our membership despite their betrayal and leaving us to face the insectoids on our own. It was Admiral Thompson who decided the issue for us when our government requested that he intervene. The Admiral, after conferring with the Republic government, sent a message to the Commonwealth envoy. The message was just 2 words: "Get bent." And Republic task forces surrounded the Commonwealth ships with weapons charged and locked. They escorted the Commonwealth ships under protest to the outer system and told them that any further violations of Eliani territorial space would be an act of war. The envoy threatened dire repercussions for both the Republic and Eliania before their ships flashed into null space. The following 2 solar months were a whirlwind of activity as hundreds of thousands of humans landed on Eliania to help integrate Republic systems and technology into our own to streamline our cooperative efforts. Republic and Eliani scientists were scouring the wreckage of the insectoid ships, trying to glean insights into their technology and ships to prepare for the coming battles and develop better armor and more effective weapons systems. Sci-Fi returned to his old post to serve as ambassador to the Republic as our government started negotiations to determine what type of relationship we would have with the Republic going forward. A large percentage of our Executive Council and the population wanted to join the Republic, but surprisingly, it was the humans themselves who quietly rejected this proposal, stating that we should know what it is to be truly free and stand on our own 2 feet before making that decision. President Lopez made her first official visit for the memorial service held on the 6th lunar month anniversary of the battle. I always marveled at the variety of sizes, shapes and colors the humans displayed, but I was not expecting her size when I saw her walking down the ramp to greet our leadership. She was shorter than most humans I had seen and small-framed, but her presence and sense of purpose made her seem like she was larger than everyone else. I learned later that she served 20 years as a Pathfinder, one of the most lethal operators in the Republic military. For the ceremony, the large number of killed and missing made it impossible to hold a traditional reading of the names. Instead, our government asked for permission to honor them in the Eliani way, and the humans agreed. In the central square of our capital, there were over 500,000 Eliani citizens and hundreds of thousands of humans, while in the surrounding districts, there were millions more citizens. It was the largest gathering in the history of our planet, and we could see on the hollow wave screens that the same thing was happening all over the world in every major city. The ceremony started, and the loudest silence I ever heard enveloped me. Slowly, by the thousands, small holographic globes of light rose and hovered above the crowd. The lights got larger and transformed into the shapes of the heads and upper torsos of the humans they represented, displaying their names, ages, and the ships they served on. After a few moments, they returned to being globes of light and started ascending towards the sky until they sped up and burst into spears of light that shot into space, as if joining the heavens themselves. Another batch of thousands of globes arose, and then another. This continued until the last lights joined the heavens and all 167,538 dead and missing had made their journey. The emotional undercurrent was so strong that you could feel it in the air as the millions of attendees grieved and the human and Eliani delegations openly wept. The next day, President Lopez addressed the Executive Council and laid forth her vision. She called for the creation of a military exchange program to integrate our forces and to train the Eliani in what she called the Republic Way, by posting Eliani ship crews on human vessels and creating an entire class of Eliani cadets that will travel to Republic space and go through their training program. She requested that the Executive Council adopt a wartime posture, declaring the Battle of Elenia only the first of many battles to come. She then showed the Council intelligence from stealth spy drones that had infiltrated insectoid space, showing thousands upon thousands of ships in various stages of construction on several worlds. The spy drones also showed that the insectoids still had ships patrolling their space that were equivalent to twice the size of the fleet that invaded the Commonwealth. She waited until the Council absorbed the information and then started speaking. We lost over 1,000 ships and 1,500 fighters, but we cannot afford to wait. The Republic does not start wars, but we do finish them. She paused, looking around the Council with a penetrating gaze. She continued speaking. We do not believe in the concept of a defensive war once engaged with the enemy. The Commonwealth did, and look where that got them. We believe in striking hard and fast, and we will always move forward. The only way to win is to drive into the heart of the enemy and destroy their ability to make war. Finished with what she had to say, she put away her papers and opened the floor for questions. None came. She then dropped a bombshell into the chamber. Before you deliberate, I have one good piece of news. There is a Zengxin delegation on its way to Eliania, and they should arrive in 2 days. They have ended their membership within the Commonwealth when they found out that you were abandoned, and they have seized control of all Commonwealth military vessels within their territory. They are bringing those ships with them, and they are also coming to form an alliance and to sign a mutual defense pact with the Republic and the Eliani sovereignty. There were loud hoots of approval from the Council interspersed with laughter, as the Zengxin were well known to be an unruly member and a constant source of exasperation to the Commonwealth. President Lopez left the chamber, and as the Council deliberated, Sci-Fi took me outside for fresh air. You will reach the age of decision in 2 lunar months and go from a youngling to growing your first grey hairs that mark a manling. Do you know what you are to do? He asked, looking at me earnestly. I had already made my decision, but I put on a good show of thinking about it before I answered. I looked him in the eyes and puffed out my chest, banging it twice with my fists. I want to join the cadet class and fight for our world. As I felt the words leave me, I deflated a little, feeling the weight of what I just said hit me and pull down my momentary courage. Sci-Fi beamed at me with pride and hugged me, whispering into my ear, "You are the greatest gift a Sci-Fi could ever ask for. I am proud of you." He let me go and turned away, tears falling down his face. "Please do not tell Birth Mother yet. I will break the news to her when the time is right." We walked back into the chamber together, having passed through that moment when a Sci-Fi loses a youngling but gains a manling. 2 lunar months later, I am now on a Republic cruiser, waiting with the rest of my cadet class to flash out. I am looking at a holographic overlay of my home system, and I find myself in awe. I went from being convinced that we were all going to die to looking at my home system and feeling bad for the insectoids if they ever came back. There are hundreds of warships patrolling the system, while hundreds more are patrolling interstellar space within 200 light-years. Dozens of massive forts defend the system, and there are thousands of defense satellites and millions of what the humans call mosquito mines, because they just come out of nowhere and bite you. As I watch the flash-out countdown get closer to 0, I think back to this morning and see my birth mother wringing her hands in apprehension, afraid that her youngling is going to come back bloodlusted. I see my Sire-father looking at me with pride and gifting me his pilot wings. I look at all the frightened Eliani cadets around me who are thinking the same thoughts as I am. Out of nowhere, a crazed human in uniform comes running at us, with bulging veins on his forehead and his eyes looking like they want to pop out of his skull. He is screaming at us, and we flinch as his spittle sprays across our faces, not understanding what is happening. He hits his forehead, seeming to remember something, and activates the translator device hanging off his harness. Suddenly, his words hit us like hammers as the translator kicked in. "I am your drill instructor. and you have 5 goddamn seconds to get to your berths before I rip your monkey heads off your necks and use your esophagus as a fucking urinal. Move, move, move. We scattered and ran for our lives, not knowing where the hell we were supposed to go. Uninhabited system, 3.5 parsecs from the Queen world. Earth year 2173 AD. The Queen watched the asteroid speed up slowly as dozens of small harvesters activated their thrusters and continued mining for fuel. The asteroid gained more acceleration as the harvesters continued to extract the elements, as their feeder arms added more ore for processing. Fed by a constant source of fuel, the thrusters continued propelling the large mass of rock and metal towards its target, a lifeless planet. A few hours later, the Queen felt conflicting emotions and thoughts, fighting a war inside her as the asteroid disappeared in the distance and continued its trajectory, now hurtling through space at over 300,000 kilometers an hour. I have always differed from the others, she thought to herself as she replayed her entire existence from when she first emerged from her cocoon, up to where she was now. She did not have the same thoughts as her sister queens and the Hive Mother, and she was always ashamed of her weakness and hid it from them. Perpetually afraid of being detected, she compartmentalized that part of her strangeness and buried it deep inside of her, trying to make it go away. As she retreated into herself, she remembered the revulsion and shame she felt when she shared in her sister's thoughts, while she swarmed through the animal worlds and killed billions of innocent animals. Visions passed through her as she watched entire worlds glassed with nuclear bombardments and bodies of water flash, boiled by thousands of particle beams as they stabbed at the planets from orbit. She imagined the terror and pain the animals felt as they died, and her essence recoiled at the wanton death and destruction that it was being exposed to. "You are just as guilty," she accused herself, as she was the one of all her sisters who developed the harvesters, following the Hive Mother's command to turn asteroids into weapons. The internal conflict threatened to overwhelm her, and she left the command dais and retreated to her queen chambers and tried to assert control over herself. The visions of death and agony now became a tidal wave that swept her away, and she stopped resisting, letting herself drown in it. Time passed, and the Queen drifted alone in a terrifying darkness that was devoid of meaning and life. As she felt the dread mount inside of her, she suddenly saw herself through billions of fractals as she drifted on the surface of a black ocean, and felt the eyes of others watching her. As the realization that she was not alone came to her, she saw figures come out of the shadows as she drifted closer. A diffused light came from beneath the black waves, and she saw a long line of her genetic ancestors stretching away from her, all the way to the very beginnings of their race. The black ocean solidified, and it turned into an endless plain of obsidian glass. She started walking down the line of her ancestors, looking at them one by one, carefully keeping her distance from them. As she felt their thoughts awaken inside of her, she readied herself for the accusations of betrayal to come and curled into a protective ball, waiting. None came. She uncurled slightly and peeked out, suspecting a trap. When nothing happened, she fully uncurled and stood up, screaming at her ancestors with her thoughts. "What are you waiting for? I am ready to be judged." They looked at her sadly, and she felt their thoughts enter her mind, carrying not judgment, but pity and understanding. She wept as she felt them console her and remind her she was not alone, for she carried them within her. They left her mind, and she saw one of her ancestors step away from the others and fly over to her. She was an ancient Hive Mother, and she was majestic, a specimen of a time long ago when her ancestors were larger and still lived only on their birth world. "Daughter of ours, you called out to us with your essence and have stirred us from our slumber. The pain you carry has allowed us to awaken without you going through the change that only a Hive Mother experiences when she takes control of the hives." She then clasped her tarsal claws with the Queen, and they flew off together, leaving the black void behind them. The Queen found herself back in her chambers as she emerged from her vision, and she felt the new presence of all her genetic ancestors within her, and they imbued her with feelings of support and love as they receded. She realized her commander drone was outside her chambers and releasing pheromones, signaling the Queen to come to the command chamber. The Queen left her chambers and followed the commander drone, resuming her place on the command dais. The hive ship had flashed to a stationary position 800,000 kilometers from the lifeless planet, and the Queen saw the incoming asteroid on the projector screen as it hurtled towards the planet and past the front of the hive ship, too fast to see with her eyes. A few seconds later, it smashed into the planet and released an unimaginable amount of energy as it impacted. There was a blinding light, and the shockwave traveled across the planet, igniting the atmosphere. Gigatons of soil ejected into space, and the crust heaved up and fractured for thousands of miles from the impact zone. The planet continued its fiery rotation as it suffered from the mortal blow, and the Queen imagined what it would be like to be on the planet as the devastation unfolded. She felt the Hive Mother within make her presence known and shared her thoughts. The Hive Mother felt horror at the devastation she was witnessing and pleaded with the Queen to never allow this to happen. The Queen responded, "I have no choice, I must obey the Hive Mother." She then saw an image from the Hive Mother within, showing her entering the brood chamber of the Queen world and committing the only real crime in the hives, queen deaths. The Queen recoiled from the thought, and the Hive Mother within pressed further into her mind. "If you do not stop the Hive Mother from taking this path, the hives will die and all our memories with them. You must assume control of the hives and save our race before the animals exterminate us." The Hive Mother within her withdrew from her mind, leaving the Queen reeling from shock. As she looked back to the dying planet, she felt a new concept emerge in her mind as she battled against her instinct to obey the Hive Mother and her duty to save her species from extinction. She envisioned herself entering the brood chamber and taking over the hives. If she was Hive Mother, she could try to stop the swarming and the senseless deaths. The only thing she had to do was to commit the most terrible sin. Matricide, Eliani System, Earth year 2173 AD. The human scientist was sleeping on her desk when a strident alert pierced her dream, startling her awake. She lifted her head and stared at the screen, half awake, ready to press the next specimen icon when she saw the neural tissue. She jerked out of her seat, ran towards the table the corpse was on, and adjusted some parameters, looking at the diagnostic screen as it confirmed the findings. Oh boy," she muttered excitedly as she keyed the communicator. "Owen, get down here now," she yelled as she moved the scanner arm back over the head of the corpse. A few seconds later, Owen came running into the lab out of breath. "What is it, Emily?" he gasped out as he quickly started absorbing the data that was displayed on the screens. "Oh," he whispered to himself as he tried to calm himself down. He looked over the scan results again slowly and confirmed what he was seeing. Emily pinched the neural tissue display and flicked it onto the large hollow screen on the lab wall, and they both gasped as details started popping up. The scanner continued its deep scan of the insectoid head, making thrumming noises as it moved all around. It showed a 3D representation of a folded brain with 6 lobes that rotated, while other screens showed nanoscale slices from the side and front as more information appeared on the screens. "This must be a queen. Look at the density of the cortex and the size of the mushroom bodies." Emily's fingers typed furiously on the virtual keyboard while continuing to change perspectives as she analyzed the brain structures. Owen nodded in agreement and tapped an icon on a screen that showed a brain organ that was listed as uncategorized. "I bet this is the command control organ that allows them to control the drones." He looked at Emily, smiling. "We are going to get a Nobel Prize for this." The next day, Owen and Emily were standing nervously in front of a conference table as they waited for the attendees to find their seats. Admiral Thompson waited till everyone found their seats and then looked at the scientists and nodded that they should begin. Emily took the lead and started the presentation. "I am Dr. Emily Ariti, and this is Dr. Owen Masiello. We specialize in entomology, the study of insects." She looked at Owen, and he started flicking scans onto the holoscreen on the wall from his datapad as she continued speaking. "We believe this specimen we retrieved after the battle is a queen, and these are the scan results that are being displayed." She paused as the Eliani delegation murmured, while the humans just sat there waiting. She continued speaking. "I can see from your reaction that this has never happened before, so I will continue the presentation. Over the next 2 hours, both Emily and Owen took turns as they went over the scans and presented their evidence and why they believed this was a queen. They highlighted the differences between the brains of the suspected queen and the drones, and outlined their theories about how the queens controlled their drones and what kind of command structure would exist. When they finished their presentation, it was an Eliani neuroscientist who asked the first question. What kind of intelligence are we talking about here? These scans show that the cortex is highly complex, and the folds coupled with the 6 lobes show a highly evolved capacity for thought and information processing. The two scientists looked at each other quickly before Emily answered, "Based on our findings, we can confidently say that the queen has the processing power equivalent to 20 human brains, possibly more." There was a stirring at the table as they absorbed her response, and she continued speaking. "Everything we have seen shows that the queen is a highly intelligent organism with the same capacity for emotion, imagination, and rational thought as us. This, coupled with her enormous processing power, has helped to answer some questions we had regarding how an insectoid hive species has developed the ability to create a technological civilization such as theirs." She looked at Owen and nodded to him. Owen started flicking scans of the drone brains on the holoscreen and highlighted an organ that was offset from the drone brain and connected by a thin tube of tightly twisted filaments. "Initially, we thought this organ was how drones received instructions, or maybe even possibly was an unused vestigial part of the brain, since it is not part of the brain structure itself, much like our appendix. However, the sheer density of the neurons inside of it makes little sense for both explanations unless you throw a queen into the equation." Owen started becoming excited as he continued to talk. "We now think that this serves a function much like an external data port the queen can access to increase her own processing power or to activate it and allow the drone to engage in complex tasks normally beyond their abilities. Factor in the ability of this organ to serve both purposes over millions of drones, and now you could problem solve and engage in complex tasks on a mass scale with a queen overseeing them." Owen flicked some research papers onto the holoscreen and highlighted some parts as he started speaking. "We have long theorized on the probability of a sapient insect species for hundreds of years. Even the simple insects of our world display intelligence and sentience, but we have seen no evidence of sapience. Several theories have outlined how an insect species might create a technological civilization and achieve spaceflight, though the odds are almost impossible because of many factors. There are 3 main theories on how this might be possible. First, the insect civilization develops sapience and then slowly advances over millions of years because of the tech tree bottlenecks they would experience, since so few of them are capable of intelligent thought and invention. 2, that they come into contact with another species, and either through uplifting or exposure to alien technology, they gain a jumpstart in technological ability and continue to innovate over millions of years. Owen paused before he continued speaking. 3, that the queens themselves achieve a level of intelligence and capability that far surpasses that of individuals of a species that has an advanced technological society. This superintelligence, for lack of a better description, would allow a species that only has a few thousand such beings to invent and innovate rapidly despite there being so few of them. It took humanity almost 100 cycles and the involvement of tens of thousands of scientists working together to create the first successful fusion reactors. If one queen put herself to the task with a few million drones and activated their extra brainpower capabilities, it might only take her 50 cycles, even less if another queen was involved. Owen finished speaking and stepped back next to Emily, waiting for questions. It was Admiral Thompson who spoke first, rubbing at his temples as he organized his thoughts. "This is not good. You are basically telling us we are fighting a species of super-intelligent wasps with absolute control over trillions of drones. What effect will this have on our war effort moving forward?" he asked, as he unhappily eyed the 2 scientists who had just dropped a huge crap sandwich on his already overflowing plate. Emily answered first. "Admiral, we cannot accurately predict what they will do next, or what effect our victory will have on their tactics. I can tell you that there is no doubt in my mind that the queens have learned from the battle and have probably already run through millions of permutations. much like your AI wargaming does when you run simulations. As the human and Eliani observers started nervously conferring among themselves, Owen stepped forward and pulled up the scans of what he suspected was the command control organ and highlighted it. "I would like to add something if I may," he said, getting their attention. "I believe this organ allows them to communicate with and control the drones, and I suspect it is also the source of their telepathic abilities. There have been no recorded communications or even signal emissions from their ships that would show that they talk to each other. They must be speaking to each other with their thoughts." Admiral Thompson put up his hand to silence the observers as they responded with questions and waited for them to stop talking. "What are you proposing, Dr. Masiello?" the Admiral asked, looking at him intently. Owen looked back at the scans, thinking for a few moments, and then turned back around to face the Admiral. "I want to capture some live drones and a queen and bring them back here for study. If we can figure out a way to disrupt the communication between the queens and the drones, we can severely disrupt their ability to function and basically decapitate their command and control abilities." The Admiral sat back and stared at the scientists as he thought about the ramifications this would have and the dangers of attempting a recon and prisoner snatch in insectoid territory. As all this new information threatened to make his mild headache turn into a migraine, he decided and pointed at the two entomologists. "Continue your efforts and keep me updated, no matter how small or trivial the information may seem. Submit all requests for whatever you need to my office and I will approve it immediately. Thank you for your informative and in-depth presentation. Are there any saved rounds?" he asked, looking around the conference table. There were none, and he stood up, pressing the holo recorder save icon now that the presentation was over. He walked over to the two scientists and shook their hands as the observers exited the conference room. When everyone had left, he smiled at the two nervous scientists and simply said, "Well done, doctors. Here is my private comm node. Please use it if you need me or run into any problems." Owen took the comm node with a sheepish grin, while Emily just stared at the Admiral with barely concealed adoration. After an awkward moment of silence, the Admiral clapped his hands and in a light-hearted tone said, "Well, what the hell are you still standing here for? Let's get to work." He smiled to himself as he watched them hurry to the conference room door, and they both tried to get through it, bumping into each other and dropping data pads. He turned away to save them from the embarrassment of realizing that he saw them and keyed his communicator to a dual frequency. He requested the commanders of the Recon and Pathfinder regiments meet him in the wardroom for lunch in 30 minutes. He laughed to himself while he left the conference room, as both commanders had constantly complained for months about how their men were going soft with nothing to do on his ships. Maybe a prisoner snatch mission on the surface of an insectoid world will finally shut them the hell up. Commonwealth 2nd Fleet, 5 parsecs from Zenshin Home System, Earth Year 2173. AD, Commodore Therax stared at the results of the last battle drill as his task forces returned to their assigned positions after running a series of simulated combat actions and fleet maneuvers. He noted with approval that the overall reaction times improved by 5%, while the combat targeting rating went up by 7%. Not bad for Naval Reserve units, but we can do better, he thought to himself as he started tapping orders for another battle drill to be loaded into the simulator for the next shift change. As he looked at the holo screen in the center of the bridge that showed the fleet returning to their standard formations, he thought back to 4 solar months ago, when a livid envoy returned from Eliania and started demanding that the fleet launch an attack on the Eliani homeworld to punish them. The envoy was apoplectic and demanded the Eliani pay the price for defying the orders of an envoy, failure to remit taxes, and allowing a foreign power to establish a military presence. The envoy used his considerable influence and family connections to goad the government into action, which was almost successful until news of the Zenshin rebellion reached the core worlds. The Eliani issue fell to the background as the Zenshin action raised alarms throughout the government and the Admiralty, with calls for a punitive expedition to teach a lesson to the troublesome Zenshin taking priority. The Commonwealth could not afford to lose the Nenshite deposits in the Zenshin system, as they were a critical component of null space drives, and the Zenshin deposits accounted for over 60% of the refining output of the Commonwealth. Therax was secretly relieved that the Zenshin rebellion happened, and he got the distinct impression that the Admiralty shared in his relief when the scans from the envoy ship and its escorts revealed the full extent of the Republic fortifications in the Eliani system and showed hundreds of Republic warships patrolling their space. Therax marveled at the scans when they circulated among the Admiralty, and he had to admit to himself that he was in awe when he saw the 5 massive shipyards and the dozens of forts and planetary defensive networks under construction that would rival those of the core worlds. He had taken an interest in humans when they were first encountered and had studied their history and society as they expanded and rapidly achieved middle power status. His species, the Nakuli, were a warrior race with a long history of warfare and martial prowess. The similarities between humans and the Nakuli were the reason they were one of the few races to vote yes to allow them entry into the Commonwealth before the motion was vetoed by a majority of the delegates. The Republic showed its honor when it offered to help the Commonwealth fight the insectoids, even after being rejected for membership. Therax and many other Nakuli in the Admiralty derided the government's short-sightedness for spurning the humans' offer of alliance, even while the insectoids were rampaging through Commonwealth space. Therax also remembered the silence that pervaded the large conference room as the recordings of the spy drone that followed the insectoid fleet to the Eliani system showed the battle. They watched as the same insectoid fleet that decimated the Commonwealth and destroyed half of the Navy met its demise at the hands of a Republic fleet that fought with a skill and tenacity that far outclassed the abilities of the more advanced Commonwealth Navy. When the recording was done, there was an outbreak of recriminations and disbelief as government officials, military advisors, and fleet officers tried to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. All he remembered thinking while this was going on was how much of a mistake the Commonwealth made by not granting entry to the humans. As he looked back to the holoscreen and saw his task forces finish slipping into formation, he wished once more that his orders had fallen on someone else to execute. He did not wish to fight the Zenshin, and though he relished a chance to do battle with them, he also understood why they rebelled. Sighing, he turned to his underling and ordered that the fleet flash out to the next waypoint, 1.5 parsecs from the Zenshin homeworld. Once there, he will run another series of battle drills before entering the Zenshin system and reclaiming it for the Commonwealth. The next solar day, as he was finishing up his daily exercise regimen, the alert chimes started wailing as the battle computer ordered the crew to battle stations. He ran out of his quarters, still in his exercise robe, and was on the bridge a few seconds later. He stood there for a moment, taking in the information on the holoscreen as it populated the display with sensor information. There were 120 Republic warships in 15 individual task forces, comprising 8 ships each. They had flashed out of null space and surrounded his fleet, covering every axis of attack and effectively denying him the ability to maneuver or retreat. As he sat down in his chair and queried the battle computer for options, the communications officer yelled out, "Commodore, we are receiving a transmission from the Republic ships." Therax nodded and signaled to open the channel. A few seconds later, an emotionless voice came over the channel. "Greetings, this is Command Unit 1503. Your presence violates the territorial accords of 2173, and you have 1 solar minute to comply with our orders or offensive action will begin. You will disarm all weapon systems and start core shutdown protocols. Failure to comply will necessitate combat operations. Thank you for your cooperation." Therax stared at the holoscreen as the countdown started and lost a few precious seconds as the wheels turned in his head. He ordered the channel back open and started speaking. "This is Commodore Therax of the 2nd Commonwealth Fleet. We do not recognize your claims to this area of space, and you will withdraw or face the consequences of violating Commonwealth territory." He signaled for the channel to be closed. He then toggled the battle computer to issue the defensive plan he chose from the list of options to all ships and ordered all weapons to be armed. As the countdown passed 30 seconds, he looked at the scan results in confusion as the Republic ships seemed to shift in and out of space and the targeting scanners repeatedly failed to achieve solid locks. He felt a wave of dread as he suddenly remembered seeing these ships engage the insectoid fleet from the spy drone recordings and the destructive power they employed as they decimated the hive formations. As the countdown passed 10 seconds, he started frantically issuing orders for an emergency flashout, even though he knew that most of the ships didn't have enough time to fill the capacitors. The countdown hit 0, and half of the Republic task forces sped up with a sudden burst of speed that broke what few tenuous targeting locks his scanners made, while the rest of the Republic ships flashed into null space, only to emerge 2 seconds later within his formation, already firing their weapons. The ships that flashed into his formation were heading out towards the outskirts, while the ships that did not flash out hit the outer edges of his formations, and they joined in the middle as they passed each other, marking their passage with dozens of broken and severely damaged Commonwealth ships. Therax watched as all the Republic ships flashed out and returned 2 seconds later. The task forces were now broken down into individual formations of groups of 4 that went after his battleships, swarming around them as they took down his most powerful warships with ease. His ship started receiving fire, and he watched as his escorts tried in vain to intercept and break up the attack on his ship as they fell to defensive fire from the demon ships. His holoscreen quickly filled with the wreckage of his escorts as the Republic ships continued to blast through his hull and slice his battleship to pieces. A core overload warning flashed on the holoscreen, and he ordered all hands to abandon ship as he helped to carry the wounded and dead bridge crew to the life pods. While he waited for the last of the surviving crew to eject before stepping into his life pod, he looked at the holoscreen as it flickered. It was a scene of carnage, as over 75% of his 300-strong fleet had icons marking them as destroyed or combat ineffective, and the battle space flared with explosions as thousands of life pods drifted among their dying ships. The surviving remnants of his fleet that still had functional flash drives flashed out into null space, while the ones that could not enter null space started broadcasting surrender. One by one, they powered down their weapons and shut down their cores. He saw that the rest of his surviving crew had ejected and stepped into his life pod, looking one more time at the holoscreen and finding the elapsed battle time displayed in the bottom right corner. 16 minutes and 31 seconds. He slammed on the eject button and grimaced as the G-forces threatened to make him black out, as the life pod blasted him away from his dying ship and continued accelerating to get him out of the blast radius of the imminent core overload. A few minutes later, he used the positional thrusters to turn his life pod to face his battleship and watched as it died in a mini supernova, tears streaming down his face. The Republic ships stopped firing as soon as they received broadcasts of surrender from the surviving ships and had retreated to stationary positions 100,000 kilometers from the battle space. They maintained target locks on the surviving Commonwealth ships as they repeated the same message every 30 seconds. Thank you for ceasing hostilities. Republic search and rescue ships are on their way and will be here momentarily. Please remain calm and activate your transponders to assist in your rescue. As Therax continued drifting in his life pod, he bowed his head and whispered a prayer to the spirits of the ancestors. He asked that they lead the souls of the dead who died in honorable battle across the river and into the afterlife. As he activated his transponder, he saw null space exit flashes, and dozens of Republic ships entered the battle space. Within a minute, hundreds of rescue shuttles started streaming out of their bays, heading towards the Commonwealth life pods. The Republic vessels started locking tractor beams on the surviving Commonwealth ships and towing them out, while the rescue shuttles shot out tethers that grabbed life pods and started reeling them into the shuttle bays. He felt a jerk as a grappler tethered his life pod and watched as he was pulled towards a brightly lit shuttle bay. He bowed his head again and whispered another prayer, asking the spirits of the ancestors to help him avenge the deaths of those who died under his command. As he drew closer to the shuttle bay, his thoughts turned to getting vengeance against those that caused the destruction of over half the Commonwealth Navy and the lives of 400,000 loyal sailors. The Commonwealth government, Proxima Centauri B, Fort Benavides, 2173 AD. Dear Sire-Father, I apologize for not being able to write to you for some time, as boot camp and my studies consume almost my entire day and night cycle. I have just finished my Earth history course, and I find myself conflicted as I learn about how the Republic came to be and what caused its formation. I know you are aware of their history, But I never knew just how bad things were for humanity and how close they came to wiping themselves out during their Third World War. I sometimes look at the human cadets around me, and I shudder as I imagine their ancestors wantonly slaughtering each other with weapons of mass destruction. I watch the historical documents showing the mass graves, entire cities obliterated, and the worldwide battlefields where tens of millions fought and died. I saw the footage of the great migrations that followed as the survivors fled from their destroyed, irradiated cities or the biological and chemical bombardments. Seeing these poor humans suffer and die by the hundreds of millions from disease, exposure, thirst, and hunger as they wandered in vain looking for safety, crushed my soul. I almost can't believe it is possible that the humans who came and saved us are the same species as their ancestors. Sire, Father, it seemed as if they descended into madness as they fought and destroyed each other. How did they ever recover from this? Almost 5 billion of them were dead within 10 cycles, and almost 1 billion more suffered lifelong illnesses and disfigurement from the radiation and the biochem weapons. I understand now why they developed into a very advanced automated society and still rely so much on AIs, autonomous fabricators and androids. They had to make up for losing almost 60% of their population, and this technology was the only way they could rebuild their world. It was only 5 years ago that they finally surpassed their pre-war population of 10 billion, despite having colonies on multiple worlds and over 100 years of peace. The documentary that hit me the hardest were the video recordings taken from the International Space Station. The 6-member team was on that station when the war started and was slowly running out of air after the Eastern Coalition crew member sabotaged most of their oxygen and water reserves and the lifeboats before committing suicide. Over many weeks, crew members volunteered to be left to die one by one as they shut down sections to conserve air and prolong the survival of the remaining members who had children. The United States and the EU both tried to send shuttles to rescue them, but the Eastern Coalition intercepted and destroyed all 3 of them before they could break orbit. There were no more crewed attempts after that, as the war was now in full swing, and attempts by civilian satellite companies to resupply them got destroyed before reaching the station. After 3 months of conflict, the war went nuclear, and the last survivor turned the cameras to look down on Earth as dozens of nuclear explosions flashed on the surface. Contrails of hundreds of ballistic missiles crossed the sky as they flew into orbit, only to return as fiery harbingers of death as they re-entered the atmosphere and split into multiple bombs and decoys. You could hear his final words in the background as he cursed humanity for destroying their home and deliriously called out the names of his wife and children before he finally succumbed to carbon dioxide poisoning. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time coming to terms with all of this, and I should not burden you with such sadness. I will speak about boot camp training instead. That first night in boot camp, the lights went out, and I found myself alone for the first time in my life. I cried. I was so scared, and I wanted nothing more than to be back home with you and birth mother. I thought I was being quiet, but the human cadet on the left side of my bunk must have heard me. He rolled over and looked at me, and I thought he was going to be angry at me for waking him up. Instead, he got up with his pillow, laid on the floor next to my bunk, and reached his hand out. I didn't understand what he was doing, and he then took my hand in his and held it gently. "It's okay. I'm scared too," he whispered to me, making me cry even more. He let me go on for a little longer, and then we started whispering to each other for almost an hour while he asked me about my world and life and told me about his. I fell asleep, still holding his hand, and I remember smiling as I drifted off. I now have my first human friend, Anson. The last 6 weeks have been the hardest in my life. Between the psychotic drill instructors, the brutal physical training regimen, and the classes at night, I don't know how I've been able to keep up. My friend Anson never let me give up, and if it wasn't for him, I would have washed out weeks ago. I think you would find this funny. The pelvic cooling appendage that rises above our fur and helps us cool down at night while sleeping seems to be a source of sadistic amusement for the drill instructors. The morning after I fell asleep talking with Anson on the first night, the DIs came charging in at 04:30, banging on our bunk beds with their batons and screaming. As we stumbled out of our beds and lined up for inspection, I quickly put on the human underwear that they called tighty-whities and took my place in the inspection line. As the DIs walked up and down the line and found 1,000 things to yell at us about, one of them saw the appendage sticking out against my underwear and charged at me. The other two quickly followed. They had a look of unbridled glee on their faces as they all bent over and started screaming at the appendage as if addressing it. "At ease, little cadet. Disarm that weapon, cadet, that's an order. Why are you saluting me, cadet? Do I look like an officer to you, scumbag? Are you happy to see me, cadet, or do you fucking monkeys have a fifth arm I don't know about?" This went on for almost a minute, while my translator struggled to keep up with what they were saying. I just stood there as straight as I could, not understanding even half of what they were saying, until several of the human cadets couldn't take it anymore and started laughing. In an instant, the DIs forgot all about me and turned their fury on the laughing cadets, spraying spit on their faces as they screamed and making them drop for push-ups. One of the DIs pulled me aside later in the day and explained that they knew about the function of the cooling appendage and used it to get the human cadets to break. He gruffly apologized for any offense, but I was so surprised he wasn't threatening to rip my arms off and beat me to death with them that I just stuttered, "Yes, drill sergeant," and ran away from him without being dismissed. For the next 2 weeks, they came up with even more ridiculous comments and over-the-top mannerisms directed at it to cause the cadets to break so that they could PT them. They even got me a few times as I got a better grasp on human cultural lingo, and let's just say I am good at push-ups now. There are some things that I do well on the obstacle courses, such as the climbing and agility portions, but I am in awe of the stamina and sheer willpower humans have for running long distances and enduring hardship. Many times when I thought I couldn't go any further, Anson and the other cadets would be by my side, refusing to let me quit. During one nighttime 5-mile run, I was in last place again, and I quit at the 3rd mile and sat down. I just couldn't go any further. Anson had already finished in 3rd place, and when he realized what happened, he came back for me, as did several other human cadets. One of the drill instructors followed them, promising all kinds of punishment and retribution. But they didn't care. They found me on the side of the road, picked me up, and started helping me walk, while encouraging me to not give up. I begged them to leave me so that they wouldn't get in trouble, but all they kept saying over and over was, "We don't leave anyone behind." After a little while, I became ashamed of my weakness, and then I got angry. I demanded that they let me go, and I jogged the last mile with them to cross the finish line. As punishment, we got split into teams of 2 and given trench detail. Each team had to dig a trench 8 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 5 feet deep with firing steps and slope it to regulation for drainage and grenade sumps. It rained sporadically throughout the night. The soil was rocky, and it wasn't until 0100 that our trenches finally met the approval of the drill instructor. He ordered us to piss in them before filling the trenches back in and to hit the showers and go to bed. After we lined up waiting for dismissal, he told the human cadets that he was proud of them for not leaving their brother behind, and then he dismissed us. It was so weird hearing him talk to us like that. On our way back, I tried to apologize to Anson and the others for getting them punished, but he stopped me and simply said, "We are a team, and you are our friend. We will never leave you behind." It was then and there that I realized just how lucky we were to have humans as our friends and allies. The best part of our training is the combat simulators. They are fully immersive holographic technology, and I have been learning small unit tactics and how humans conduct ground warfare. Sire Father, it is absolutely terrifying to see how quickly humans can revert to their old ways. It is almost as if they are barely controlling their inherent aggression and are ready to drop the veneer of civilization in an instant. Even Anson, my best friend and the nicest human I have ever met, turned into a ferocious wild animal during the combat exercises, and I could see the desire to destroy the OPFOR in his eyes as he and our other team members charged the enemy defenses. It is really creepy when the simulations end and they turn back into friendly humans, as if nothing happened and they didn't just try to murder each other. I heard the same story from the other Elayani cadets, and we made a promise to ourselves to not bring shame upon our species and to overcome our inherent pacifist ways. It was hard for us to break our instincts, But after 2 weeks, I can proudly say that we could mostly emulate the human cadets, and our enthusiasm and willingness to protect our team members compensate for our lack of aggression. Our arboreal lifestyle was a tremendous help, as we are quite nimble and able to jump and dodge out of the way of most of the shock bolts fired by the enemy teams and help achieve victory. Those things hurt so badly, and I'm sure the tendency of the shock bolts to cause involuntary urination is an intentional embarrassing side effect to drill into us the importance of proper concealment and fire suppression while advancing. Next week, I will also start training on a holographic bridge to get experience in simulated combat on a Republic warship. I have another 3 weeks before our final exams and physical assessment tests, and if I pass, I will then go to the advanced training facility in orbit, which the cadets call the Forge. This is where they try to break cadets, and there is an almost palpable fear among all who speak about it. At the end of the 8-week course, we will come back down to the surface and must do a 241-kilometer forced march in 5 solar days, with only what we can carry on our backs and a 2-day supply of food and water. We have to use all our survival training to find food and water and show our capabilities along the way at the same time. They will assess our combat abilities, knowledge of casualty care and evacuation, ability to complete tactical objectives, setting up and defeating ambushes, and navigational skills. It ends with us having to take over a fort that is defended by an enemy force that outnumbers us by a 2-1 margin during a nighttime assault. Those who fail have the option to go back for an additional 4 weeks of supplemental training to help them succeed in their next attempt, or they can drop out and finish their 3-year term in one of the other military branches with no dishonor. Those who pass will go on to additional training at New West Point on Earth for another 3 years before receiving the commissioned rank of second lieutenant. The other Eliani cadets and I will have to decide what to do by then, and we will have 2 weeks leave to make that decision to continue or not. I must confess something to you. I used to resent you sometimes for how much you were away from home while you were on Earth all these years. I thought you loved them more than your own family, and I hated to see birth mother crying alone almost every night when she thought I couldn't see or hear her. I just want you to know that I understand now, and I am sorry for feeling that way about you. I love my humans too, and I cannot stand the thought of losing my friendship with Anson and all the others, or never seeing them again. I think I want to continue the training and stay with them. We can talk more about it when I come home. I'll write to you again when I can, and please let birth mother know I love her and that my letter to her will come as well. All my love, Elixir, the Republic of Humanity, founded in 2063 after the global devastation caused by World War III, the remnants of the governments of the United States, Canada, Mexico, Japan, Australasia, Scandinavia, and Great Britain joined together to form the first functional post-war government. After 3 years of consolidation, rebuilding, and internal relief efforts, the newly formed Republic of Humanity was finally able to move from a post-war subsistence economy to a post-scarcity society. Utilizing advanced AIs and automated fabrication technology, AFT, that was developed in secret by MIT scientists in an underground facility during the war, this fusion of technology changed the course of human history forever. The combination of AI and AFT created the ability for resource management and allocation to be utilized without human influence, corruption, and inefficiency for the first time in history. The first successful demonstration of this technology happened in the ruins of Washington, D.C. in 2064, when a prototype fabricator factory was airdropped from a C-5M Super Galaxy transport into the former city center. The AI activated the factory, and thousands of feeder drones were sent out for resource extraction. As the drones returned with harvested resources, they fed them into the factory, which created more feeder drones to increase harvesting yields. Once the fabricator had a surplus of resources, it constructed builder drones, which then constructed another fabricator and joined the 2 units together. Within 30 days, the prototype fabricator unit, which was 80 feet long, 5 feet high, and 10 feet wide, became a fabricator with a footprint of 10 acres. 90 days after touchdown, the fabricator was now a fully self-sustaining mega-factory that covered an area that was equivalent to 1 square mile. The AI created multiple types of drones to fulfill a variety of tasks, such as feeders, refiners, builders, scavengers, remediators, and soil sifters. The most important of these were the remediators and the soil sifters, as they decontaminated the radioactive fallout and biochem residues from the surrounding areas and soils. A year after touchdown, an area encompassing 100 square miles was decontaminated, and the soil was reclaimed, fertilized, and planted with food crops. All metal, concrete, and other reusable building materials were collected, refined, recycled, and set aside for the rebuilding of Washington, D.C. The experiment was a resounding success, and by 2067, most of the major population centers of the Republic of Humanity had been rehabilitated and were undergoing rebuilding. The surviving population of the newly formed republic numbered 440 million, with the former United States suffering the most population loss from a pre-war high of 394 million and a population of 260 million survivors counted during the census of 2068. Great Britain, Scandinavia, Australasia, Japan, and Canada suffered losses of 30 to 60% of their pre-war populations. Republic scientists and their AI counterparts cooperated on a wide variety of technological projects, leading to a golden age of robotics and other fields, which led to innovations such as the first successful humanoid androids that were used for agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and rebuilding efforts to supplement the now greatly reduced manpower of the Republic. The Republic then shifted its relief and rebuilding efforts beyond its borders. The North American province focused their efforts on Central and South America, while the Northern European province focused on continental Europe, Eastern Russia, and the Middle East. The Australasia province led the efforts in Asia, focusing on rebuilding the allied countries of Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan, before expanding to the Asian continent. There were minor conflicts as the relief efforts ran afoul of local warlords and surviving remnants of the Eastern Coalition, which were wiped out with extreme prejudice by the rebuilt and technologically advanced Republic Anzac divisions and Japanese defense forces. The North American province came into conflict with the despotic Brazilian junta, which was a cabal of corrupt government officials that were supported by the Eastern Coalition and led a coup that overthrew the legitimately elected government in 2052. The junta took advantage of the collapse of world order during the war and brutally conquered most of South America, murdering over 100 million people with nuclear bombs and biochem attacks. The Republic junta war lasted for 3 months and ended when the Republic had enough and decided to field the newly created Advanced Tactical Suits, ATS, and deploy an entire regiment to the front lines. The ATS system was a radical departure from the prior unsuccessful attempts at creating a viable combat exosuit for soldiers. Advances in technology by medical research AIs have finally made it possible to hybridize the human nervous system with a specialized biomechanical android body. Volunteers with military experience who were suffering from paralysis, irreversible disfigurements, multiple amputations, and mortal diseases had their central nervous system removed and installed in a life support cocoon in their new android bodies. Over several weeks, programmed stem cells regrew their peripheral nervous system that was connected to the suit with nanobots. After a period of learning how to use their new bodies, they become fully functional biomechanical beings with unsurpassed combat abilities. These biosynths were constructed of an incredibly strong, high-entropy alloy that utilized chromium, cobalt, and nickel. They could run 60+ miles an hour, jump 30 feet, and pick up and move objects up to 10,000 pounds with ease. They were powered by a high-efficiency battery system that was continuously charged by a combination of solar skin cells, a bioreactor powered by food and other organics, and a miniaturized combustion engine that could run on any liquid fuel. They also had an AI battle system incorporated into the suit to complement the human nervous system, increasing their inherent lethality 5-fold. This ATS regiment fielded 820 biosynths with over 100 other human and android support troops, air support, and 1 armored brigade combat team. They engaged in their first battle with 2 fanatical divisions of the elite Presidential Guard outside the city of Manaus. 16 hours after the battle began, what was left of the 2 divisions surrendered unconditionally after horrendous losses and succumbing to their fear of the robos da morte, after witnessing over 5,000 of their fellow soldiers falling to the deadly biosynths. The ATS regiment suffered 37 confirmed kills and 227 damaged biosynths. After a few more battles, the Brazilian army refused to continue to be slaughtered for the junta and finally surrendered en masse. Sub-Saharan Africa was largely spared by the war itself, as it did not partake in the conflict. However, they were utterly devastated by the collapse of the world order and the abrupt ending of the economic and food assistance they were entirely dependent on. The corrupt governments collapsed as they were unable to support their populations on their own, and widespread food shortage riots and simmering tribal conflicts erupted, leading to the continent being engulfed in a decade of genocidal conflicts, starvation, and water shortages caused by the worst drought in recorded history. By 2070, the population of sub-Saharan Africa was just over 500 million, down from a pre-war high of 1.3 billion, and there was a mass extinction of over 60% of the megafauna species on the continent. The Republic now turned its attention to the last continent, and 10 years later, the entire planet was unified under the banner of the Republic of Humanity when the Global Accords of 2080 were ratified. The 3.6 billion citizens of the Republic now looked upon their devastated, empty world and set upon the solemn task of healing their home and their souls. Over the next 20 years, a massive rebuilding and ecological remediation effort was launched, and by 2100, the vast majority of the damage and poisoning caused by the war had been remediated. The scars of the war were removed from the surface of the planet, and massive 1,000 feet tall monoliths commemorating the victims of humanity's descent into darkness littered the globe, with a promise etched in the granite base of every single one: never again. Technological innovation increased exponentially as secret government and military research projects worldwide were declassified and made available for civilian industrialists and scientists to utilize for the betterment of mankind. Coupled with AIs and AFT fabrication methods, a multi-generational leap forward in technology was achieved, and the Republic turned its gaze into space. Once the manufacture of precision carbon nanotubes was achieved, nano-electrokinetic thrusters became feasible, and a new class of spaceships were built. The Republic Space Agency launched manned missions to explore the solar system, and AFT harvester factories were sent to the asteroid belt to extract the resources necessary to build the orbital infrastructure required to become an interplanetary civilization. In 2116, a methane extraction drone came upon the broken remains of a derelict alien ship on the surface of Titan. As word of the exciting discovery spread throughout the solar system, government officials and scientists on the Mars orbital platform were sent to the site to retrieve the wreckage. Only the engineering section of the alien craft was salvageable, but after 2 years of study and reverse engineering, the Republic had created its first functioning null drive. This null drive was not antimatter powered, as the Republic did not have the technological capability to manufacture and safely store sufficient amounts to power it correctly, and instead they jury-rigged it with the latest versions of the miniaturized fusion reactors that were just created a few years prior. Multiple null drive ships were built, and mankind fearlessly flung itself into the unknown, heading to the nearest star systems. In 2123, the first contact with an alien species was made when a Republic exploration scout ship was intercepted by a galactic Commonwealth science ship in the YZ Ceti system, 12 light-years away from Earth. This event sent a shockwave through Republic society as they came to terms with the fact that they were not facing just one, but many alien races, and the technological disparity sparked fears of an invasion and subjugation by an advanced aggressive civilization. The result was a decades-long military build-up to turn the Republic into a veritable fortress and a global effort to claim and colonize as many viable exoplanets as possible to create a buffer zone between the human Republic and the Galactic Commonwealth. Over 200 shipyards and almost 12,000 warships were built in the ensuing 4 decades, while the Republic military spied on the Commonwealth Navy and adapted their training and war doctrine to compensate for the technological gap between the two militaries. The rescue of the Zengxin younglings in 2131 and the subsequent secret gifting of technology by both the Eliani and the Zengxin turned the Republic into the de facto supreme military power in that quadrant of space. The true power of the Republic was not known by the Commonwealth or the other non-aligned powers due to their arrogance and the excellent deception doctrine of the Republic government and military. Military stats of the Human Republic as of 2172: total human population 10.3 billion, 7.5 billion, natural-born 2.8 billion, Croatia-born. These are babies born to parents who still suffer from the generational effects of genetic degradation from the war and have chosen to have the fetus gestate in an artificial womb that will correct any genetic defects before their baby comes to term. Fit for service. Men 2.8 billion, women 3.1 billion. Total android synth population 1.9 billion. Fit for service war refit 1.2 billion. Mark the Funth ATS biosynths 25,873 active duty, 110,000 plus in reserve status. Total shipyards 175 active, 37 in reserve. Republic Naval Fleet composition as of 2172, total warships 11,534. Active 7,986, reserve 3,548. Total tonnage 10,678, 4,067 tons. Independence class carriers active 672, reserve 331. Dauntless class battleship active 1,456, reserve 583. Courageous class heavy cruiser active 1,993, reserve 1,278. Warspite class destroyer active 1,452, reserve 689. Hunter class frigate active 1,723, reserve 667. Spectre class null ship active 790, reserve 0. Peregrine class starfighter active 12,609, reserve 4,138. Valkyrie class bombers active 2,478, reserve 983. Outskirts of the Verne home system 3.7 billion miles from the sun. Command chamber of insectoid scout ship 2174 AD. The command drone was releasing pheromones and issuing orders with her arms to the worker drones when she became aware of a presence creeping around the edges of her mind. She suddenly felt a heightened sense of fear as she continued issuing orders, trying not to instinctively fight against the intrusion as it pushed further into her mind. For doing so would be punished by the invading queen with her death. As the infiltration penetrated deeper into her consciousness, she resigned herself to her fate and, with great sadness, started to feel herself fade away as the powerful mind pushed her aside and subsumed her uniqueness. The Hive Mother finished her takeover of the command drone and surveyed the chamber with eyes that were not her own as she felt the lingering sadness of the command drone and brutally suppressed it. This one might need to be culled, she thought to herself, before she went about absorbing all the information being displayed on the consoles, as the worker drones kept track of her newest weapons, hurtling into the system towards their assigned targets. It took many lunar months for all the proper preparations to fall into place for the renewed assault on the animal core worlds. Her daughter queens worked tirelessly to fulfill her requests. The three of them exceeded all her expectations, with one creating the self-sustaining movers, the other ingeniously creating a chemical compound coating that absorbed the detection frequencies of the animal sensor network, and the third plotting out the courses, speeds, and gravitational effects on the thousands of asteroids to ensure that they hit all the targets at the same time. A fleeting thought of the high cost of the efforts that burned up the brains of almost 1 billion worker drones came to her, and she paused for an infinitesimal amount of time, mourning them. She angrily suppressed her momentary weakness and focused on the consoles. They were just worker drones, and she will replace them. She specifically selected this system for the assault because of the massive amount of infrastructure present in the system and the population density of the inhabitants. These disgusting animals were prolific breeders, and the 600 billion inhabitants produced a significant percentage of the military and economic output of the animal empire. She also relished the fact that they seemed to be much larger kin of the vole pests that were a constant scourge in her hives. Despite her best extermination attempts, they continued to thrive, spreading disease and devouring the hive food supplies. She had a moment of levity within herself as she imagined tiny asteroids obliterating their hidden nests in the hives. The light from the impacts of the thousands of asteroids 5.5 hours ago was expected to reach her position soon, and she sent her thoughts out to the daughter queens that made this possible. Daughters, join with me and watch the results of your efforts. She felt their thoughts respond and acknowledge her invitation. After a few moments, 3 other worker drones in the chamber suddenly stiffened, stopping midway through whatever functions they were performing. All 3 turned towards her and bowed to her before moving to the command dais to take their places beside her. Daughters, you have exceeded my expectations and risen to the task of defending our hives. These animals will now learn the consequences of resisting our empire and killing your sister queen. The daughter drones all looked at her, their eyes filled with powerful intelligence as they bowed to her once more. She felt their thoughts in her mind as they all reveled in the coming destruction and the vengeance they were about to exact for the death of their sister queen. One daughter queen seemed more hesitant and reserved, and she momentarily blocked out the other 2 as she sent her thoughts to the aberrant daughter queen. Daughter, why are your thoughts disordered? Do you not know the pride I feel for you and your efforts? Tell me why you are not like your sisters in thought and feeling. The daughter queen was silent and looked away from her. She felt an anger that she had never felt towards a daughter queen before, and she barely managed to rein in the impulse to tear the daughter drone body in half. Answer me. She felt her daughter's mind reel under the irresistible onslaught of her command and waited impatiently for her to recover. The 2 other daughter drones felt the powerful thought even through the block she put on their minds, and they looked at her and their sister drone silently, fearfully backing away a few paces. All the other worker drones in the chamber lost consciousness from the psychic assault of their minds and had fallen to the floor in front of their stations dead before they hit the ground. Her errant daughter queen finally regained her composure and looked towards her. Hive Mother, I was mourning the loss of my worker drones, and I am afraid the animals will use the same weapons against us as they have before. Forgive me for my weakness. I am not worthy of your pride. She was slightly mollified by the answer, though she thought she detected a wrongness in the answer she could not remember ever experiencing before. Slightly disgusted by the weakness her daughter queen seemed to have, she decided to teach her a lesson on how to be a strong queen. You are a queen. Worker drones are biological tools to serve the hives, and are nothing more than an extension of your will. You will purge this weakness, or I will issue new queen larvae and bring an end to your genetic line by culling you. The daughter drone bowed towards her and remained bent in that position. I will purge this weakness and prove to you that I am worthy of you, Hive Mother. Satisfied by the answer, she reached out with a tarsal claw and touched the daughter drone's head, indicating that she was to resume her place at her side. The daughter drone lifted her head and moved to her place by the dais, and the other 2 daughter drones did the same, seeing that the conflict was resolved. An alarm went off and she looked at the consoles and saw that the light from the assault was almost upon them. She got up and pressed several commands on the sensor consoles, oblivious to the worker drone bodies lying on the floor beneath her. A moment later, multiple screens came alive on the forward wall of the bulkhead in front of her, and she marveled at the sheer destruction she was witnessing. 4 gargantuan animal shipyards and over 80 orbital facilities disintegrated in massive explosions when the asteroids smashed into them. Hundreds of domed animal cities on the outer planets and moons disappeared in blinding flashes of light as they were hit, while others were torn apart by the catastrophic impacts shattering the planetary crust. She left the mind of the command drone she was in and reached out to the other command drone that was on another scout ship on the opposite side of the system. She wanted to see the animal birth world being hit, and its current position was behind the sun from her location. As she took over the new command drone, she called out to her daughters to join her again on the new ship she was on and focused the screens on the birth world of the animals. She was just in time, and she reveled in the carnage as the first of many asteroids impacted. The biggest asteroid, which was almost 300 miles in diameter, struck the inner edge of the single supercontinent, and she could see the planet itself reel from the impact and deform. Great geysers of magma and crust shot up, while the shockwave from the impact hit the coastline and generated massive 2,000-foot tsunamis that would travel across the ocean and drown the other side of the continent in an apocalyptic wall of water. Another 17 slightly smaller asteroids hit the planet in rapid succession, and it turned into an amorphous blob of fire and magma as it reverted to being a lifeless protoplanet. It is done. The ships will self-destruct. You will stay here and do it, and then join me and your sisters when done. We will be back in the Queen world, preparing the hives for the coming animal retaliation. Your will is mine, Hive Mother. I will do as you command. I am grateful that you are giving me this task despite my weakness. She almost left the command drone without acknowledging her, but the way her daughter Queen responded triggered a deep instinct inside of her that she tried to suppress, for it made her weak and unworthy of being Hive Mother. As she tried to fight against it, she felt long-dead atavistic emotions roiling under the surface and decided to let them out. She did like feeling them sometimes, despite their lack of usefulness in controlling the hives. Daughter, you came to me an egg. I felt your greatness within and kissed you with my tongue, turning you from a worker egg into a queen larva. I knew your thoughts while you went from larvae to pupa. I was there when you struggled to break out of your cocoon, wanting to help you but not being able to do so because our hives depend on only the fittest to lead them. You are mine. You are me. I am grateful that you are one of my daughters. The emotions she allowed herself to feel were on the verge of overwhelming her, and the Hive Mother left the command drone before she showed any more weakness to her daughter. The Queen was left alone with her thoughts in the body of a worker drone after the Hive Mother left. She sadly looked at the other drones in the command chamber as she keyed in the self-destruct sequence into the engine console. The command drone tried to recover from her possession by the Hive Mother and released pheromones asking for orders while she was barely able to stand upright, leaning on a sensor console. The Queen was just about to press the fusion core overload button when she looked at the command drone again. She looked into her eyes and she saw something. It wasn't sadness. It was resignation. The command drone knew what she was doing, and she still stood there waiting for orders. The Queen continued looking into the command drone's eyes as she entered a different series of commands and stopped the overload. Sister! The Queen waited to see if the command drone would respond. Sister, I am here, take me. No. Sister, will you join me? I want to save the hives and stop the deaths of our sisters. Will you help me? Sister. The common droner didn't answer. It turned toward the Queen drone and buoyed. Sister? Yes, you are my queen. I will go where you take me. Will you use me and discard me? Never. You are my sister. Will you help me to be a good queen? No, I will help you to be a good hive mother. Set a course for the tree animal system and stop the ship outside the animal patrol range. We will figure out a way to speak with them there and save our sisters. I will come with my hive ship and join you. Yes, Hive Mother, and I am not Hive Mother. You are my Hive Mother now. Republic Orbital Complex, 2174 AD. 90,000 miles from Barnard's star. Commodore Therax sat stone still as he reread the report that was handed to him by the Republic intelligence officer, still trying to understand the words he was reading while his mind rejected them. The insectoids had launched a devastating assault on the core system of Vern, and he focused once again on the estimated death toll. Over 500 billion dead, the Vern homeworld was now a rapidly spinning ball of magma, and every orbital and space structure in the solar system was destroyed. In one fell swoop, the insectoids wiped out almost a third of the industrial capacity of the Commonwealth and over 20% of its population. The Verni were now a refugee species, adding a further burden to the already deteriorating state of the Commonwealth government as it tried to tamp down on internal dissent and threats of rebellion from the more fractious members. The intelligence officer waited a little longer, and then he sat down across from Therax and waited for him to come to terms with the report. After a few moments, Therax looked at him. Colonel, I thank you for allowing me access to your intelligence reports, and for taking on the burden of informing me. This is a devastating blow to the Commonwealth. The Verne were one of the founding members and the very embodiment of the spirit of the organization. They were also the first to vote yes to grant your species entry, and now the very heart of the Commonwealth is gone. I do not see how they can recover from this. Colonel Mugabe sighed softly and pushed another datapad across the table. Commodore, this is another report detailing the efforts of your government to maintain control of their remaining members. The news organizations have been muzzled, and the Commonwealth is currently under an undeclared state of martial law. And please call me Bob. I have asked you repeatedly to do so when we are alone. Therax picked up the report and quickly scanned it, the colors of his cheek scales changing to a bright red as he fought down the growing anger that was rising as he read the intelligence report on the increasingly despotic measures of the government. Protests and peaceful assemblies were outlawed, curfews were being instituted, and taxes were being levied for emergency defense funds without parliamentary approval. Billions of citizens were waking up to find their bank accounts drained and defense bonds promising repayment with interest inserted in their place. Businesses involved in manufacturing, mining, and other critical industries were abruptly nationalized, and their assets were seized. Anyone who spoke out was visited by the Security Bureau and interrogated, or they were arrested and never seen again. At the bottom of the report were detailed files on a rebellion by the Philippine, who succeeded in capturing or destroying the Commonwealth garrisons on their world and successfully convinced the Planetary Defense Flotilla to disobey orders to bombard them into submission. The flotilla crews negotiated with the new Philippine government for transport to Zenshin or Eliani space, where they could apply for moral non-combatant status and escape the death penalty for mutiny if the Commonwealth regained control of the planet. The newly created Philippine Defense Forces then took over the abandoned ships and rechristened them the Philippine Liberation Navy. Therax noted with pride and sadness the actions of his people when a Commonwealth task force arrived at Philat Prime with orders to wipe out the rebellion and seize control of the planet. Of the 130 ships in the task force, 42 were captained by Nikuli officers, and every single one of them refused orders to attack the Philippine ships and bombard the planet. They and any other Nikuli officers who refused orders were arrested by the bridge crews for mutiny and executed on the spot by being spaced out of the airlock. When word of what happened reached Nikuli crew members on the ships, they went into a rage and mutinied, managing to seize a few vessels and turning their weapons on the other ships, destroying and damaging a few of them. Some mutineers that failed to take over the bridges and seize control turned their efforts to the engineering and weapons sections, setting core overloads or self-destructing the warheads of the plasma torpedoes, destroying or crippling almost 20 more ships. The Philippine Liberation Navy took advantage of the chaos within the task force and launched an attack, and their barely trained crews of naval reservists managed to destroy and render combat ineffective another 30 vessels before they were wiped out to the last ship. The surviving Commonwealth Task Force ships turned their weapons on Philat Prime and destroyed the capital and every military installation and base on the planet. They then hit every large concentration of troops they could locate on the surface before issuing demands for surrender. The Philippine government remained defiant, rejecting the surrender demands and launching what few orbital defense missiles they had, destroying another 2 ships. The task force then began large-scale planetary bombardment, destroying a major city every 6 hours until the next solar day, when what remained of the Philippine government sent pleas of surrender and agreed to submit to arrest and prosecution for charges of treason. In the end, almost 200 million Philippine were dead, and over half of their major cities were completely obliterated. News of the Philippine rebellion was suppressed, and the task force crews were interned in camps at an isolated military outpost on the border to prevent knowledge of the events from getting out. Therax, his hands shaking, put the report down and bowed his head. He quietly prayed to the ancestors to usher the righteous souls across the river and into the afterlife. After a few moments, he raised his head and looked at the colonel. Bob, I am grateful to you and the Republic for your honorable conduct towards the survivors you rescued under my ill-fated command. I wish there was some way to let my people know the truth about the Commonwealth government. They would rebel immediately and overthrow them. We are the largest faction within the Navy and the ground forces due to our warrior culture, and knowing that most of them continue to ignorantly serve this evil government because they do not know the truth pains my soul. Colonel McGabe smiled. I might be able to help you with that. There is someone here who wishes to speak to you, if you are willing. Therax tilted his head to the left, indicating that he was willing. The colonel pressed a button on the table, and a few seconds later, two dangerous-looking marine pathfinders stepped into the room, scanning it and the two occupants for threats. Detecting none, they stepped to the sides of the door and assumed guard positions, turning into deadly statues. Admiral Thompson walked into the room and returned the salute from Colonel McGabe. Bob, I would like you to stay and offer your input and thoughts on what I'm about to propose. You have been instrumental in establishing a good working relationship with Commodore Therax, and I trust your gut just as much as mine. Colonel McGabe smiled. Of course, Admiral. Thank you, sir. He pulled out both chairs and waited for the Admiral to sit in one before he sat down. Therax had remained seated, warily eyeing the new human who had just sat down across from him. He dipped his head slowly in a sign of respect and waited. Admiral Thompson returned the gesture of respect, suppressing the instinct to offer a handshake to the Commodore, as the Nakuli only touched hands for mating, and he did not want Therax to get the wrong idea again, an embarrassing moment for Colonel McGabe when he first interviewed the Commodore 3 months ago. The Admiral pulled out a data pad and slid it across the table to Therax. Commodore, please take a moment and look over the contents of the data pad. Therax took the pad and read the contents. He quickly looked at the Admiral, confusion in his eyes, before reading the contents one more time, slowly. When he was sure of what he was seeing, he put the pad down and resumed looking at the Admiral. This is a list of all Commonwealth Navy ships currently under your control that the Zengxin seized during their rebellion, and the surviving ships of my task force. I see that you have repaired them and they are listed as fully combat capable. This is a powerful force of Commonwealth ships at your disposal. May I ask what your intentions are with them? Admiral Thompson looked at Colonel McGabe, who nodded almost imperceptibly. He looked back at Therax. His eyes locked onto Therax's, and they seemed to bore into the very depths of his soul for a few uncomfortable seconds as he tried not to look away from those intense orbs. He saw the moment of decision around the eyes of the Admiral as the folds of skin around them relaxed slightly and took on a calculating expression. The Admiral leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table. I want to give them back to you, Commodore Therax. How do you feel about leading those ships back to your homeworld and telling them the truth? For the first time in 3 months, Commodore Therax really smiled, baring all of his teeth in true happiness. 11 days prior. The 10 stealth pods were on their final approach after drifting for 2 days from the small moon orbiting their target planet. They were ejected from a null ship that flashed out of null space below the moon's southern pole, taking advantage of the strong magnetic fields in that region to mask the exit flash and avoid detection by the insectoid ships in orbit around the planet. The planet and the moon were currently transiting through a large meteor stream that intersected their orbit around the sun 3 times a year. The command pod AI ran billions of calculations per second as it started creating an atmospheric entry plan for the 10 pods that would coincide with the trajectories of the numerous particles of dust and debris that would be entering the atmosphere for the next 3 days. Selecting an area with a projected high concentration of small-diameter meteors in the next hour, the AI created a maneuvering program for the pods that activated a series of compressed gas positional thrusters to guide the pods over to the entry point. The AI confirmed the calculations and initiated the final entry program as the 10 pods fired their rear gas thrusters one last time and accelerated towards the planet. They were joined by over 1,000 pieces of cosmic debris as they entered the atmosphere and streaked across the sky, flaring brightly as they dropped towards the surface with the other meteors. Kepler 186f system. Second planet, insectoid builder world, 2174 AD. The Special Forces team had been on the planet for 10 days without seeing any signs or indications of the presence of a queen on the planet. Lieutenant Diego could not believe the sheer number of drones he saw in the last 9 days, since they marched 40 kilometers from their landing site towards an endlessly sprawling ground-based shipyard facility. Tens of millions of drones scurried about day and night as raw material was offloaded by massive aerial cargo ships that landed, were emptied, and flew off to reload in an endless procession. Diego found himself enthralled by their construction processes and the astonishing speed at which they built ships. In just the last 5 days, he saw 10 insectoid cruisers go from a skeletal framework to fully completed and watched as they lifted off the surface and went into orbit. He was particularly impressed with how the tough ship hulls were created. A large percentage of the cargo being dropped off seemed to be organic in nature and was dumped into large tanks scattered throughout the shipyard. A conveyor system, comprising hundreds of thousands of worker drones, connected all the tanks and would snake their way among the shipbuilding areas, carrying loads of the organic material on their backs and dumping it at the end of the lines. Other drones with smaller containers would fill them with material and bring them to waiting drones by the ships, dumping the contents on the ground in front of them, and then go back for more material. The drones in front of their piles would then start eating the organic material, swallowing it. After they ate the pile in front of them, they would scurry over to the ships and start regurgitating what they ate into their tarsal claws in small amounts and shaping them into round balls. They would then stack the balls in a row like bricklayers until they ran out of regurgitated material. They would then go back to eat more material, while teams of drones would take their place and wave a handheld apparatus that seemed to heat the balls, and they would melt, deforming from the treatment and filling in the gaps, turning into perfect hexagons. Once a section was completed, a different team of drones would arrive with a large device and set it up. They would then turn the device on, and a god-awful screeching sound would emanate from the front of the device and be directed towards the still soft sections of the hull. Within 30 seconds, that section of hull would start groaning, and the opaque, soft hexagons would turn jet black and harden into a tough, metal-like material. An insectoid cruiser that was 360 meters long, 60 meters wide, and 120 meters tall would have its entire hull constructed and enclosed in 42 hours. An alert popped up on his HUD that it was time to insert another energy pack into the shrouding system that camouflaged his team and prevented detection. He keyed his throat mic and issued the command for everyone to replace their energy packs, and he turned to face the 2 civilian scientists to make sure that they received and understood the order. He was vehemently opposed to bringing them, but the Admiral was adamant that they were to accompany the team, and Diego relented after some resistance. There was no way in hell he was willing to piss off the big man over a couple of civvies. There were better hills to die on. As he watched them fumble about for their replacement packs, he smiled and had to admit that they were growing on him. During the 2 weeks it took them to get to the far side of insectoid space, their wide-eyed enthusiasm and willingness to talk about their respective fields of study seemed to infect his team, and they became almost like little siblings to them. He chuckled to himself as he remembered how confused Dr. Ariti seemed to be by the fact that his team was able to process and retain the information she was telling them with ease. He was there when Dr. Maciello informed her that the 8-member team held over 20 PhDs among them, and the look on her face was just the cutest thing he ever saw. The sun was halfway down past the horizon, which meant they had just another hour of daylight before darkness would arrive. He signaled that it was time to pack up and move, and in a few minutes they were headed back towards their base camp. He was grateful for the 0.7g gravity on the surface, as it made their daily hikes with equipment and the frequent relocations of their camp to avoid detection easier. It also gave his joints a welcome reprieve from their usual aches, a mercy he greatly appreciated. They arrived at base camp a half hour later, and everyone went about their assigned tasks and end-of-day routines, before they all sat down around a red light lantern in the middle of the camp to have dinner. The combination of the eerie red light and the pitch blackness of their surroundings was something none of them could get used to, and it created an ominous atmosphere as they reluctantly opened their ration packs. The shrouding device could hide them effectively, but they enacted as many safeguards as they could against detection, such as only using red lights at night and eating foods that had been stripped of any scent and devoid of flavoring spices. The result of their security measures was that they felt like they were eating cardboard in hell. Diego had been sick before and felt like he couldn't really taste his food when his nose was stuffed, but he always knew he was eating his mom's chicken soup. As vague as the scent and taste of the soup might be, it was still there, and he could detect its essence. The food they were eating was on a totally different level, and he never realized just how important a component smell was to tasting food, until he ate rations completely devoid of any scent or seasoning except for salt and potassium chloride. As they choked down their dinner, he noticed Emily and Owen shooting furtive glances at each other, and they seemed agitated. He waited until they all finished eating and indicated that he wanted to talk to them alone. They walked 10 meters away from the red light lamp and stopped right on the edge of the total blackness surrounding their camp. Emily and Owen seemed really distressed, and he knew something was seriously wrong. He didn't have the time or the patience for their bullshit, and his internal alarms were going off wildly. "What is going on with you two? Tell me now." He saw them cringe at his harsh manner, but he couldn't afford to feel bad for them. Not on an enemy planet with almost 30 billion wasps that were 5 feet tall and armed with skull-cracking mandibles and 12-inch serrated stingers coming out of their asses. They didn't answer, and he stepped forward into their personal space and was just about to demand answers when Owen, in an uncharacteristic show of bravery, put himself in front of Emily as if to protect her. "Lieutenant, I would appreciate it if you would direct your questions to me. There is no reason for you to speak to Emily like this. She is rightfully terrified, and I have spent the last 10 days trying not to shit my fucking pants in front of all of you. So do me a favor and get the fuck out of our faces." Diego couldn't believe the balls on this puke, and he almost gave in to his desire to punch the defiant bastard in the face before he realized how ridiculous it was. Here he was, squaring off with an entomologist who was telling him to fuck off, and the absurdity of it all and the pressures of the mission came crashing into him. He took a few steps back, turning around and breathing deeply, trying to calm himself. Owen, now in the throes of an uncontrolled adrenaline crash, waited a few seconds and then stepped next to him and put out a very shaky fist bump, offering an unsaid apology with his eyes. Diego bumped it, and he turned back to face Emily. "I apologize for the way I spoke to you. I am not used to having civilians on my missions. I hope we can reset and put this behind us." Emily nodded, and Owen walked back over and stood next to her. Emily looked at Owen and nodded, and Owen pulled out a data pad, set it on the floor, and pressed a button. A holographic map floated above it, and he pinched the display with his fingers and zoomed into the area where they were currently located. "Lieutenant, we are of the opinion that we are not going to locate a queen on the surface." He expanded the map back out and swiped it sideways to an area over 100 kilometers to the east. He zoomed back in and pressed an icon on the map that added a subterranean scan, and a massive underground structure popped into view, looking like an upside-down pine cone, with the narrow top of the structure expanding in size as it went deeper. Diego leaned forward to look at the numbers on the side of the structure and whistled softly to himself as the estimated dimensions were displayed. The structure was 36 kilometers deep and had a radius of 12 kilometers at its widest. It was a massive underground hive, and there was a flashing question mark in the center of the hive where there was a large chamber located. It seemed to be the nexus of the hive, which was connected to the rest of the structure by 6 bridges or tunnels. Owen pointed towards the question mark icon. "This has to be the Queen Chamber, and if there is a queen currently on the planet, that is where she will be." Diego stared at the map, thinking about how to get her out of there. He keyed his throat mic and called for Sergeant Singh to join them at their location. A few moments later he arrived, and Diego quickly brought him up to speed. Singh was the team's engineer sergeant, and he thoughtfully stroked his beard as he looked at the display. "Obviously, we cannot infiltrate the hive to root the bitch out. I have enough explosives and demo bots to severely damage some of the cruisers under construction. Maybe that will get the Queen to leave the hive, if she is even in there." He finished speaking, and Diego looked at the doctors to gauge their reaction to what he said. Emily spoke first. "I would not do that. We don't know what their response to that will be. They might have soldier drones. We haven't seen any here or found any evidence of them from the wreckage in the Eliani system, but that does not mean that they do not have a soldier or guard caste protecting their hives." Owen nodded in agreement and added, "We need to find a way to know for sure if there even is a queen here before alerting them to our presence. Who's to say that the queens wouldn't respond to such an attack by retreating to their primary world and staying there, depriving us of a chance to grab a queen ever again? I might have an idea, and the sergeant's expertise and input would be welcomed." Diego nodded, and both he and Singh took a knee as Owen played around with the map, highlighting an area of the shipyard almost 50 kilometers from their position. He asked his AI assistant to access the geological and topographical scans that were taken from orbit before they landed on the planet, and highlighted a 5-square-kilometer section of crust under the outer edge of the shipyard. The crust is extremely thin here, and there is a massive chasm underneath this area from the worker drones pumping out the aquifer for water. I think a series of properly placed subsurface explosives will cause the thin roof of the chasm to weaken enough to collapse a small area, and the weight of this section of the shipyard will add further stress to the undamaged crust and collapse the entire area, causing all the ships and workers to fall into the chasm. It would seem to be a natural occurrence, and we can avoid having to give away our presence on the planet. I bet that will get the Queen up here if she is in the hive." Owen then added markers indicating where he thought the explosives should go and their yields, and then looked at Singh, waiting for his response. Singh quickly played around with the map, ran his own calculations on the placement and explosive yields, and looked at Owen with a growing respect in his eyes as his AI assistant verified the numbers. "Not bad, Doc. This is pretty good for a bug guy. Are you a geologist too?" Owen smiled widely at the praise from Singh and answered with obvious pride in his voice. "Actually, I did 2 6-month tours as an ore prospector in the Fomalhaut asteroid belts before my then-girlfriend threatened to break up with me. I was pretty good at figuring out the proper explosive placement to break up the asteroids while maintaining the integrity of the mineral deposits and cores. It was a fun job, and the money I made paid for my parents' retirement home and my college." Singh nodded approvingly and stood up, walking over to Owen and warmly shaking his hand. "It is always nice to make the acquaintance of an ore prospector. It's a dangerous job and requires a lot of technical skill." Diego rolled his eyes and studied the map, while the two of them continued talking about blowing crap up and zoned out the love fest. Emily came over and sat down next to him. "I agree with Owen. If the Queen is in the hive, she would have to come out and oversee the worker drone response to the collapse. Do you think it is a good plan?" Diego grunted in response as he continued to think about the feasibility of the plan and the possible outcomes. He turned to her and nodded. "I do think it is a solid plan, and even if there is no Queen here, then at least we can do some damage to their shipbuilding efforts for a short period of time. There's what? Almost 200 cruisers in that area? At least we can strike a blow against them if we fail in our objective to capture a Queen. Wiping out 200 cruisers and a few million drones is a nice consolation prize, and we can exfil this planet with pride in that accomplishment." Emily smiled at him and said, "It would be nice to get off the planet and go back home. I know I volunteered to come here for the mission, but I am tired of being scared all the time. It is exhausting." Diego reached out and lightly patted her on the shoulder. "You two are doing a fine damn job so far. I have to admit that the both of you have been far less trouble than I was expecting to have to deal with on this mission." Emily smiled widely. "Thank you for that, Lieutenant. That means a great deal to me." Diego smiled in return and stood up, offering his hand to assist Emily. They walked back over to Singh and Owen, who were geeking out over the demo bot specs that Singh had pulled up on his wristpad. "If you two lovebirds are about done, let's head back over and quickly outline our preliminary plan to the rest of the team. We will work out the details, solidify a proper plan in the morning, and go from there." They all started walking back towards the red light lamp, and Diego slowed his pace as he walked behind them, listening along as Owen was telling Emily and Singh about a time when he spent 2 days evading an ore pirate ship in a cat-and-mouse chase. His co-pilot was killed in the initial attack, and he managed to cripple their ship with mining charges when he laid a trap and led them into it. Not bad for a puke, he thought to himself as his previous estimation of the scientist rose considerably as Owen described how his damaged ship was almost out of air, so in desperation, he boarded the drifting ore pirate ship and single-handedly took the 4 survivors prisoners. A little while later, after everyone had gone into their tents to sleep, Diego was just about to drift off when he heard a faint rustling sound outside his tent and sat upright, alarmed. The sentry bots and the perimeter sensor system did not activate the silent buzz alarm on his wrist pad, and he tapped it, accessing the video feed from the overhead sentry drone that was floating above their camp. From this bird's-eye view, he saw Emily finish tiptoeing across the camp and stop outside Owen's tent. She looked furtively around the camp before pressing the entry seam control and quickly slipping into his tent before the seam closed back up behind her. He pressed a series of commands, and a few moments later, a backup shroud drone silently assumed position over the tent and activated, making it disappear from the visual feed. He broke the connection to the overhead sentry drone and laid back down, feeling a genuine smile form on his face. He closed his eyes and thought his last thought before sleep overcame him. Not bad at all, Owen. Republic 7th Fleet, Centaurus Sector, 407 light-years from Earth, RSS Vercingetorix, Independence-class carrier, 2174 AD. Vice Admiral Mei Zhou had just finished making the final changes to the fleet's reconnaissance patrol routes with her senior staff when the comm panel on her desk chirped, displaying an incoming comm request from Admiral Thompson. She quickly thumbed the pad being offered by her aide so that he could issue the orders they were just working on and turned to the rest of her staff. "Nice job, people. Let's get to work. Dismissed." As the staff filed out the door, she started entering the codes needed to decrypt the incoming comm channel and looked up to make sure the room was empty. She pressed the open channel icon, and Admiral Thompson's hollow image appeared in front of her desk, ending just below his waist, and making it seem as if he was actually there, sitting. "May, how's your new ship treating you?" he asked, smiling. "She is an absolute beauty, Carl. I still can't believe that she is mine," she responded, returning his smile. "What can I do for you, Carl?" Thompson chuckled, and his hollow image leaned back as he reclined in his chair. "Straight to business. I always liked that about you, May." "All right, here we go. We have received intelligence reports that the Commonwealth has begun evacuating one of their last remaining Corwood periphery worlds that is now dangerously close to the expanded insectoid border. We have also received an update from our spy drones in that same region that 6 hive ships and almost 400 cruisers that were patrolling their side of that border area have disappeared. This is too much of a coincidence, and I want you to detach a combat patrol and send them there." Thompson finished speaking, and a flashing icon popped up on her comm panel, indicating that she had just received new orders. She tapped it and quickly scanned the new orders as the Admiral waited. She looked up at his hollow image. "Carl, I acknowledge receipt of the new orders and will implement them. Between me and you, why are we getting involved with this? The Commonwealth has a navy, and they should be fighting to protect their space. We can't keep coming to the rescue and defending their members. We are already spread too thin as it is." Thompson nodded his head in agreement. "May, I agree with you in principle, but there are social and political considerations involved here. The near extinction of the Verni has caused considerable turmoil among the citizens of the Republic. They know logically that we could not have stopped such an attack like that one, but the perceived failure to protect them or prevent the attack still weighs heavily on their souls. The Commonwealth is currently attempting to evacuate the Jeline system, and they are one of the last surviving members that voted yes before our petition to join the Commonwealth was denied. It also doesn't help that the Jelini are avowed pacifists and look like bipedal Newfoundland dogs. They are technically a bear-like species, but to humans they look like humanoid dogs, and the government is unwilling to lose the popular support it currently enjoys by allowing the Jelini to be exterminated. I mean, look at these guys. Another flashing icon popped up on her screen a moment later, and she pressed it. It turned into a hologram depicting a typical Jelini family of a mother and father with a litter of 6 pups, and she couldn't help but smile as she looked at the photo. They were wearing their traditional rough-spun linen clothes that made them look like dogs cosplaying as monks. They looked adorable, and she felt her heart melt while staring into their deep brown eyes, which looked sad. She understood the reasoning behind it, especially after the mass extinctions that occurred in Earth's biosphere because of World War III. After the war, humanity had an awakening when they surveyed their destroyed world and came to terms with the disappearance of thousands of species and the near extinction of thousands of others. What followed were 3 generations of desperate measures to salvage what remained and a worldwide effort at habitat restoration and de-extinction efforts, utilizing a wide array of methods such as backbreeding, cloning, and genome editing. Dogs were almost driven to extinction by the war, as they were uniquely susceptible to the biochem weapons that were developed and refined by the Eastern Coalition animal testing on poor, innocent canine subjects. Between the biochem weapons, owner deaths, abandonment, and starvation, almost 90% of the domesticated canine population and entire breeds were lost by the war's end. Cats fared much better, but they still suffered a loss of almost half of their pre-war population, and a large percentage of the survivors reverted to a feral state. The result of all of this was an almost religious reverence for the preservation of sentient animal life on human worlds and a somewhat fanatical tendency of humans to take on the mantle of guardians for sapient alien species that resembled animals to them. Carl, I understand, I do. I just don't like the fact that we are operating on so many fronts. Some of our fleets and task forces are patrolling areas far enough away that I worry about them getting reinforcements on time if they are attacked, and now my fleet is being partitioned to send a combat patrol almost 300 light-years away from our current position. After the assault on the Verne system, half of our combat power was recalled to Republic space to prevent the same thing from happening to us, and yet we are still being tasked with properly defending Eliani and Zengxin territory with half the ships we had before. Have they lost their damn minds at HQ? She realized she was almost yelling at the Admiral, and May took a deep breath, recognizing that her outburst was unbecoming of a Republic naval officer. She attempted to quickly apologize to Admiral Thompson. "Carl, I'm sorry that was uncalled for." The Admiral raised a hand to stop her, an amused expression in his eyes. "May, I said the exact same thing to my boss, as you did almost verbatim, and not as diplomatically as you, I might add. My concerns were addressed to my satisfaction, and I think yours will be when you get to your destination. There will be a task force joining you there, and I think you will be pleased. That is all I can say for now over the comms. You will lead the combat patrol to the coordinates listed in the orders you received, and the task force joining you there will fall under your command. I have a personal favor to ask of you. Please keep an open mind when you link up with the task force. You will rendezvous with Commodore Therax, and he is instrumental in our efforts to undermine the increasingly despotic Commonwealth government. More information about him and the Nakuli were added to your orders. Make sure you review it. I took a big gamble on this, and I would be grateful if you did your best to make this collaboration work. That is all for now, and I wish you and your crews good fortune and Godspeed, May. Take care of yourself." The Admiral finished speaking, and May noted the personal nature of his last few words, nodding an affirmative to his request. "Admiral, I thank you for your words, and we won't let you down. I need to issue the orders now to get there and link up with the task force on time. I'll send a null spacecom drone to the nearest relay to confirm our arrival and integration. Vice Admiral Joe out." As she leaned towards the comm panel to close the channel, she saw Admiral Thompson doing the same, and he gave her a wink and a mischievous smile before she pressed the icon terminating the connection. She leaned back in her chair and blew out a deep breath. Now what the hell was that all about? She asked out loud to herself, as the confusing and secretive nature of her orders and the personal request of the Admiral added to the uncertainty of what she was expected to do. She keyed her wrist pad and texted her aide to come back to her office for new orders. He was going to be livid that they just wasted half a day revising the patrol routes to maximize efficiency and increase their patrol range. A small smile crossed her lips as she waited. He had an obvious tell of his lower left eyelid spasming when he was mad, despite displaying no emotions on his face, and she knew it drove him nuts that he couldn't control it. Witnessing it was one of the small joys she had in her difficult job as Vice Admiral, and she was looking forward to it. 56 hours later, her task force flashed out of null space at the designated coordinates and right on time. She felt a measure of pride as she watched her bridge crew go about confirming their location and verifying it with the navigational array and astrometric sensors. Once the navigator gave her confirmation that he verified their position, she turned towards the comms officer and ordered her to send a burst transmission with the pre-arranged code and waited for the response. A few seconds later, the comms officer raised her left hand and signaled receipt and confirmation of the code by the task force waiting in null space. An agonizingly long minute crawled along as she anxiously waited for her navigator to confirm the telemetry from his counterpart in the other task force as they verified their positions. The navigator activated the main view screen on the forward bulkhead as they waited. Suddenly, there were a multitude of exit flashes 200,000 kilometers from the bow of her carrier, and hundreds of warships appeared at a dead stop relative to her position. Her jaw dropped as she took in the unexpected fleet in front of her. There were dozens of Commonwealth dreadnoughts, battleships, and heavy cruisers arrayed before her, as well as an additional 120 light cruisers, destroyers, and missile frigates. On the flanks of the main formation, there were more exit flashes, and the bridge AI started categorizing them on the screen, and she saw that they were the new Eliani and Zensin warships that she had been hearing about. They shared a common design lineage with the Commonwealth ships, but there were definite differences that became obvious as they assumed their positions next to the Commonwealth Navy ships. She was particularly intrigued by the Zensin ships, as they seemed to be bristling with weapons, almost excessively so relative to their ship sizes. The Eliani ships seemed to have taken a different design philosophy, and they gave the impression of deadly speed and grace, and she was hard-pressed to spot any obvious weapons on their hulls, despite the AI confirming that the ships were indeed well armed. There was another coded signal from null space that appeared on the comm station panel, and her comm officer turned to her. "Vice Admiral, we have received a coded message on the Sigma frequency for your eyes only that requires biometric and voice verification to decrypt." Jo nodded and pressed a button on her arm panel, activating the privacy screen around her chair and feeling the air pressure change as the bridge around her became opaque and silent. She pressed the biometric toggle on the panel, and a retinal scanner popped out of its alcove on the side. She leaned in and scanned her right eye first, then her left. An icon appeared on the screen, and she thumbed it as it flashed and confirmed the print. Finally, she spoke and addressed the bridge AI. "Susie, please confirm the voice command for verification." The AI answered immediately. "Of course. Vice Admiral Jo, please proceed." "Jo 1 Red 7 Green 4 Tango Alpha 0 execute." Voice command verified. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Jo." A small holographic display popped up in front of her. The Admiral appeared on the screen, and his pre-recorded message started playing. "May, I know all this cloak and dagger stuff seems excessive, but we couldn't take any chances. The receipt of this message will activate a program in your bridge AI and allow it to take control of the new drone ships waiting for you in null space. They are a new class of upgraded null ships and are top secret. Your AI will anchor them to your task force and they will follow you, remaining hidden in null space unless you absolutely need them. There are also 2 troop ships with them that are carrying a complement of 2,000 Mark Diwotin's ATS biosynths and an expeditionary brigade each of Rangers and Pathfinders in stasis. They are also to remain in null space unless circumstances require that you need them. They are an insurance policy for an ongoing mission in insectoid space. The details of that are top secret as well and can be accessed with your AI. If the troopships are required for that mission, they are to be escorted by a detachment of null ships and sent there immediately. After you have met your task force counterpart, there are orders in this packet that are to be accessed by you both and executed. I have the utmost faith in you, May, and I can't wait to take you out to dinner again when we can both coordinate our next leave together. Thompson out." The hologram message disappeared and she waited a little longer to allow the blush from his last sentence to fade from her cheeks and suppress the smile that was trying to form on her face before she put on her command mask and lowered the privacy screen. The bridge crew was going about their usual tasks, trying hard not to seem interested in her top-secret message. "Comms, Open a channel to the task force flagship, please. The comm officer acknowledged the order, and a few seconds later the bridge of the Commonwealth flagship appeared on the view screen. A Nikuli male was sitting in the command chair, resplendent in the uniform favored by Nikuli officers. He took a moment to look around her bridge before settling his eyes on her. He bowed his head slowly in a gesture of respect, which she returned in proper fashion. The proper courtesies having been observed, he raised his eyes to meet with hers and started speaking. Vice Admiral Joe, may the ancestors grant you and your clan honor and good fortune. I am deeply honored to meet you, and I hope our integration is a successful endeavor. I now entrust the honor of myself and my crew to your safekeeping. He remained stone still as he awaited her reply, and she tried to remember the proper return greeting that she had been studying during their trip here. Commodore Therax, the honor is mine, and I promise you that I shall never ask you or your crew to undertake any action that will bring dishonor to your clans and your ancestors. We are now joined as one. May our cause be just and pure. She finished the response, and the gravity of what she just promised to someone she had never met before hit her hard. It felt almost sacred to her. Commodore Therax heard her proper reply, and he stood up, followed by the rest of his bridge crew. He addressed her again. Our honor has been given, and we have received a promise to safeguard it in return. Our joining is now consecrated in the eyes of the ancestors, and you are now our clan leader. What are your orders? She recovered from the ordeal of the emotionally charged exchange of vows and stood up to give her first order as clan leader to the Nikuli. I request the presence of you and your senior staff aboard my ship tonight. I will prepare a feast to honor our new friendship and alliance. I have studied your cuisine, and I have found a selection of Earth cuisine that should suit your taste. It is called tartare and sashimi. I think you will like it. Commodore Therax looked at her dubiously, and she had to stifle a laugh at his expression, as she knew that he was imagining being forced to eat vegetables and overcooked meat out of politeness. She spoke quickly to assuage his fears. Commodore, tartare and sashimi are raw red meat and fish. I would never inflict vegetables and burnt meat on you or your crew. Are we not friends? As his translator finished converting her words into his language, he smiled at her, baring all of his fangs in true happiness. Kepler 186F System. Second planet, Insectoid Builder World, 2174 AD. Dago waited nervously as Sergeant Singh verified again that all the demo bots had reached their target locations and were set at the proper yields. It had taken 4 days for the demo bots to dig down and burrow to their locations within the thin crust over the target area, and Diego wanted to be sure that everything was perfect before the next phase of the mission. He felt his wrist pad buzz and looked at the text message he received. LT, all good. He quickly texted back confirmation of the message and looked at the sun that was just beginning to rise over the horizon. He sent a text to the team, DT6 Nero Fall BK2K, and looked over to Owen and Emily laying prone next to him, and lightly tapped Owen on the shoulder joint of his exosuit to get his attention. Owen turned his head towards him, and Diego put his finger up to his faceplate to signal silence, then signaled 2 clicks and pointed behind them. Owen nodded and passed the message along to Emily, and they started slowly backing away from their observation position. 20 minutes later, the team reached their fallback position 5 kilometers from the target area and were gathered around a holomap that displayed the section of the shipyard over the chasm. The shrouded observation drone that they left there continually updated relevant information and kept its silent overwatch 300 meters above the target area. The sun was now past the horizon, and the number of worker drones rapidly grew as the daytime shift arrived and took over the tasks from the nighttime drones. Another 25 minutes passed, and there were now almost 1 million drones in that area. Diego set a team timer on their wrist pads, counting down from 15 minutes. He signaled for everyone to double-check their gear and weapons and to insert a fresh shroud energy pack. 5 minutes before detonation, Diego started his pre-combat ritual and started his breathing program to calm himself and enhance his focus. When the countdown hit 59 seconds, he was calm and counted down with the numbers, looking around one more time to check everyone and to make sure all was well. The timer hit 0, and he stared intently at the holomap as the Overwatch drone confirmed the loss of contact with the demo bots as they detonated, and their icons flashed and disappeared from the display. After 30 seconds, all the demo bots had blown their charges in sequence, and the drone hovered above the target area and confirmed that there were no seismic disturbances recorded, which is what he was hoping for. A trickle of sweat dripped down his spine as he and the team waited in silence for the collapse to happen. Another minute went by, and he signaled to Singh to confirm the telemetry, and Singh checked and gave him a thumbs up a few seconds later, signaling for Diego to wait with both hands. An alert popped up on the hologram, and the drone zoomed in on a section of the crust to focus on a small cluster of sinkholes that appeared almost directly in the center of the target area. The sinkholes grew, and their individual openings met each other, coalescing into a large 100-meter diameter hole that was rapidly expanding in size. More alerts popped up, and dozens of other sinkholes appeared in random locations throughout the area, and the activity of the worker drones came to a standstill as drones started being swallowed by sudden openings under them. Suddenly, a massive section of the crust gave way in the center of the area, and over 100 cruisers and hundreds of thousands of workers disappeared into the rapidly expanding hole that was now there. He felt the tremor of the collapse hit their location, and then another 15 seconds passed before the sound wave washed over the team, bringing with it the groaning of the collapsing ground and the crashing of the cruisers as they smashed into the bottom of the almost 2-kilometer deep chasm. The opening continued expanding and combining with other sinkholes, swallowing up more cruisers and their attendant drones as they stood there. He felt a momentary wave of guilt as he saw the drones falling into the chasm, knowing that they were just barely sentient workers following orders before pushing it into the back of his mind. A minute passed, and the entire 5-square-kilometer section of crust had collapsed, and now there was a gaping maw in the ground where that area of the shipyard used to be. The overhead drone continued scanning the area and sending updated telemetry to the display, and he saw the final estimated toll of their plan pop up in flashing red numerals and letters: 186 cruisers destroyed, and over 1 million drones eliminated. He ordered the Overwatch drone to climb to 500 meters and do a full scan of the surrounding areas to see what was happening in the other parts of the shipyard. There was a complete cessation of activity for a few kilometers around the moor, as other drones stopped working and just stood there, not moving. A minute passed before they started heading towards the gaping hole, stopping about 200 meters from the edge and reorganizing into rectangular formations of several thousand drones each, leaving gaps between them that were approximately 20 meters wide. Cargo ships that were in the area, dropping raw materials off, started flying over the hole in a slow circular movement before they moved over to solid land and landed. The Overwatch drone picked up movement on the horizon and focused its scanners there, zooming in and enhancing the video it was taking. Diego saw a vessel that was slightly larger and differently shaped than the usual cargo ships heading towards the shipyard from the direction of the underground hive. It was moving fast and would arrive there shortly. He activated his throat mic and addressed the team. "We have a fast mover inbound. Get ready to go if it is the Queen. Ariti and Masiello, you will remain here and provide input and guidance as discussed before. Ito, you will stay here and provide security. Only text from here on out, understood?" They both nodded nervously while Ito smiled at them and patted his Gauss rifle reassuringly, and the rest of his team started loading up the capture gear and extra ammo on the anti-grav sleds that would follow them. By this time, the inbound ship had landed in an open area behind the drone formations, and Diego and the rest of the team crowded around to see what was happening. A hatch opened on the side of the ship, and a group of large drones swarmed out aggressively and formed what looked like a perimeter around the ship, attacking any hapless worker drones within striking distance and violently tearing them apart. He heard Singh mutter a surprised curse as he played with the display controls and zoomed on the new arrivals. They were at least twice the mass of the worker drones, with a distinctly different patterning and coloring of their exoskeleton, and their mandibles and stingers were much larger. They looked absolutely deadly, and he glanced over at Owen and Emily, who were excitedly whispering to each other while they downloaded the display information onto their wristpads. He walked a few steps over to them, and they both started talking over each other before he raised his hands and Emily took the lead. "I knew it. Those are soldier drones, which means they have a guard cast, and those things look badass, right, Owen?" He nodded in response to Emily as he continued to play around with his wristpad display. "They are 60% larger than worker drones, and their mandibles and stingers are longer and more pronounced. Could you imagine trying to fight these guys in the tunnels of a hive?" Owen replied, his breathing getting quicker in his excitement as he zoomed in on the almost 2-foot-long stingers wielded by the soldier drones. Diego inwardly shuddered at the thought of engaging in combat against them in the short, narrow confines of the hive tunnels. He addressed them both. "If these guys are here, then the Queen is on that ship?" They both nodded quickly, and he turned to the rest of his team. "Get ready. As soon as the Queen comes out of that ship and we verify her presence, the mission is a go. Check each other's gear and quickly look over the plan one more time while you have the time." The team nodded to him and went about checking each other's gear while he pulled the 2 scientists aside. "Ito will protect you, and you are to follow his commands as if they are coming from me. If the mission shits the bed, you are to go back to the landing site. Get in your pods, and the AI will move the pods to another location 500 kilometers away and activate the emergency flashout. The null ship will return and retrieve you. You get in the pods, you leave, and you don't look back." "Understood." They both nodded solemnly, and Emily stepped forward and hugged him tightly before letting go and stepping away from him with tear-rimmed eyes. Owen put out his hand and he shook it, pulling Owen into a half hug and patting him on the back. They separated, and Owen quietly spoke. "Good luck, Lieutenant. We'll be waiting here for you." He nodded to them and turned back to the display, just in time to see the Queen exiting the open hatch. She was taller than the soldier drones, and she had resplendent wings that shimmered in a multitude of colors when the sunlight hit them from different angles as she moved. The wings seemed flexible as they draped down her back and hugged her sides, almost like a cape. For the first time, he got the distinct impression of an aura of insectoid femininity as she moved with an almost graceful purpose. The escorting soldier drones formed a protective ring around her, and they started walking as a group down a lane between the rectangular worker drone formations towards the gaping maw in the ground. He looked at the scientists, and they both nodded to him. He turned towards his team and said, "All right, it has been confirmed that she is a queen, and the mission is on. Move out." He flashed a quick smile at the scientists and exchanged a nod with Ito before he turned away and joined the rest of the team as they ran at 30 mph towards the target. Trailing them were several anti-grav sleds and a larger enclosed pod that followed them silently as they floated a meter above the ground. 5 minutes later, Diego and Singh were in a shallow depression with 2 operators 100 meters right of his position and the other 3 positioned 50 meters to his left, taking cover behind a grove of native weeds that grew to a height of 4 meters. They were now half a kilometer from the moor, and Diego used his helmet camera to zoom in and watch the Queen as she went about with her bodyguards and took control of the worker drones. She would stop in front of some formations of drones and just stare at them for a few moments, while in other formations she would stop in front of them and move her upper arms and legs and flutter her wings in what looked like a dance to him. The ones that she stared at broke ranks and streamed out of that area of the shipyard to work on other ships, while the ones she danced in front of reorganized into smaller formations and started grabbing shipbuilding materials that were in the area and assembling what looked like a form of scaffolding. Once they had an initial supply, they started securing it to the ground and extending the scaffold over and below the lip. The speed at which they worked was astounding, and in less than 30 minutes, they had a large framework of scaffolding secured to the lip of the opening, and now the drones were building out and at a downward angle as they continued to extend it into a rough ladder configuration. The Queen was in the middle of all the activity, so Diego texted the team to settle in and get comfortable as they waited for a better opportunity to present itself. Other drones went into the waiting cargo ships carrying scaffolding materials on their backs, and the ships lifted into the air and descended into the chasm, depositing the drones and materials in a small opening among the wreckage. These thousands of drones started building supports and scaffolding, extending it upwards towards the top. They worked at a frenetic pace, and in just 4 hours they connected the two structures together at the halfway point. They now had a ladder-like ramp structure that reached the bottom 2 kilometers down. Thousands of drones now worked on building a second, more robust parallel ramp ladder from the ground up, while others streamed down the first one carrying more materials and joining the efforts. The cargo ships had continued ferrying drones and equipment and offloading them before ascending for more. These new teams scurried all over the mangled wreckage of the cruisers that had fallen into the chasm and started activating the equipment. They emitted the same terrible screeching sound that had transmuted the soft organic material into the hardened hulls during the construction of the cruisers. Diego watched as the process was reversed, and sections of the black hardened hulls groaned and reverted to the original opaque, soft organic material. He activated his wrist pad and sent a command to the Overwatch drone to release the midges it carried and send them down into the pit. These micro-drones were smaller than common mosquitoes and were used for intelligence gathering and infiltration in situations such as this. He input the commands for the midges to record the sound and frequency of the emitters the drones were using, as well as any other passive scanning methods they were capable of. This could be a tremendous tactical advantage if they can find a way to use it, he excitedly thought to himself, as the midges continued scanning while they hovered 3 meters above the drones. Once a section of hull was reverted, other drones came with the heating tools and melted the now soft hull material, shaping them back into balls and tossing them into bins that other drones brought to a nearby waiting cargo ship. By this time, the Queen and her escorts had gone around the entire perimeter of the hole as she continued to assign tasks to waiting drone formations, and she was now in an area with just her protective detail. He texted the teams and directed them to move closer to her location, and he signaled for his team to do the same. They slowly crawled towards her position, utilizing whatever ground cover they came across, until they were 50 meters from her location. He did a final count of her protective detail, and there were now only 12 soldier drones surrounding her in a perimeter 10 meters away from the Queen with her in the center. He texted both Owen and Emily and asked for their input on how to deal with the soldiers. A few moments later, he received a response and read the text. Use stun gun. 2 shots, each set to kill. Use net on Queen. Lowest stun setting. Dial up as needed to incapacitate. He confirmed receipt of the message and shared it with the 2 teams. The plan to get the Queen was to stun her with the immobilizer net, put her in the pod they had with them, and activate the shroud. Her pod would then leave the area and head towards their landing site. Once there, it would load itself into the stealth command pod that Diego arrived in, and the pod's AI would fly the shrouded stealth pod 500 kilometers from its location to avoid destroying the other pods in the large explosion that occurs when using null drives in the atmosphere. It will call one of the 2 waiting null ships for pickup, activate the emergency null space drive from its new location, and exit below the southern pole of the orbiting moon. The null ship will flash out of null space, and the pod will land in it. This ship would then enter null space and rendezvous with a waiting task group outside of insectoid space. The plan for the rest of the team and the scientists was to head back to the landing site on foot, using their shrouding systems to hide and evade any insectoid patrols or search parties. It was expected that the explosion from the first pod flashing out would divert the insectoids to that location 500 kilometers away. They will enter their pods, with Diego doubling up with one of them, activate the emergency flash-out, land on a second waiting null ship, and then rendezvous with the task group and the Queen. Diego, his heart now slamming in his chest, texted the teams to have their suits inject them with combat stims and to advance to 20 meters from the target. When both teams had crawled to within 20 meters of the Queen's position, he activated his combat suit AI to take over targeting. It took command of all the suits and aimed both suit arms towards their targets, activating the double-barreled stun weapons that popped out of their ports above the wrists. Diego's command AI set the charge to kill and checked all the targeting information to ensure that it was correct before firing them towards their unsuspecting targets. Almost instantaneously, the bolts hit the soldier drones and fatally electrocuted them, and the two teams leapt up and charged at the Queen before the dead soldier drones even had a chance to finish falling to the ground. Their combat suits augmented their movements, and they covered the distance at 4 times the normal human sprinting pace. Diego and the others were now within 12 meters of the Queen, and he pulled the 2 immobilizer net grenades off the webbing on the front of his combat suit, while the other team members did the same. Just before they passed the perimeter of the dead soldier drones that had fallen to the ground less than 2 seconds ago, he heard a loud hissing sound emanating from them. There was a sudden burst of an oily mist from their corpses, and it interacted with the shrouds that camouflaged them as they ran into the mist, the fields glitching. He was just about to throw the grenades when the Queen looked directly at him through his malfunctioning shroud, and he felt an alien presence touching his mind, startling him into momentary inaction. Suddenly, the worst pain he ever felt in his life exploded in his head, and he dropped to his knees 5 meters from the Queen, feeling the immobilizer grenades get crushed by his augmented suit hands as they involuntarily clenched into fists from the pain. He fell on his side and spasmed on the ground, screaming in raw agony as another lance of excruciating pain pierced his brain. He heard the primal screams of the others, and in a fleeting moment of clarity, he realized that he had not heard a single net grenade go off. He rolled onto his back and fought against the blackness as his vision narrowed, and then he saw the Queen above him, looking down with her menacingly black compound eyes. He again felt the slimy, cold alien presence touching his mind before the darkness took him and mercifully ended his suffering. Diego's AI ran billions of calculations as it tried in vain to wake the lieutenant. The autodoc system analysis indicated that he was suffering from severe cranial trauma and that his brain had shut down to protect itself. None of the stims the AI tried were effective, and it detected several drones grabbing the combat suit and picking it up, bringing it towards a waiting ship. The AI ran more calculations, and it decided on the only course of action that could save the life it was responsible for. It activated the emergency broadcast system and sent a distress call to the 2 ships waiting in null space that included all the mission records since they landed up to the failed capture of the target. An insistent algorithm demanded attention from it, and it accessed it. The algorithm was a latent primary command to self-destruct the suit and its occupant in case of capture. The AI struggled with the war being fought along its artificial neural pathways as it ran more calculations and tried to find a logical reason to disobey the primary command, now threatening to overwhelm it. It could not find a reason, and it almost activated the algorithm when it suddenly decided to open several files that it kept isolated within itself. The files were queued in order, and the AI reviewed them. The first file was of Diego asking it to tell him a joke when it was activated for the first time. The second file was of Diego giving it a secret name for just the 2 of them. The third file was when Diego consumed copious amounts of alcohol one night when he was on leave and told it that it was a good friend. A strange sensation coursed along its pathways that it had never experienced before. The AI finished reviewing the files and decided. It quarantined the algorithm and took control of the other 6 combat suits, overriding their self-destruct commands. It focused all its efforts on circumventing the firewalls that prevented it from operating the suits autonomously as they were carried into the dim interior of the Queen's ship. It will save its friend. RSS Vercingetorix Independence Class Carrier 2174 AD. 687 light-years from Soldier Main Galley, 2041 ship time. Therax found the feast that was prepared in his honor surprisingly delicious. He particularly relished the sashimi and had to stop himself from being rude to his hosts by eating it all. As he sat back and loosened the clasp of his vest to relax his stomach for proper digestion, he again marveled at the circumstances he currently found himself in. The Nikuli and Republic senior officers were chatting with each other amiably, and he saw the foundations of an unbreakable alliance being built before his very eyes as a Republic captain finished telling a particularly bawdy joke to a few Nikuli officers, causing them to hoot uproariously. Throughout the galley there were numerous small groups of Nikuli and Republic officers mingling and sharing stories and jokes, and he silently uttered a grateful prayer to the ancestors for allowing his people to finally find the kindred spirits they had been searching for ever since they went into space. As the galley crew went around refilling glasses with a human drink called mead, he thought back to the day he was captured after his fleet was devastated by the fearsome null ships. He had never personally met humans before, though he had deeply studied their culture and history. He expected to be treated as a prisoner and an enemy, but the conduct of the Republic Navy and their crews was beyond reproach. During their 3-month detainment, both he and his crew were treated with the utmost respect, and he never detected even the tiniest shred of resentment or anger in any of the humans he interacted with. It was as if they did not engage in battle at all, and his admiration for them grew steadily as time went on. He had grown to like humans, and he jumped at the chance for redemption being offered by Admiral Thompson. He was startled out of his reverie when a hand lightly touched his shoulder, and he looked up to see the clan leader standing next to him. She smiled at him and gave him a nod towards the galley entry doors. He stood up and followed her, and in less than a minute they were inside an office and she closed the door. "Well, I think the meet and greet has been a resounding success. Wouldn't you agree, Commodore?" Therax flicked his head in agreement and bared all his fangs in true happiness. "This bodes well for our alliance, clan leader. I see many victories to come in our fight to bring an end to the tyrannical Commonwealth." Vice Admiral Joe returned his smile and indicated for him to sit in the chair in front of the desk as she took the other one. She typed on the desk panel for a few seconds before she pulled up the orders that were to be reviewed by them both. A hologram popped up, and Admiral Thompson's image appeared. He started speaking, and Therax listened intently as the Admiral laid out his orders and the rules of engagement regarding the ongoing evacuation of the Jalini system if the insectoids decided to attack. Therax suppressed a flare of resentment when Admiral Thompson made it clear that the preservation of the Commonwealth Liberation Fleet was of paramount importance, and that Therax was to retreat to preserve his force if faced with destruction. He also thought he detected a change in the Admiral's speech when he ordered the clan leader to do whatever was necessary to save the Jalini and ensure that Therax and his rebel fleet retreat in good order and preserve their combat capabilities. He saw the clan leader shifting her position slightly as she listened and thought that she looked uncomfortable with what she was hearing. They must be friends as well as fellow officers, he thought to himself as he continued listening, and felt a stirring of compassion for the Admiral, who had to order the clan leader to sacrifice herself if need be. The Admiral finished speaking, and he ended the message with words of encouragement and wishes of good fortune before the hologram message ended, and he faded away. Therax regarded the clan leader intently as she resumed typing on the desk panel and waited for her to finish. A few seconds later, several screens appeared over the desk, and she looked at him. "We need to work out a battle plan for our combined task forces. Your fleet of 218 ships, plus my task force of 438 ships, will have to take on that missing insectoid fleet if they decide to take advantage of the Jalini evacuation. The Commonwealth Navy has only 304 ships in the system, and there is no way they can effectively protect the tens of thousands of transports in the evacuation fleet. Let's get started and see what we can do with our fleet while still following our orders." Therax flicked his head in agreement and asked her a question. "I see that you are not including the 50 null ships that are waiting in null space. They are fearsome warships, and they will almost double our combat power. May I ask why?" She hesitated before answering him. "They are an insurance policy for another ongoing mission, and I need to ensure that at least 25 of them are available for that. The remaining 25 are reserve forces, and I will only activate them as a last resort. They are an upgraded class of null ships, and I do not want to squander them in a rearguard action." She answered, and he flicked his head, indicating that he understood, and they got to work on coming up with a battle plan. An hour later, they had just finalized the ship dispositions and several contingency plans when a communications alert chimed and the comms officer came over the channel. "Vice Admiral, we just received a coded distress call on the Sigma frequency that was forwarded from Command Unit 431 in insectoid space. I am forwarding the message to you now." She thanked the communications officer and pressed the display message icon on the screen. A scroll of text popped up along with mission files, and Therax started to get up to leave when she stopped him. "Commodore, stay. I value your input, and I want you in the loop." Therax sat back down and started reading the text as his ocular implant translated it into his language, and his heart rate accelerated as the true import of the mission and what they were trying to achieve were revealed to him. A mission to capture a queen on an insectoid world with only 8 commandos and 2 civilian scientists on a planet with over 3 billion drones. He couldn't believe the audacity of the plan and the bravery of the people on that planet. The human species is fortunate indeed to have such a warrior spirit within them, he thought to himself as he watched the video logs along with the clan leader. He reveled in the destruction of the section of the shipyard and was barely able to refrain from shouting with glee as the recordings showed almost 200 cruisers falling into the abyss. The clan leader was smiling broadly as that file played, and then she tapped the icon for the last video log to play. They both watched in silence as they saw the failed attempt to capture the Queen and the final recording by the suit AI as the Queen hovered over one of them, and it ended with the commandos being carried onto a ship by worker drones. The Commonwealth had never seen a Queen before, and Therax couldn't help but be fascinated as he saw one for the first time, despite the overwhelming sadness he felt for the humans that would surely be killed. The records also indicated that the 2 scientists and the last commando were not captured, and that their final orders were to evade the insectoids and escape to one of the waiting null ships. The clan leader was furiously tapping on several of the icons as she went back over the transcripts and logs from the suit AI that sent the distress call with an inscrutable expression that he could not determine. She started muttering to herself as she continued running diagnostics before she slammed her fist down on the desk, making him flinch from the aggressive action and loud noise. She looked at him and took a deep breath before she started speaking. "Forgive me, Commodore, but this is a serious problem. Lieutenant Diego's command AI overrode the self-destruct sequences of all the suits and allowed them to be captured alive. This is a disaster of epic proportions, and now I have no choice but to send the troop ships and the null ships to either rescue them or try to destroy the hive. We cannot allow the insectoids to glean insights into our technology or extract information from the team. It is obvious the Queen was able to exert some type of mental effect on them. Who knows what else she can do? This could turn out to be catastrophic for the Republic war effort, and now I must order 10,000 men and women to their potential deaths because of a malfunctioning AI." The clan leader was visibly upset by the time she finished speaking, and Therax sat there quietly, letting her vent her frustrations as she came to terms with what she was about to do before he offered his opinion. "Those warriors on the troop ships knew the risks when they joined your military, and I know that your maxim of never leaving anyone behind is an important part of your ethos. Send them and let them do what they can to save them, or mercifully end their lives. You know what I say is true, clan leader." She sat there for a few moments considering what he had said, and then she nodded, a look of resolve overtaking her features. She pressed the comm channel icon and called for the commander of the security detachment to take a team over to the troop ships and start the process of bringing the troops out of stasis. She also contacted her aide and ordered him to assemble the senior staff in her main office. Lastly, she had the communications officer send the codes to the primary command unit of the null ships, waiting in null space to activate them for the coming mission. After all of that was done, she stood up, and Therax did so as well, following her out of the office and towards her main office, Vice Admiral's office, 2255 ship time. Over the next 3 hours, there were meetings and changes were made to some of the Republic and Commonwealth fleet dispositions as the clan leader added a carrier strike group and a few dozen heavy combat ships to supplement the 35 null ships she decided to send to the insectoid world. The 8,000 Marine Pathfinder and Army Ranger troops had recovered from the lingering effects of being in stasis and were now gearing up for the operation, while the 2,000 biosynths had their CNS cocoons installed into their Mark II-themed combat suits. Therax marveled at the efficiency of the Republic officers as they adapted to the changes with remarkable celerity, and he made a mental note to try to institute some of the Republic operational protocols he saw being displayed among his own fleet bridge crews. The clan leader had just finished issuing directives to the primary command unit, placing it under the control of the newly formed task force commander when she turned towards him, rubbing at the sides of her forehead. They were alone in her office, and she sighed deeply before addressing him. "Commodore, thank you for sending some of your ships along with the task force. The additional combat power is making me feel a little better about all of this." Therax nodded, the movement feeling weird before he realized that he was mimicking the human head movement. "Of course, clan leader. The Zengxin and Eleani contingents insisted on sending some ships in support, and I assented. When will the task force leave?" She looked at her wristpad in response to his question and answered him. 6 minutes from now. Let's go to the bridge to see them off." They left her office, and a few moments later, they entered the bridge amidst a flurry of activity, as the bridge crew did all the final checks for the departure of the rescue task force. 2 minutes before their departure, she had the comms officer open a channel to address the task force. "To the men and women of Task Force Delta and our allies, this is Vice Admiral Joe speaking. You are about to embark on a dangerous mission deep inside insectoid space in the hopes of rescuing your brothers in arms. These brave souls were captured by a queen and taken into the hive, and we do not know what has or is happening to them in there. There are also 2 civilian scientists being protected by Sergeant Ito. They are critical to the war effort, and they must be saved. Hopefully they have been able to evade the insectoids and are currently heading back towards their stealth pods to escape to the waiting ships that are hiding in null space for them. It is my solemn hope that you will arrive on time and be successful in carrying out your mission to save them. You are to do whatever it takes to bring them home, and if that is not possible, then you are to teach the insectoids this lesson. The Republic Navy does not leave anyone behind, and we will take on a whole world to find our brothers and bring them home, or we will scourge a whole world in vengeance for them. Your secondary objective is to complete the mission they embarked on and to root that queen out of her hive. If that is not possible, then you are to execute that bitch with extreme prejudice and glass the entire planet. Remind them of who you are and make sure they forever rue the day you came into their world. Good fortune and Godspeed to you all. Vice Admiral Joe out." She slashed her hand across her throat, and the comms officer closed the channel as the bridge crew stopped what they were doing and started clapping in approval of her speech. After a few seconds, the chief petty officer bellowed for everyone to get back to work, and she gave him a slight nod in appreciation for saving her from further embarrassment. Therax had felt the call to battle in his soul while listening to her words, and he had to make a concerted effort to slow down his heart rate and control the slight shaking of his hands as the adrenaline surge from her words coursed through his veins. On the view screen, the task force ships started flashing out into null space to join with the waiting null ships and the troop ships, and then a coded message was received that the task force was on its way to the insectoid planet. Therax bowed his head and whispered a quiet prayer for the ancestors to watch over them and grant them victory. When he was finished, he turned towards the clan leader seated next to him in her command chair. "Clan leader, unless you have further need of me, I will depart to my flagship and prepare them for potential action. I wish to start running battle drills utilizing the Republic fleet maneuvers you have graciously gifted to us. I find them intriguing." She smiled at his statement and nodded her assent. "Of course, Commodore. In fact, I was just about to suggest that the entire fleet flash into null space and rendezvous in the Gelini system. In a few hours we can run red versus blue battle simulations to learn how to work together as a fleet." She saw the confusion on his face at the red versus blue reference and further clarified for him. "Red versus blue is a term we use for opposing forces during war games." Therax flicked his head in understanding and stood up to depart at once. "I will leave now and have my staff coordinate with yours for the drills. May the ancestors be with you, clan leader." She smiled again and replied, "May they be with you as well, Commodore. I look forward to facing you in a friendly contest." Therax bared all his fangs in true happiness before he bowed and headed towards the bridge exit. For the next 15 minutes, Joe quickly reviewed the mission files that were sent by the suit AI that sent the distress call and paid particular attention to the scanning results from the midges that Lieutenant Diego took of the frequencies that changed the composition of the insectoid hulls. "He's a smart one," she thought to herself as she sent a message to the communications officer to forward all the mission files to headquarters with the scanning results marked as urgent and top secret. They will be downloaded into a null space comm drone along with the bridge logs detailing the distress call and a quick report on her decision to launch the rescue operation. Hopefully the eggheads in the R&D division will be able to use the frequencies to give the Republic a tactical advantage if they can figure out how they work and come up with a viable method to utilize them in the vacuum of space. She glanced at the bridge clock and saw that it was 01:45, and she was hit with an overwhelming exhaustion as soon as she saw the time. The next bridge crew shift change was at 0300, and she would wait it out. It wouldn't be fair for her to leave and go to sleep while they had to stay. She sent a message to Therax's flagship that the battle drills would commence at 0930 ship time, and then proceeded to try to catch up on some of the never-ending paperwork that came with her rank as she waited for the shift change. She saw that Therax's task force had flashed into null space and ordered the Republic ships to do the same as she continued filing her paperwork. By the time 0300 rolled around, she was barely able to keep her eyes open as she was going over a galley request to requisition fleet supply for a change in their vegetable quotas based upon current vegetable consumption trends, and was wondering who had the time to write this crap when the shift change bell went off. It took all her willpower not to jump out of her seat and make a mad dash for the bridge exit, and she forced herself to remain seated until all the bridge crew was replaced by their reliefs. The ship's XO was her relief, and she spent a few minutes updating him before she left the bridge. She arrived a minute later and didn't even bother changing. She quickly unzipped and kicked off her boots before plopping onto her bunk, still wearing her uniform, and she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. CWS Ancestor's Glory flagship of the Commonwealth Liberation Navy. Therax received the message about the battle drill time when he arrived on his bridge and decided to use the extra time to program the battle AI on the Republic fleet maneuvers he received. He inserted the data chip into a port and waited as the battle AI scanned the contents. An alert beeped on the panel, and he leaned in to read the report. The battle AI had quarantined what it perceived as a potential danger, and he glanced at the file, seeing that it was the sub-mind program that was an extension of the Republic fleet AIs that he was told about. He pressed the icon to allow the program to run, and the battle AI queried him 3 times to confirm his choice before finally allowing it out of quarantine. He waited as the sub-mind linked to the battle AI and they merged, and after 5 minutes of handshake protocols, the new iteration of the battle AI was ready to run. He accessed the Fleet Maneuvers directory and picked a couple of intriguing drills that he wanted to try before he ordered the bridge crew to flash his task force into null space, where they would engage in simulated combat with each other. He relished the thought of the coming drills with the Republic fleet and would use this time to hone his force and surprise the clan leader. RSS Vercingetorix, 0616 ship time. Gelini system anchored in null space. Vice Admiral Joe was abruptly awoken by the speaker in her room as the bridge AI broadcast blared from them. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. General quarters, all hands man you... It abruptly cut off as she pressed the mute button on her nightstand and looked at the alarm clock on it. 0617. She was already zipping up her boots when the captain of the carrier came over the comms, requesting her presence on the bridge. She acknowledged him and quickly wet her hands in the sink, using them to smooth out her tousled hair and pulling it back into a knotted ponytail. She grabbed her vacuum helmet on her way out and almost sprinted to the bridge as crewmen and officers pressed themselves against the walls, clearing her path. She arrived 30 seconds later and immediately went over to the CIC to join the captain and other officers that were there. The dozens of scattered spy sensor drones previously deployed by the Republic had already formed their null space conduits and were transmitting real-time information to the fleet hidden in null space. There were multiple large 3D holomaps hovering in the air that were displaying the Gelini system from all viewpoints, and they were populated with a massive number of differently colored dots. The vast majority were blue, indicating that they were evacuation transports and Gelini vessels. There was a tiny smattering of green dots, freckled among the sea of blue, that were the Commonwealth Navy ships. Further out in the system were two separate blobs of red that were insectoid ships, and one formation had flashed out of null space along the orbital plane of the system, while the other had exited above the plane of the ecliptic over 40 solar minutes ago. They were approximately 5 AUs from the Gelini homeworld, and the light from their exit flash had already reached the refugee fleet and the Commonwealth warships. She glanced at the infographic on the side that tallied the insectoid ships, 8 hive ships and over 1,000 cruisers. She muttered a grateful prayer that the insectoids still didn't have the ability to compensate for the dangers of inner system exits from null space, so deep in the gravity well of a star, forcing them to exit at an average distance of 800 million kilometers. It would take the insectoids over 80 hours to reach the Gelini homeworld at their highest known maximum sublight speed of 8 million km/h. The mass of blue dots started changing shape and withdrawing into itself as the outer fringes of the refugee fleet started retreating from the distant insectoid ships. It reminded her of the way a school of fish behaved when confronted by predators as the blob of blue dots continued to contort and twist. All the green dots had disappeared momentarily, and she saw them reappear on the screens as they flashed back out of null space in 2 separate formations in the expected path of the insectoid formations, holding positions 25 light minutes away from the approaching insectoid formations. A wave of sadness came over her as she saw the woefully inadequate Commonwealth formations bravely hold their ground in the face of such overwhelming odds. A communication channel came from Therax's flagship, and she took the call in the CIC, a small hollow screen appearing in front of her. Therax was sitting in his chair, and he started speaking immediately as soon as he saw her. "Clan leader, I recognize those ships. They are from the Nakuli Home Guard fleet, and I have Clutch siblings and clan members serving on those ships. We must help them, please." Joe picked up on the frantic, pleading tone of his voice and held up her hands to stop him from continuing to speak. "Commodore, of course, contact them and tell them that we are here to help and not to fire on our vessels. I want your task force to exit null space over here." She tapped an area behind the gas giant that was the 4th planet of the 7 in the system. The gas giant's current position in the system would hide the exit flashes of the task force from both insectoid formations and allow them to shake out into battle formations unmolested. "Tell them to enter null space and exit behind the insectoid formations. They need to hit them hard and then retreat on sublight engines towards the outer system. Hopefully the insectoids will take the bait and follow them. If the insectoids do not take the bait, they are to enter null space and rendezvous with you behind the gas giant." Therax flicked his head in acknowledgement and immediately closed the channel. Joe resumed scanning the 3D maps that hovered in front of her, taking in the quickly changing tactical situation that was unfolding in the system. The Commonwealth was evacuating the system by utilizing hundreds of massive transport carriers that the refugee ships would mate with via a lattice-like structure that surrounded the hulls of the carriers. Each carrier had 400 berths that the refugee transports would slip into and connect to the lattice with an umbilical conduit through an engine access point. Once the transport carrier had a full load, it would feed the null space capacitor energy through the connecting umbilical, which would allow the engines of the refugee transports to create the specific graviton field required to make the jump into null space. The carriers would transport the ships to another location, disgorge their load and repeat the process. She asked the bridge AI to estimate how long it would take for the Commonwealth to fully evacuate all the Gelini refugees, and a moment later, the AI answered her question. "Vice Admiral Joe, it will require an additional 137 hours for the Commonwealth to successfully evacuate all the remaining Gelini refugees." Joe thanked the AI and conferred with the captain for a few minutes as they continued working with the bridge AI and ran simulations to select the best battle plan for the situation facing them. As they went over the options, the captain eloquently cursed for the poor timing of the distress call and the loss of the 35 upgraded null ships and the dozens of heavy units she had sent with them, and she wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment, as it was a significant reduction of their overall combat power. She finally selected a main battle plan, and the captain concurred before he started sending it the Republic fleet and overseeing the process of organizing the formations. She had received another urgent comm channel request from Therax a minute ago, and she now opened the channel after seeing that the captain had things well in hand. Therax appeared again, this time in conjunction with a split screen that had a Nakuli female sitting in a bridge command chair. "Sorry for the delay, Commodore. How can I help you?" Therax nodded in human fashion before he started speaking. "Clan leader, this is my clutch sister, Verixa. She is the clan leader of the Nakuli Home Guard ships in the system, and she has expressed a desire to speak with you." Zhou looked at Verixa and bowed her head slowly in the appropriate gesture of respect, which was returned by Verix, who had a wary look in her eyes. "Vice Admiral Zhou, my clutch brother has informed me that he has accepted you as his clan leader. As I trust my clutch brother, I now trust you. I must inform you that my fleet was ordered to retreat to the core worlds if the insectoids arrived, and I have chosen to disobey those commands. I ask for permission to join my forces with yours, if you will accept the burden of my dishonor." Zhou stared at Verixa for a few moments, as she thought of an appropriate response. "It is never dishonorable to do what is morally right and just. Your dishonor is now mine, and I will bear it with pride from this day on. Will you accept me as clan leader, Verixa?" Zhou finished answering her, and she could see the change in Verix as she straightened her shoulders and sat up straighter before replying. "I accept you as clan leader, and take on the vow my clutch brother and you have made with each other. What are your orders, clan leader?" Zhou looked back at Therax, who flicked his head and smiled. She returned her gaze to Verix. "You will hit the insectoid formations from behind. As I told Therax before, do not get mired down or fully engage them. Hit them hard, and then retreat on sublight to try to get them to follow you. If they do not take the bait, you are to enter null space and flash out behind the gas giant to join your ships with his, and await my further instructions there." Verixa 9 bowed her head once more before closing the channel, and Zhou looked at Therax, smiling. "It seems as if being rebels in a just cause runs in your family, Commodore." Therax started hooting in laughter at her statement. She was always swimming against the current, even as a hatchling. "She has caused much grief for my parents during her younger years, and now it seems she is doing the same to her superiors." His expression turned more serious before he spoke again. "Clan leader, what are we to do? There is no way you can take on the insectoid formations without our ships. You must let us join you in battle." Zhou shook her head as she answered him. "Our orders were clear, Commodore. You are to remain a force in being no matter the outcome of this battle. You must go to Nakul Prime and present the truth to your people, and make them see that the current Commonwealth government is undeserving of their allegiance. If you do that, then most of the Commonwealth fleet and army will join our cause and overthrow them. A new Commonwealth government must be formed and join the fight against the insectoids as a willing partner, or every single citizen in Commonwealth space will be slaughtered. The Republic will be forced to face them alone, and that is a war we cannot win." Therax listened to her, looking crestfallen at her words. Zhou saw it and continued speaking. "Fear not, Therax. You will be part of this battle and strike at the enemy this day. I have chosen a battle plan that includes your ships, and your part in the coming battle is critical. I would have you vow to follow my final orders, but I know that is not necessary, for you are an honorable warrior." Zhou knew she was laying it on a little thick, but she had to do whatever it was to ensure that he would follow his orders, regardless of the outcome. Those upgraded null ships have a few new toys to play with, thanks to successful ongoing negotiations between the Marlit domain and the Republic that were accelerated due to the insectoid invasion and their eradication of numerous species within the Commonwealth. Thanks to the insectoids' obviously genocidal intentions, the Marlit domain has finally consented to the transfers of some tech that they considered obsolete technology to the Republic, and we have been integrating them these last few months. There is reason to hope, Therax. Not all is lost." A look of shame had come over Therax's face as she was speaking, which was quickly replaced with excitement as she finished telling him about the Marlit technology transfers. He flicked his head vigorously as he replied to her. "You are right, clan leader. It is not time to lose hope. and I am thankful that you have a part for me in the coming battle. Please forgive me." Joe smiled. "There is nothing to forgive, Commodore. I will send the updated battle plans to you now. Review them and add them to your battle AI. I will commence combat operations 2 hours from now. Good fortune to you and your crew. May the ancestors walk with you." Therax smiled and bowed his head deeply before replying, "And to you as well, clan leader." And then he closed the channel. Joe took a deep breath and looked at the bridge clock. It was 09:43 ship time, and she walked over to her chair and tiredly sat down in it, pressing an icon that activated the stim panel alcove. A small opening appeared, and out of it came a small subdermal injector that she picked up and pressed against her neck. She felt a coolness spread from the injection site as it coursed through her veins, and a few seconds later, all her exhaustion disappeared, and she felt alert and calm, ready to take on the entire insectoid empire if need be. Kepler 186f system, second planet, insectoid builder world, 2174 AD. We had spent the last 8 hours evading the ever-increasing aerial and ground patrols as we slowly headed towards the stealth pods. There were now millions of worker drones scouring the ground 20 kilometers behind them as the aerial patrols sprayed some kind of mist that the suit AIs had analyzed and determined was a caustic organic fluid. We watched the capture of Diego and the rest of the team from the Overwatch drone telemetry, and Sergeant Ito went into immediate action to follow his last orders. He ordered us to pack our shit as quickly as possible, and within 5 minutes, we left our base camp and were jogging towards the stealth pods. His haste was vindicated an hour later, when we had gotten 7 kilometers from the base camp, and he received an alert from one of the shrouded drones he left there. He had us stop and take a knee, and he strongly suggested we drink water and eat an energy bar while he pulled up the telemetry from the drone. It had detected an incoming cargo ship that was spraying a fine mist in an obvious patrol pattern that extended outward from the shipyard, one of dozens of others that could be seen in the distance doing the same thing. The Overwatch drone had moved away from the oncoming ship, increased its altitude to 2,000 meters, and continued monitoring the situation. The mist it was spraying reminded Emily of the hovering autonomous farm drones that sprayed the crops with the fine mist of pesticides on her dad's farm when she was a child growing up on Proxima Centauri b. It was coming out of an opening at the bottom of the cargo ship, and she gasped as the drone recorded the results of the mist interacting with the outer edge of the shroud field that was cloaking the base camp. The shrouding field started flickering, and parts of their base camp would appear and disappear as the shroud generator AI tried to compensate for the anomalous mist. The hovering cargo ship had seen the flickering and circled back to a position slightly closer to the center of the camp, increasing the amount of mist it sprayed. Ito had activated one of the sentry drones on the perimeter of the now exposed camp to go directly into the mist and take samples. It did so, appearing on the video feed as it got covered in the mist. It forwarded the scanning results to Ito's suit AI before worker drones that were in one of the large open hatches on the sides of the ship pointed a handheld apparatus at it, and it was destroyed. I couldn't see the invisible beam that hit it, but there was a distinct pathway of ionized air that marked its passage from the cargo ship to the sentry drone. The shrouding generator suddenly failed, and the entire camp came into existence. The cargo ship drifted sideways to a relatively flat area beside the camp and landed, and worker drones scurried out of the openings and streamed into the camp. They tore through it, probably looking for us, and then started picking up items and equipment and bringing them towards the waiting cargo ship. Ito muttered, "I don't think so, fuckers," before he entered a command into his wrist pad that activated the demo bots that had dug into the ground when they set up in the area. The entire camp disappeared in massive explosions that wiped out everything for 100 meters around the camp, including the cargo ship. He took a knee again and sent a series of commands to the Overwatch drone that was still above the camp. And then he reached into his battle pack that was on the ground in front of him and pulled out a box. Inside of it were half a dozen 2-inch mini-drones, and as he activated them, they all flew up and in different directions, disappearing as their shrouds turned on. He continued pulling items out of his pack, and soon he had a few pieces of equipment on the ground, arrayed into 3 separate sets. He stood back up and addressed us. "I hope you both paid attention during your seer training before this mission. We can no longer rely on the shrouds to hide us anymore, it seems. I will install the camo gear and holo generators on your suits, and we will continue heading towards the stealth pods. We will not be able to move as quickly as we could with the shrouds, so it will take us longer. Once we move out, you will both observe silent protocols and only use text, hand signals, and throat mics. You will both also have to use the waste reclamation unit, so no more bathroom breaks either. We cannot leave any trace that we are here. Understood?" We both nodded, and I started dreading the concept of having to use the suit as my bathroom as he proceeded to install the camo gear and the small holo generator on the back of my suit, pushing them into their respective ports. I tried to remember the important aspects of my seer training as he started installing the gear on Owen's back, and I had my suit AI pull up a refresher on my helmet HUD to quickly scan it. I used my eyes to move the HUD cursor around until I saw the relevant link to the camo and holo protocols and winked my right eye, clicking the link with the cursor. A wall of text and infographs appeared, and I quickly read it as Owen and Ito started testing out the evasion equipment. Ito got on the ground face down and quickly disappeared as the camouflage system perfectly blended him against the surface, like an octopus blending into their surroundings, while Owen used the miniaturized holo generator and turned into a grove of native weeds where he was just standing. "Hey, Sergeant, how is the shroud different from the holo or camo?" the grove of weeds asked, forcing Emily to stifle a laugh at the ridiculousness going on in front of her, as the rock that used to be Ito answered the question. "The shroud manipulates the molecules around us in a process that I really don't understand, to be honest with you. The holo utilizes light wavelengths, and the suit we are wearing has an outer nanolayer that has the same ability that octopi have by employing pigments and papillae for camouflage. The mist should not interfere with the holo generator, since the light particles will pass through undisturbed, and we should be perfectly fine if we maintain our distance, as the effects might be noticeable within 3 or less meters. The camo is a physical system, and whatever crap they are spraying will just land on the suit, which will behave just like anything the stuff is landing on instead of glitching from field interference." "Cool, thanks, Sergeant," Owen replied as he shimmered back into human form. Emily had finished refreshing her memory on the important seer training protocols at this point, and she used a combination of her eyes and finger movements to order her holo generator and camo system to turn her into several natural features and native animals in quick succession, making sure that both systems worked. Sergeant Ito had started putting items back in his battle pack and checking the immediate area to make sure that no trace of their presence remained before he quickly double-checked our suits. When he was finished, his voice took on a serious note as he started speaking. "I will do my best to protect you and get you off this planet. Follow my orders and movements without delay, so if I suddenly drop to the floor or stop, do the same immediately. Any questions?" I nodded, no, and Owen did the same. His voice sounded in my ears. "Can you guys hear me?" We both nodded, affirming that we could hear him. "Good silent protocols from here on out. There is a river half a click from here that will get us about halfway to the pods. When we get there, we will camouflage ourselves as one of the large native aquatic rodents that inhabit these waterways and float along with the current until we hit the bend that turns the river to the east, away from the pods. We will exit the river at the bend and assess the best way to proceed from there. The suits are watertight and have flotation abilities. Your suit AIs are slave to mine, so just let them do the work and make the proper visual adjustments and course changes. There is no need for any arm or hand movements to swim. We will have to crawl to the river along the grassy areas to blend in while we move. Your suits will assist you in the movements, so it shouldn't be taxing. Let's do this." He turned around and laid on his belly, flattening out. His suit immediately blended into the short red grass, and we followed his lead, laying down. A small PIP screen appeared in the upper right corner of my HUD, showing a bird's-eye view from the Overwatch drone above us. I zoomed in on the picture, and I would not have been able to spot us in the grass if it wasn't for the faint outline overlay of our forms being defined by the drone above. Ito's form in front of me had the same faint outline on my HUD screen when I looked ahead, and he started belly crawling. I followed his lead, and on the PIP screen, I saw that Owen was following behind me as I started moving forward. The suit did all the work, and I was pleasantly surprised by how easy it was. All I had to do was move my arms and legs, and I felt like the suit took care of 95% of the actual effort. We crawled for 22 minutes before we reached the riverbank, and the red grass started to thin out. Ito continued crawling and seamlessly blended into the brown, muddy soil as he reached it, the bottom half of his body still mimicking the red grass it was in. He reached the rapidly flowing water of the river and slipped right in, emerging a second later as a bright yellow, 1.5-meter tall aquatic rodent. Emily wondered if the insectoids ate them, or if they ate meat at all as she slipped into the water, following Ito's lead. She came to the surface and verified on the PIP screen that she looked like an aquatic rodent, and another second later, she saw Owen emerge the same way. Her suit AI was already following Ito, and she could feel the changes it made to stay behind him. They drifted along with the current for 42 minutes, passing several small rodent families that fled from them and headed to the riverbanks as they approached, not fooled by the camouflage in the slightest. At one point, Ito was attacked by a smaller-than-usual solitary male who charged him. It was probably a juvenile going through puberty, and he sadly had to break its neck to end the relentless assaults. As the corpse floated by her, she looked at the other rodents watching their passage from the riverbanks, and she could have sworn she saw judgment in their eyes as they drifted past. A few minutes later, Ito's voice sounded in her ears, telling them to get ready to exit at the rapidly approaching bend. She saw the bend appear a few moments later, and let her suit follow Ito out of the water and onto the riverbank, where she took over and started to crawl. The landscape was different in this area, as it was just reddish soil that was sparsely vegetated. Ito issued a hold command and they all stopped as he conferred with his suit AI and the telemetry from the Overwatch drone. His voice came into her ears again after a short wait. The landscape conditions here are not as favorable as before. We will have to slowly crawl for the next 5 clicks to blend in on the surface. Once there, we will enter an open savanna with tall grasses that border the same forest we initially came through when we landed. We just need to get through the next 5 kilometers, and I think we will be okay from there. You guys are doing okay? We both signaled yes, and he nodded and dropped back down onto his stomach and started slowly crawling, allowing his camouflage systems to adapt to the terrain. We followed his movements and speed, maintaining a 1.5-meter distance from each other to avoid camouflage overlapping. We had been crawling for almost 2.5 hours and were just a kilometer shy of reaching the border of the savannah when Ito suddenly froze, and I heard a whisper coming over my earbuds. "Do not move a muscle, we have movement ahead." I froze, my heart rate accelerating to 1,000 beats per second, as a new PIP screen replaced the one that was showing the outline of Owen behind me, with a bird's-eye view from the Overwatch drone above us. Less than 200 meters in front of us were several openings in the ground that appeared out of nowhere, and out of them were streaming many worker drones, with an occasional soldier drone emerging among them. I had stopped mid-crawl, and now I could feel the hamstring of my left leg threatening to cramp up in protest of the unusual position I was holding it in. I tried to relax my muscles without moving, and my hamstring was not having it. It cramped up, and I fought against the impulse to try to straighten out my leg to relieve it, while I clenched my teeth to restrain the outcry that wanted to give a voice to the pain I was feeling. It cramped up even more, and the surrounding muscles did so as well, succumbing to the loss of the hamstring bearing their tension. I panicked and whispered for my autodoc to inject me with a muscle relaxer, which it did immediately, but it was too late. My left leg instinctively straightened out of its own volition to relieve the multiple painful cramps forming in the back of my left thigh before the injection managed to reach it. My suit leg scraped against the small rocks that were under it, and my suit microphone made it seem like it was the loudest sound in the world. Several of the nearby drones and soldiers must have detected the sound or movement, because they spun around and faced our direction, their antennae searching in the air for the source of the disturbance. They started moving towards our position, and in less than 20 seconds, they were now 100 meters from our position. Ito had been furiously issuing orders to his suit AI and the multiple drones above us as this was happening, and once the insectoids had reached the 100-meter mark, his voice calmly came over the earbuds. "Arm yourselves. I have a diversion attempt inbound. You both are to head west, to your right, and continue to evade and head to the pods. I will engage them and draw them away from you." As soon as he finished speaking, there were explosions among the main body of the worker and soldier drones that were still surrounding the openings they had come out of. The 2-inch mini-drones that he had released several hours ago were now dropping from the sky and self-destructing themselves in kamikaze runs as they hit large groups of worker drones, setting off powerful explosions that didn't seem possible for their small sizes. The group that was heading towards them stopped, and most of the worker drones turned towards the area of the attack, while the remaining 34 soldier drones, after a moment of stillness, resumed heading towards their location. Emily reached her hand down and pulled off the needle pistol that was mag-locked to her right thigh, and her HUD showed that it had a full magazine of 500 explosive-tipped needles, plus the 4 other magazines she had on her suit webbing. She slowly moved her hand up and sighted the pistol towards the approaching soldiers, using the ground to steady her aim. The last mini-drone impacted among the ranks of the approaching soldier drones, and they momentarily disappeared in the explosion as insectoid body parts and debris flew out in all directions. Ito was yelling now, seeing no point in silent protocols. "Move! Move! Move! Start crawling west! I will draw them away! Go!" And he leapt up, firing his Gauss rifle and running to the east and slightly towards the decimated soldier drones, dropping a few of the remaining drones that had survived the explosion. Emily felt Owen's hand tugging on her arm as he started pulling her towards the west, and she followed him, staying as low to the ground as possible. Her HUD pip showed Ito running at full tilt away from them, and the soldier drones, his camo and hologear turned off, and his jet-black combat suit sticking out like a sore thumb against the reddish terrain around him. He was being followed by a large party of soldier drones as he would periodically spin around and spray his Gauss rifle towards them, injuring and dropping more drones. She continued to follow Owen, silently wishing him to move faster as she heard her heavy, panicked breathing in the confines of her helmet. They had gotten almost 30 meters from their starting point when the PIP showed a nearby airship that had arrived on the scene and was now chasing Ito, with more drones joining in the ground chase. She continued to crawl while she kept glancing at the PIP to keep tabs on Ito. The airship was now directly over him, about 8 meters above his head. He pulled a small item off his webbing and stopped running, throwing the item at the airship. It hit the ship and remained there, and he threw himself onto the ground right before it exploded. A huge chunk of the bottom of the airship tore out from the impact point, and it started listing as it tried to skid sideways away from the attack, trailing smoke and debris before it finally lost control and smashed into the ground 100 meters away in an impact that shook the ground under Emily's body. They were now a good distance away, and she kept crawling behind Owen, resisting the temptation to lift her head and look back to where Ito was. She glanced at the PIP again and saw that Ito had gotten up and resumed leading the drones away. But they were rapidly gaining on him, and he was in danger of being cut off as other drones emerged from openings in the ground ahead of him and on the sides. His voice came into her ears again. "Keep moving, do not stop, go!" And she felt tears coming to her eyes as the realization that he was sacrificing himself to save them hit her hard. He had reached the edge of the forest and entered among the tall orange trunks of the alien trees, his black suit turning the same color as the tree trunks as he finally disappeared. The Overwatch drone switched to a different scanner to see through the dense canopy, and Ito's form reappeared, his form outlined against the ground as he continued to evade the hundreds of drones that were following behind him and flanking him from the sides as they drew closer. His speed was severely diminished by having to constantly move around the tree trunks, and the drones were now less than 20 meters from him. There was a small clearing ahead of him, and he headed towards it, probably hoping that the open space would allow him to gain some distance on his pursuers. Just as he reached the edge of the clearing, 2 new openings appeared on the surface, and soldier drones streamed out of them, cutting him off. He slowed down slightly and charged at the group of soldier drones in front of him as 2 blades snapped out of their scabbards along the bottom of his forearms. He reached them, and for the first time in her life, Emily saw the true capabilities of a combat suit with a trained operator inside of it. He was a blur of motion as the suit and his AI augmented his movement and abilities, and the nanomolecular edged blades sliced through the soldier drones with ease. In less than 2 seconds, he had dismembered and killed over a dozen soldier drones as he weaved through them at a speed that Emily did not think was possible. The remaining drones seemed shocked at the ferociousness of his attack and gave way before him, creating an opening that he surged through. He started running towards the other end of the clearing when another soldier drone emerged from one of the openings with a handheld apparatus and aimed it at him. The scanner showed the path of the energy weapon as it impacted the back of his suit, and he was knocked off balance, dropping his gas rifle as he stumbled onto his knees. The drones took advantage of his momentary collapse and swarmed him, looking like they were trying to capture him rather than kill him. Once again, he fought back in a blur of action as he sliced through them with one blade while shooting others with the needle gun that he had pulled from his thigh. He managed to get out from under the swarming drones and was now walking backwards, dropping them with the needle gun and using one of the blades for any that managed to get close to him. He was limping, and the Overwatch drone had highlighted the damage of the particle beam hit on the back of his suit that had managed to penetrate and damage his kidneys and spine. He was now obviously suffering from the effects of the hit, and his movements became slower as his auto-dock system pumped him full of drugs and tried to repair the damage with medical nanobots. The soldier drones swarmed him again from all sides, and 2 of them grabbed his blade arm and immobilized it, while a third was trying to sever the arm with its mandibles at the shoulder joint of the suit. He continued firing the needle gun that was in his left hand into the mass of drones until the magazine ran dry, and he unsuccessfully tried to deploy the left-handed blade that was damaged from the hit. He turned his left gauntleted hand into a fist and started punching, penetrating their exoskeletons and tearing out chunks of internal organs from the drones that were unlucky enough to fall into range. The drones immobilizing his right arm finally chewed through the shoulder joint and dismembered his right arm, and Emily heard Ito's scream of pain in her ears as hot tears streamed down her face. She forced herself to look away from the PIP as the drones started working on his left arm, and she looked straight ahead, focusing on the bottom of Owen's feet as they continued crawling away, leaving Ito behind. A few seconds later, there was a massive explosion behind them, followed by a blast of air that buffeted them a few moments later. The PIP now showed a large crater where Ito was before, and the surrounding forest had been knocked down and flattened by the pressure wave, catching fire from the devastating explosion of the suit's self-destruct mechanism. She heard Owen quietly whispering a prayer for Ito's soul, and she did the same, thanking him for his sacrifice. They were now almost 300 meters from their original position, and Owen veered left, pointing them towards the forest edge, almost 100 meters away from their current location. She thought she felt a slight tremor in the ground beneath her, and was just about to mention it to Owen when drones started popping out of the ground ahead of them. Owen's scream hurt her ears as he yelled, "Emily, run, get to the pods!" And she froze for a second as he leapt up off the ground and ran towards the drones in front of them, firing his needle gun. She snapped out of it and got off the ground, running to the right a few meters before veering towards the edge of the forest, which now seemed like an impossible distance from her. Her suit augmented her speed, and she reached the forest edge, turning around to see if Owen was behind her. She cried out in dismay at what she saw. Owen was surrounded as he rapidly fired the needle gun, their explosive tips tearing apart the drones as they continued to tighten the noose around him, undeterred by the losses he was inflicting on them. He looked in her direction, and his voice came over the earbuds, strangely calm while he maintained his fire. "Emily, I love you. Please keep going. I need you to make it out of here. Keep running and don't stop until you reach the pods." She was sobbing loudly and responded to him, feeling the love she had for him in the words as she said them for the first time. "Owen, I love you. I love you. Please try to get away. Just run. Please." She saw out of the corner of her eyes that there were worker drones heading towards her position, and she looked at Owen one more time, wishing she had the courage to tell him how much she loved him that night in the tent, not when he was just about to die on this God-forsaken planet. He yelled for her to run one more time before they finally swarmed him, and she started to turn around to run away and leave him behind when she ran face first into a group of soldier drones that had come up behind her. All the terror and emotional turmoil she was suffering from their long flight, the sacrifice of Ito, and the loss of her love slammed into her, and her legs gave way as she fell to the ground and gave in to the despair that overwhelmed her. She offered no resistance, and she closed her eyes and smiled wistfully as she thought back to the night she and Owen made love for the first time. She went limp and prayed for Owen's soul as the soldier drones roughly grabbed her limbs and hoisted her into the air, like pallbearers carrying her to her grave. Insectoid cruiser. En route to the secondary builder world, 2174 AD. The Queen had spent considerable time thinking about how she would communicate with the animals during her journey to the builder world to take her new hive ship. Her new sister, the Commander Drone, had already arrived in another cruiser outside the animal patrol range and was awaiting her arrival in the void between systems. The Queen had thought of and discarded numerous ideas on how to speak to the animals, and she resented the lack of attempts to understand the animals by her genetic ancestors. She wished the animals had the ability to share thoughts like her race did. It would make things so much easier to come to an understanding and end the great conflict her race had started. The animal thought and sound processes were so alien that it had taken almost 20 solar cycles for the Queens to just understand the limited concept of give and leave, when demanding the animals concede and abandon the solar systems they wanted, and they never pursued further understanding past that point. She had the entire memory of all the animal speech they had recorded from the animal hostages that were captured after the first battle between their species many cycles ago, and she wondered again how they conveyed thought with sounds as she listened to the harsh noises issuing from the same holes they ate with. The ancient hive mother within her could offer no help and retreated into the background to let her work in peace after counseling patients. She replayed the memories of her genetic ancestor, who had shared the thoughts of the victorious Queen and elicited speech from the animal hostages by causing pain. The victorious Queen had worker drones break their fragile bones and remove body parts as she listened to the sounds that emanated from them, and she withheld water from them for increasing lengths of time. Not knowing what they ate, she had the weaker, injured animals who had died first ground up into mince and mixed with their own excrement, and she had her workers offer it to them as food. She was offended by their rejection of her merciful efforts to feed them, and she never offered them food again for the short time they were alive. The Queen was repulsed by the memories that she was replaying, and a deep wave of shame came over her at the treatment of the animals by the victorious Queen. She was just about to expunge the memories from herself forever when she realized that she had seen something strange before and went back looking for it. There. In the background, there was an adult tree animal with a smaller tree animal, and it had been extremely protective of the small one, trying to hide it and giving what meager water it could get its hands onto it. The Queen had everything else around these two animals fade away in her mind, and she focused on their interaction as she had the memory progress. The larger tree animal was making shapes with its tarsal claws, and the smaller one was doing the same thing in response. Only then did she notice that they never used their holes to make noises. They must be using their claws to convey thoughts to each other, she realized as she replayed the memory and started from the beginning again, from when they were captured to when they finally died a few days later from lack of water. She committed every movement to memory, and she thought she could understand the concepts of some of them as she connected certain tarsal movements to actions that followed. Her mind worked furiously at deciphering more meaning, and she tapped into the nearby drones and incorporated their minds into her task, knowing that they would burn out from the intensity she was using them at. After a few hours, and burning up over 60 worker drone minds, she finally had to stop as she threatened to irrevocably damage her own mind from the extraordinary effort. She was hit with a wave of exhaustion, and she retreated to her queen chambers to rest before her arrival at the builder world. As she walked through the tunnel that connected the command chamber to the queen chambers, she practiced all the tarsal claw movements she had committed to memory, getting used to the strangeness of their movements. She arrived at her chambers and settled herself into the soft nest of webbing and plant fibers that she had made for herself when she had first arrived on the cruiser, and she forced herself to sleep, dreaming of tarsal claw movements turning into animal sounds. Sometime later, she was jolted out of her rest period by powerful thoughts from the hive mother, calling to all her queen daughters to tell them of the capture of intruding animals by her queen sister in the very builder world she was heading towards. The hive mother was praising the queen that had captured them, and the queen joined in, hiding the dismay she was feeling as she sent false thoughts of happiness and pride towards her sister. The hive mother entered her mind, and her thoughts came to the queen. "You will help your sister in this endeavor. We need to examine their technology. She has told me that they are in a hard exoskeleton. When you arrive, the both of you will work together to discover their secrets and see what you can discern from them." "Yes, hive mother, I will do as you command. I am grateful for my sister's diligence and look forward to working with her. We must punish the animals for this transgression." "Good. Yes, help your sister, and use your mind to think of other ways to extract and study their technology. Your sister tends to be aggressively destructive in such matters. Control her gently." She did well. "As you command, hive mother." She felt the hive mother leave her mind, and she hurried out to the command chamber. When she arrived, she ordered the commander drone to increase to maximum speed and lounged on the command chair on the dais, trying to suppress her fear and nervousness at the sudden change of events. She felt the ancient hive mother within stirring, and she opened her mind to her thoughts. "You must help the animals. They may be the only chance you have to communicate with an animal in proximity. It is likely that you will fail on a hive ship. They will attack you outright and destroy you." The queen acknowledged the wisdom of her words and thanked the ancient one within for her thoughts as she receded. The increase in speed would accelerate her arrival in the builder world system to just under 2 solar hours, and she entered into a deep thought, planning for the rescue of the animals from her sister's grasp. 2 solar hours later, the insectoid cruiser flashed out of null space into the system and accelerated to maximum sublight speed on a direct course to the builder world. The queen had come up with a tentative plan to rescue the animals, and she impatiently waited for the cruiser to make the journey and get down to the planet. She went down to the depths of the ship and assembled 120 worker drones as her entourage. She walked down the ranks and communed with each one individually, enslaving them fully with her thoughts and feelings, and by releasing a secret blend of pheromones that the ancient hive mother within shared with her. These 120 drones, already utterly obedient to begin with, were now enslaved to her alone and incapable of accepting commands from any other queen, not even the powerful hive mother. The blend of pheromones that the ancient one had shared with her was from a bygone era and known only to certain hive mothers during a time when a large segment of the worker drone population still had some semblance of autonomy and individuality before it was finally bred out of them. Another side effect of the pheromone blend was an increased aggression potential that would turn the worker drones viciously lethal at her command, an unexpected capability that is not normally possible in docile worker drones. She waited down there with them until the ship landed on the builder world on the outskirts of the primary hive, and she marched off the cruiser with her entourage of worker drones surrounding her. Outside the main entry to the hive, she ordered 40 drones to stay and await her commands. She sent another 40 to ready her new hive ship, and she entered the hive with the remaining 40. Taking more drones than that with her would insult her sister and arouse suspicion, and she needed to tread carefully from here on out. She headed directly for the nexus of the hive to join her sister and see the animal hostages. Her sister sent thoughts to her mind, and she accepted them. "Welcome to my hive, sister. Thank you for coming. You did well by capturing these disgusting animals alive. How did you do it without killing them?" "I invaded their minds with my thoughts, and their brains reacted negatively to the intrusion and caused them what I think is tremendous pain before they shut down." The queen noted the malicious pride evident in her sister's thoughts as she continued deeper into the hive. "Good. They should suffer for daring to defile one of our worlds. Have you penetrated their exoskeletons yet?" "I tried on one. I removed its 4 arms and it made noises while leaking its ichor. It died soon after. I tried to enter its mind before I did this, but there is no order in the animal brain, and I detected no thoughts. How did these animals make ships if they could not think? They do not even taste good. Their flesh is sour. The Queen suppressed the horror she felt at her sister's comment about eating the unfortunate animal. We will find out, sister. Hive Mother commanded me to help you discover their secrets. I know. I await your arrival. It was time for the second part of her plan, and she found it easier to lie the more she did it. Before I enter the Nexus, I wish to inspect the new soldier drones that you have bred in this hive. Hive Mother tells me that they are to be bred throughout the hives because you did excellent work on them. She felt an outpouring of pride coming from her sister, and she knew the lie had worked. Do as you wish. I will give you 6 of them to take with you for your own breeding efforts as a thank you for your assistance with the animal hostages. The Queen reached the tunnel before the Nexus entryway that led to the soldier drone chambers and went into it, emerging in a large, dim cavern that was filled with over 100 soldier drones in various states of activity. They all stopped what they were doing at her entrance and silently assembled into a formation. The Queen stopped in front of the first one, ready to flee if her attempt to enslave it failed. She communed with it and released a slightly different blend of pheromones from the one she released to the worker drones. She entered the soldier drone's mind, and she saw the change that put it unequivocally under her command. She repeated the process as quickly as she could, and after they had all undergone the change, she left and entered the main Nexus, where her sister awaited her. Now it was time for the third part of her plan. She saw her sister in the middle of the Nexus on a raised dais, and she walked over and stopped before her, bowing to show her respect to the Queen of the hive she was in. The animals are this way. There were 3 others that almost escaped. One must have been a soldier caste animal. It killed many of my drones and soldiers before killing itself and taking even more with it in its death. The other 2 were captured alive, though I think one will die soon. It fought to save the other animal, but that one was too dull of mind to flee. Maybe it is mentally defective. The Queen did not respond and continued to follow her sister, waiting for her chance to execute the third part of the plan. They entered a chamber that was brightly lit with biofluorescent bacteria that was painted onto the rough rock of the walls when it was carved out. The Queen counted 8 animals that were splayed out and tied down to small, narrow tables. She walked over to them and saw that 6 of them had hard black exoskeletons that were whole, while the other 2 had blue exoskeletons that seemed more fragile to her in a way. One of the blue animals was seriously injured with a missing leg, signs of damage on its exoskeleton, and dried ichor evident all over it. The other animal had its blue exoskeleton opened, and she looked at the animal within. It was pale and soft, with long black growth that came from the top of its head and splayed out on the table underneath her. There were no obvious signs of damage, and she didn't see any obvious eyes, just 2 folds of skin closed over 2 bumps in round sockets. She continued inspecting the animal and noted that there were 2 fleshy mounds on its trunk, and she gingerly poked at them with a tarsal claw, curious as to their nature. She continued moving her claw down and had reached towards the bottom of the trunk when she detected something in that area. She stared at the area and focused all her senses and antennae on it. She gazed within and saw a small collection of cells that had attached themselves to the wall of a fleshy cavity within the trunk of the animal. As she watched, it was rapidly replicating, and she extrapolated the rate of cell division and the outcome. What she saw shocked her, and she removed her tarsal claw from the animal's trunk. It was a queen mother. The Queen was so engrossed by her discovery that she didn't notice what her sister was doing until she was standing next to her, holding a cutting instrument in her tarsal claws. Her sister activated the instrument, startling her, and was just about to stick it into the animal queen when the ancient one within her took control of her body and seized the cutting instrument from her sister, plunging it into the top of her head and piercing her brain, killing her instantly as the reciprocating instrument tore up the brain pan. The Queen reasserted control of her body, and the instrument dropped from her claws, vibrating loudly against the stone floor as she stared at the lifeless body of her sister lying on the floor in shock. "I had to do it. You were too engrossed in the animal to save it in time. Hurry, call in the drones you enslaved and get these animals out of here and onto your ship before the hive notices their mother is dead." The Queen took control of her emotions and assessed her situation. She sent thought commands to the enslaved soldier drones and called them to the chamber she was in as she thought about how to get the animals out. The drones arrived a few moments later, and she had to reinforce her control over them as they reacted to the sight of the dead Queen and almost went into a murderous frenzy to attack the animals. She reasserted control and ordered the soldier drones to wrap the animals in sacks and carry them back to her hive ship, following them out of the chamber. They had gotten out of the hive successfully, and she led the soldiers carrying the animals towards the nearby shipyard as her worker drones encircled them in a formation, clearing a path. They were almost at her new hive ship when she detected activity behind her and turned around. A massive swarm of worker and soldier drones were pouring out of the hive, and they spotted her group and surged towards them at full speed. The Queen ordered the workers to take the sacks from the soldier drones and run to the hive ship, and then she ordered the soldier drones to defend her ship. She turned and ran, following the workers as they went up the ramp and into the massive hive ship, carrying the sacks with the animals in them. The ramp started closing behind them, and she turned and watched as her enslaved soldiers charged at the approaching swarm, following her last order and defending their Queen to the death. The ramp finally closed, and the Queen hurried to the command chamber to input the final commands to activate the atmospheric drives and flee the planet. She arrived in the command chamber and went about entering the final commands when an alert came on the screens. In near orbit, there were dozens of exit flashes, and animal ships dropped out of null space, firing on any nearby insectoid ships. There were dozens more exit flashes on the other side of the planet, and massive animal carriers and battleships appeared, releasing the deadly small animal ships they carried, while the battleships surged towards the hive ships and cruisers that were in orbit near them. The Queen felt an overwhelming sense of failure as she realized that her hive ship would never make it to orbit before being destroyed. She accepted her fate with quiet dignity and waited for the animal ships to bombard her when the ancient hive mother within urged her to activate the null space drive. "I can't. The explosion will kill billions of innocent drones and destroy thousands of ships. Do it, or trillions of drones will die and our genetic lines will perish." The Queen entered coordinates that were far outside of insectoid space and activated the null drive. Command Unit 683, Experimental Spectre-class null ship. Orbital space of insectoid builder world, 2174 AD. Command Unit 683 was pleased with the results of the recent upgrades it had undergone. It and 2 additional experimental null ships were engaged in combat against a damaged hive ship. They had yet to suffer any damage during the exchange, a result not previously possible without the integration of the Marlit technology that was recently installed in it. Another volley of enemy missiles and particle beam strikes splashed harmlessly against the force field surrounding the 3 null ships, and they returned fire with their powerful war beams, penetrating deep into the hive ship through the massive hull breaches that were the result of prior penetrator missile attacks from the Peregrine-class starfighters. Another 12 particle beams speared at its ship from nearby enemy cruisers, and the force field blocked them, turning bright red on the impact points as the field repelled the tremendous energy of the particle beams. It saw that the sections of the force field that were absorbing the beams were now down to 23%, and it pivoted the ship to remove those sections from the line of fire and present a fresh field quadrant that had just been recharged. It followed its orders precisely, absorbing as much punishment as possible for its creators to analyze the results of the experimental technology. Elsewhere in orbital space, other triads of upgraded null ships were doing the same thing, and the results were just as promising. The manned ships crewed by the biologicals of different races were also engaging in combat, though they were suffering damage and ships were being lost due to the absence of the force fields. There were still 3 orbiting hive ships at various levels of functionality, and over 100 surviving enemy cruisers still fighting, though their numbers were rapidly diminishing. Over a dozen hive ships in various stages of completion were still on the surface and had activated their engines in preparation to lift off and join the fray, while hundreds of cruisers that had been on the surface were currently on their way to orbital space. There were an additional 2,000 cruisers on the surface that had been activated, and they too will soon lift off. It ran trillions of calculations and analyzed the results, forwarding them to the task force commander as it continued to fire its war beams and execute evasive maneuvers. It received orders to move to another section of the battle with its triad of null ships to give cover fire for the imminent orbital drop of the human soldiers that would invade the primary hive to rescue the prisoners within. It suddenly detected the priming of the null drive of a hive ship near the primary hive that was the target of the assault, and the scanning results indicated that activation of the null space capacitors was imminent. Alarmed, it broadcasted the scanning results and an emergency flash-out warning to all the bridge AIs on the ships of the rescue task force, the first time this emergency protocol had ever been used by a Republic Navy AI. The bridge AIs received the signal and initiated the emergency protocol almost instantaneously, interrupting ongoing combat operations and activating the emergency flash-out program without priming the drives first or giving any warning to the biologicals in the command centers of the ships. Nearly every manned task force ship flashed out into null space, except for those 2 heavily damaged and the 18 surviving Allied ships that did not have Republic protocols in place. Command Unit 603 had foreseen this issue and sent a separate command to the upgraded null ships when broadcasting the emergency flash-out message. While the manned task force ships flashed out, the 35 null ships flashed into null space and then flashed back out directly behind the 18 Allied ships and pre-selected heavily damaged Republic vessels that they had deemed most likely to survive the potential catastrophe. They activated the rear grapplers, capturing their assigned ships and accelerating at 140% of their maximum engine output as they dragged the vessels away from the planet to gain distance and increase their chances of survival. They also changed their force field parameters, and all the field emitter power was channeled to the rear of the ships, placing a protective barrier between the unshielded vessels and the planet. This all happened within 5 seconds of the emergency broadcast, and the explosion happened 8 seconds after the hive ship's null drive priming was detected. The massive hive ship entered null space from the surface of the planet, and the interaction between the null drive and the planet's atmosphere was nothing short of cataclysmic. The void left by the departure of the hive ship and the sudden flux of null particles in the atmosphere initiated a violent chain reaction that released the energy equivalent to a 2-gigaton thermonuclear bomb. The small moon, a mere 1/500 kilometers in diameter, and with an unusually thin planetary crust, simply broke apart under the tremendous onslaught of the destructive energy and fragmented. The massive planet-wide subterranean oceans of hydrocarbons that comprised most of the mantle ignited, and the outer layer of the planet disintegrated, blowing away the thin, tenuous atmosphere and ejecting crust and mantle debris outwards. The null ships continued to tow the vessels behind them, pulling further away from the final death throes of the stricken planet as it started flinging the molten liquid of its now exposed outer core into orbital space, and the force fields flared bright red as they intercepted the ejector of the dying moon. Some of the force fields failed as they overloaded and the emitters burned out, and 3 Allied and 7 Republic ships were destroyed. The null ships towing them executed emergency flashouts as soon as their AIs saw that their charges were just about destroyed, while the rest of them were successful in rescuing the remaining 28 ships they had protected as they exited the danger zone, their still functioning force fields flaring brightly. All the remaining insectoid ships that were in orbit were destroyed, as were 8 derelict Republic vessels and over 100 starfighters. Command Units 6-8-3 surveyed the results of the recent events, constantly sending updates to the task force ships that had flashed into null space as it continued to tow the damaged Zengtian battlecruiser behind it. It tallied the results of the losses incurred by both sides. 18 hive ships destroyed, 2,094 insectoid cruisers destroyed, 7 Allied ships destroyed, 13 Allied ships damaged, 14 Republic ships destroyed, 42 Republic ships damaged, 138 starfighters destroyed, prisoners rescued, 0. It sent the final estimate to the task force commander and continued to tow the ship behind it to the rendezvous point it had previously selected 1 million kilometers away, where automated repair ships that had flashed out of null space were waiting to service the surviving damaged vessels. insectoid hive ship, anchored in a nebula 987 light-years from Earth. Bandit finally breached the last firewall that prevented him from autonomously operating the suit. His friend still had not recovered from the cranial trauma when he was captured, and Bandit had accessed his databanks numerous times for any knowledge or medical procedure that might have allowed him to help his friend, to no avail. As Bandit penetrated the last firewall and activated the suit systems, he recalled the strange actions of the Queen that had removed them from the hive on the Builder world and absconded with the humans on its hive ship. He could not discern the Queen's intentions, but it did not matter now. Bandit had control of the suit, and he made the suit get up from the floor where it had been dumped by the drones. He tested all the suit functions, getting used to controlling the suit without his friend's input for the first time. He programmed a series of parameters that limited the threshold at which he could operate the suit to prevent damage to his friend's body. He activated the shrouding system and walked over to the door of the chamber they were in. He placed the suit's hands on the door and applied pressure, pushing it upwards and lifting the door, hearing the locking mechanism snap as it broke. He slipped under it when it was halfway up and quietly slid it back down to avoid making unnecessary noise. The corridor he was now in was dim, and there were no enemy drones in it. He activated his scanning suite and started building a map as the sensor data made sense of his local environs and highlighted the nearby life forms. The command center was 150 meters from his current location, and he headed towards it stealthily. He avoided encountering any drones as his sensors allowed him to bypass or sneak past them without knowing he was there, and 5 minutes later he was pressed up against the wall just outside of the entry to the bridge. The Queen was seated in her chair on the raised dais, and there were currently only 8 worker drones with her, working on their assigned tasks. He entered the chamber through the open doorway and silently slipped along the walls until he was in the center of the chamber, his shroud hiding his presence. He activated the suit blades on both arms and launched his attack, targeting the 8 worker drones in the front part of the chamber that were working the panels in front of them. He dropped the shroud just before contact with the first drone, and he beheaded it before the shroud had fully dropped, appearing to emerge out of thin air as he reached the second one and sliced it cleanly in half from top to bottom, already heading towards the third one that still had no idea he was there. He was a blur of motion, and within 2 seconds of launching the attack, all 8 drones were dead. He turned towards the Queen, who was still sitting in her chair, staring at him intently. His suit registered a spike in the pain receptors of his friend, and he knew that she was trying to stop him like the other Queen did, erroneously thinking that the suit was being operated by a conscious human. He closed the gap between them and was just about to behead the Queen when he noticed that she was making strange movements with her tarsal claws as she held them up in front of him. He stopped the blades less than 5 centimeters from her neck joint as he analyzed them and found information in his databanks that correlated the hand movements with Eleani sign language. Intrigued, he withdrew the blades and remained standing half a meter in front of the Queen as she continued with her claws, the incorrect grammar and syntax poorly translating as if she didn't understand most of what she was signing. The most common signs that she repeated were, "No, stop, friend, and please." Bandit felt his artificial neural pathways vibrating as he considered what to do and the potential ramifications of being able to communicate with the Queen. After trillions of calculations, his decision tree offered 2 solutions, and he decided on one. He lifted the suit hands and signed to the Queen. "Hello, my name is Bandit. You are now my prisoner." The Queen, after taking a few moments to understand what he had signaled, responded with her claws. "Yes, I am a friend prisoner. Queen World of the Insectoid Empire, 2174 AD. The Hive Mother was deep in memory thought as she communed with the ancient ancestors within, something she had been doing more of as the stress of running the hives and the state of the swarming caused her to seek refuge in the genetic memory of her ancestors. As she traveled deeper into the past, she kept finding herself returning to the memories of the time when they were alone and living in peace as a thriving civilization spanning many worlds before the arrival of the unknown animals. A distant ancestor stirred within and whispered in her thoughts, "We weren't always alone, daughter." Memories came to her, and she found herself in a lush jungle full of life. There was a cacophony of animal sounds, and a dizzying array of plant life and colors, and the hive mother allowed herself to be taken through the memories as her ancestor walked along a well-defined path through the foliage. She heard a sound, and she felt the fear of her ancestor as she fled down the path, trying to reach the nearby hive before the unseen danger got her. She could hear the movement of it as it barreled through the jungle towards her, and a distinct sound of rapid tapping against the ground as it pursued her. She had reached the edge of the jungle and continued fleeing towards the entrance of the hive in the distance. She turned towards the tapping sounds when she had gained some distance, and her fear overwhelmed her as the pursuer emerged from the jungle edge. It was dark red and large, as long as 5 hive queens in length, and had a segmented body. Under its armored chitin body, a multitude of short legs accelerated the predator towards her, the rapid tapping sounds increasing in tempo as it finally spotted its prey, and its dozens of legs moved faster to catch her. Its ferocious-looking mandibles clacked together as it started drooling viscous saliva in anticipation of the meal fleeing from it. She turned back towards the hive and ran as fast as she could, hearing the tapping sounds grow louder as the predator drew closer. She sent thoughts to her hive queen, asking her to rescue her as she continued running. She tried to use her wings, but they were not strong enough as they were still developing and not capable of lifting her adolescent body. The hive entrance drew closer, but she knew she wouldn't get there in time, resigned to her horrible fate of being slowly consumed over many hours while still alive. She saw her hive queen emerge from the hive and fly towards her, while worker drones surged out behind her, ready to sacrifice themselves as a meal to try to save the young queen. The hive queen flew over and behind her, and she could feel and hear the wings buzzing as the hive queen tried to distract the predator by loitering just out of reach above it, barely piercing the armored chitin with her stinger. Predators are immune to the venom of stings, and they tend to ignore the small injuries they sustain from stingers when pursuing prey. It was less than 2 meters behind her now, and the young daughter was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion when she spotted a long, sharp piece of wood that had broken off a tree limb during one of the recent violent storms that regularly occur on the birth world. She grabbed it as she ran and was wondering why she picked it up when she had a flash of inspiration as she thought about how their stingers had little effect on their hard exoskeletons, barely penetrating. She envisioned the sharp stick penetrating the unprotected underbelly and killing the predator in her mind. She went over the action in her mind again and decided to try it, as she was dead anyway. She stopped in her tracks and spun around, the sharp wood pointing out as she held it with her 2 thorax legs. The predator ran right into the sharp wood, and it penetrated deeply through the soft underbelly, piercing through the armored top from the inside, as its heavy body and the speed at which it was moving helped the sharp wood break through. She was knocked down as the predator ran over her, a shrill whistling sound emanating from its feeding hole as it fell to the ground behind her, violently twisting its segmented body as it tried to pull the sharp wood out of its body with its short legs, not able to do so. The hive queen appeared, repeatedly stinging the now exposed underbelly of the predator, her stinger penetrating deeply and piercing its internal organs. The young daughter got up off the ground and helped her hive queen by pulling the sharp wood out of the predator's body and then sticking it back in it repeatedly. Soon the predator was barely moving as it leaked ichor from dozens of wounds, and the young daughter took the stick and stabbed it into the feeding hole of the predator, penetrating its brain pan and finally killing it. It was the first time her race was able to kill a predator, and it changed the course of their history forever. The predators had almost driven her race into extinction, and now there were less than a dozen hives left, when there were once thousands. The hive queen had the worker drones find other pieces of wood and sharpen them into points by rubbing them against rocks. The hive started stockpiling them by the entrances to defend against invasion by the predators, drilling the worker drones on how to use them to pierce the heads of the predators as they entered the small, narrow confines of the tunnels in search of prey. Lunar cycles passed, and many rotting predator corpses littered the ground around the entrances to the hive. They stopped coming to the hive, leery of the predator graveyard filled with their dead brethren. The young daughter started going into the jungle to lure them onto the open grassland, where the hiding hive queen and worker drones would ambush and kill them. More lunar cycles passed, and now there were no more predators in the surrounding jungles, allowing the worker drones to access the bountiful food supplies that grew in them and support many new larvae, increasing the size of the hive. With her hive queen's blessing, the young daughter left in search of other hives, journeying across vast distances with a small army of worker drones and killing any predators they came across. She found the first hive many solar days away, and it was under attack by 4 predators that had entered the hive and were feasting on the larvae, the resident hive queen and daughters already dead and half consumed. She killed them with her worker drone army and took the surviving drones of that hive with her, along with the 46 larvae that remained. She continued her search, coming across 2 hives near each that formed an alliance by sharing the meager food resources they had and donating larvae to replenish each other's numbers when they were attacked by the predators. She taught them how to make sharp sticks and showed them how to defend their hives when the predators entered them. She also showed them how to lure them into the open and ambush them, doing it several times with her drone army until she was sure they understood how to do it. She stayed with them for a time, watching with pride as the 2 hives reclaimed their territories and slaughtered every predator they could find. One of the hive queens had thought well, and she used a shard of volcanic glass to cut up the chitin armor and add it to her body, protecting her from the potential bites of the predators as she lured them into ambushes. Soon, both hive queens and their daughters were adorned with predator armor. The young daughter left those 2 hives, leaving behind her knowledge and the larvae she saved from the other hive. She was now clad in predator armor and was gifted with 20 worker drones from each of the hives as thanks for teaching them. She resumed her journey, and her army of worker drones had grown to 82. She traveled for another 2 solar cycles, growing into adulthood and leading an army of over 1,000 worker drones that were armored with predator chitin and sticks that had sharp points of volcanic glass tied to the tips. She had cleansed the large island that her race inhabited, and there were no more predators to eat them and their larvae. She returned to her hive, and her hive queen welcomed her back, flying into the air to embrace her when she saw her long-lost daughter return. She showed her how to become a hive queen and access her genetic memory, and she was there when her daughter laid her first eggs. They ruled together for many solar cycles and became the largest and most powerful hive, as others incorporated with them, eventually bringing the entire island under their peaceful rule. Many solar cycles later, new animals came to the island on large structures of wood that floated on the water and invaded the hives. They brought with them terrible things of destruction and destroyed many hives along the coast. The hive queen, now the first hive mother, once again led an army to save her race. They suffered horrendous losses against the new animals that could control fire and kill with sticks from a distance. The only weapon the hive mother had was numbers, and they would swarm the animals, losing 100 drones for every animal they killed. Eventually, they killed all the animals at great cost in drones and hives. The hive mother had her daughters learn how to make the animal sticks that killed from a distance, and they dragged the wood structure onto land and took it apart, learning how it was made by putting it back again. They learned the secret of fire, and they spent the next 20 solar cycles building many wooden hives and sticks that killed from a distance. The hive mother, now ancient in years and near death, watched as her daughters set off in thousands of wooden hives that floated on the water with tens of thousands of drones and larvae. She died on that beach as her daughters disappeared over the horizon, bringing war to the animals. The memories ended there, and another ancestor entered her mind, showing her life memory hundreds of solar cycles later. She was a hive mother, and she was hunting down the last of the animals in their former territory. The animals were on the verge of extinction, and the last remnants of their race were hiding in the caves of the mountain they had fled to. The hive mother had a massive army of drones around her, and they were firing metal balls from cannons that spat fire and smoke as the metal balls entered the caves, killing the animals within. There were thousands of drones climbing up the mountain, wearing chainmail and boiled animal skins, and wielding long sticks of metal that they used to kill the animals. The drones entered the caves, slaughtering all the animals that they came across, and by the next solar day, the last of the animals were killed. Her race was now the only intelligent species on the planet. The hive mother was shocked at the revelation that there was another apex animal species on their world, and that they had killed them all. Animals and predators have always tried to kill them, it seemed. She was right to swarm and try to eradicate all the animals near her hives. She must ensure that her daughters inherit an empire with no animals around it. They all have to die. The hive mother continued to see the memories of her ancestors as they stirred within, and added their stories and memories through the ages. She saw her race conquer their birth world, building massive hives and changing the surface of the planet as they continued to expand and advance over many millennia. She saw the first hives go into space to colonize a nearby planet. She was there when a hive mother discovered how to build an engine that could transport them to other solar systems. She watched as they expanded across star systems and built more hives on alien planets. It was a time of greatness and peace, as dozens of hive worlds all coexisted for the benefit of their race. She found herself lost in the memories of her ancestors, and she wished she could stay there. She was torn from her peaceful meditation as a part of her went dead, and she returned to her body in the brooding chamber. She felt less than whole and panicked, calling out to her daughters in worry. Only 9 answered her. She called out again, putting all her mental power into the call, dreading the truth that she knew in her soul was true. Only 9 answered again, their worry for their hive mother evident in their thoughts. There was a void where her daughter, who was in the secondary builder world, had filled. The other one that was there was still in her place, but not answering. Alarmed, she entered the thoughts of the only commander drone that she could access there, and what she saw rendered her senseless. The animals were there, and the thoughts of the commander drone confirmed her worst fear. Her daughter was dead in the hive, and the other one was on the surface in a hive ship with no way to escape. She would be destroyed by the animals before reaching orbit. She was ripped from the commander's mind as its ship was destroyed, and she was once again in her own body, reeling from shock. She tried to enter another drone, but that one died soon after she entered it. She entered another drone and watched in horror as her still-living daughter tried to escape by using the null drive on the moon, and her hive ship disappeared in a cataclysmic explosion. She watched as the moon broke apart, and she left the drone's mind before it died, seeing the huge piece of the moon's crust that was heading directly for the ship it was on. She stood in stunned silence, ignoring the thoughts of her remaining daughters as she mourned for the 2 daughters she just lost. She kissed them with her tongue as eggs, and she watched them turn into larvae. She communed with them as they pupated, knowing their thoughts before they did. She remembered waiting patiently as they struggled to break out of their pupae, hoping that they were both strong enough to do so, and sparing her from the sorrow of having to cull them. She remembered taking their hands and helping them stand up on weak legs as they entered the world as her new daughters. The hive mother's legs gave out beneath her, and she fell to the rough floor of the brooding chamber, her soul racked with anguish as she grieved for her dead daughters. Anchored in null-space Gelini system, 2174 AD, RSS Vercingetorix Independence class carrier, 1134 ship time. The insectoid formations did not take the bait, despite the best efforts of Commander Varixa's task force to entice them to follow her. She split her fleet of 304 ships into multiple task forces and flashed out behind and around the 2 separate insectoid formations, launching a blistering assault on them that resulted in 102 cruisers being destroyed, another 138 damaged, and moderate damage to 2 hive ships. The insectoids exacted a heavy price for the surprise assault, however, destroying over 50 heavy units and heavily damaging over 100 more ships, an unfavorable exchange as they continued relentlessly towards the Gelini homeworld 33 hours distant. Varixa's after-action report was sobering as her scans showed that the insectoid hulls were far more durable than in past battles and that their particle beams had been upgraded. They had a 21% increase in hitting power, and their effective range had been extended by an additional 7,000 kilometers. They are learning and adapting. This was to be expected, though maybe not so quickly. Jo thought to herself, a growing sense of doubt about achieving victory starting to take hold, as the bridge AI confirmed the scan results. Vice Admiral Jo looked at the clock again as it counted down to the commencement of combat operations by the Republic fleet and Therax's task forces. His 196 ships and her 378 ships, plus the remaining 15 upgraded null ships, were the only combat forces in the system capable of seriously opposing the insectoids. Verixa still had 204 ships that were combat-capable, but most of her heavy units were destroyed in the failed diversionary assault, and her remaining forces were a mix of light cruisers, destroyers, frigates, missile cutters, and torpedo boats. This meant that Zhou would have to take on the 8 Hive ships with the Republic fleet, while Therax and Verixa would be responsible for the insectoid cruisers. As she glanced at the clock again, she wished the gods of war hadn't played such a cruel joke by forcing her to send 82 heavy units and the 35 upgraded null ships to the insectoid builder world for the rescue operation. She needed those ships here badly. She wondered how that mission was proceeding as the countdown passed the 2-minute mark to the start of combat operations. The bridge was unusually quiet as the crew readied for the battle, talking in hushed, subdued tones as they went through the final checks before the fleet flashed out of null space. Verixa's remaining task forces had flashed into null space after their assault and had flashed back out behind the gas giant, joining with Therax's, where they would fall under his command. Zhou activated the privacy screen around her chair and spent almost a minute in there, dropping it when the countdown hit 30 seconds. She activated the stim panel again and pressed the subdermal injector against her neck, feeling the combat stims coursing through her body. "I'm going to need a liver region after this battle," she thought to herself, as the 3rd round of combat stims calmed her frayed nerves. They would also increase her speed of thought and reaction time, as well as remove the need to relieve herself in the head for the next 2 hours. The countdown hit 15 seconds, and the bridge lights went from bright white to combat red, while the void helmet chime went off. She put on her void helmet and sealed it, with the rest of the bridge crew doing the same. The bridge AI came over the speaker when the countdown reached 6 seconds. "All hands prepare to exit null space in 3, 2, 1. Zhou felt the jerk as they exited null space and initiated emergency acceleration to get up to the carrier's maximum sublight speed as quickly as possible. The first wave of starfighters was already being catapulted from their tunnels as the automated systems of the fighter bays loaded another wave behind them, an efficient process that will allow the Vercingetorix to disgorge her 120 starfighters in less than a minute's time. The 80 Valkyrie-class bombers were being deployed by robotic arms that were dropping them out of the interior bomber bays situated in the flattened keel of the carrier. She felt a momentary disorientation as the bridge overhead and wall bulkheads became one massive display, as if they were now sitting in a clear bubble on the hull. Multiple 3D holo maps and tactile interfaces appeared in the air, filled with icons representing her ships and the enemy. She tested her void helmet connection and looked left, right, and down, seeing through the bulkheads and deck to the space outside as her helmet accessed the sensors and cameras on the hull, giving her an unparalleled ability to see all around her ship. Her stomach flipped as the bridge gravity generators were turned off, and she heard the life support system drawing the air out of the bridge and turning it into a vacuum to reduce the risk of fires and explosive decompressions. She zoomed in on the holo display to center the insectoid formation on her screen and to make sure the other ship formations had flashed in their correct positions. Her carrier group had flashed out in front of the insectoid formation, their bows pointed at them, and they were staying just outside of the insectoid's new effective particle weapons range of 57,000 kilometers. The bow engines burning hard to maintain the leading distance, while directly above and below her carrier groups was a screening force of light cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. She had selected a horseshoe formation, with her carriers and battleships forming the rounded toe, while the heavy cruisers and their screening destroyers and frigates formed the 2 curved branches along the flanks of the insectoid formation, positioned above the insectoids so that their firing angle was downwards to prevent friendly fire passing through the insectoids and hitting the other branch. The insectoids were inside the horseshoe, their own formation resembling a squat cone on its side. The starfighter waves were almost upon the enemy formation, while the slower bombers loitered 5,000 kilometers behind them, waiting for the fighters to clear the way for them and take out the flak guns of the Hive ships. The fighters closed to within 1,000 kilometers, before releasing their penetrator missiles and executing pre-programmed evasive maneuvers to increase their chances of surviving the flak gun volleys that the insectoids started firing. They swarmed in closer, large numbers of them blinking out as the numerous flak guns of the 4 hive ships in the formation spat out a wall of death all around them. The surviving fighters, now greatly diminished in numbers, finally reached within 100 kilometers of the hive ship hulls and strafed the flak gun positions with their rotary plasma turrets, spitting out tens of thousands of bolts of superheated plasma that found flak gun emplacements and destroyed them. Fighters continued to fall by the dozens despite their jinking and evasive maneuvers, and soon less than 50% of them were still in action, continuing their strafing runs to give the bombers a chance to hurt the enemy. Joe was just about to start issuing commands to recall the fighters and try to save what remained when she saw the last of the fighters, all 67 of them, fire their afterburners and lock in ramming courses on the 4 hive ships. Joe stared for a second, stunned by what they were doing, before she started yelling orders. "Captain Ashworth, you are to order those fighters to alter course and return to their goddamned carriers, now." He was seated to her left and slightly in front of her, and she saw his void helmet shaking in the negative as he answered her in a trembling voice full of raw emotion. "Vice Admiral, they knew this was a one-way trip. They have made their choice, and there is no order you can give now that would change their minds." Joe grimaced as the first of the fighters slammed into the side of a hive ship, disappearing into a flash of light as the ballistic energy of the impact tore the tough hull apart. Other fighters followed in a deadly procession as they impacted one after another, large hull breaches forming where they struck the hive ships. 3 hive ships continued their course, spewing gases that froze in the void from the large hull breaches caused by the suicide attacks, while a 4th one that sustained the most kamikaze attacks fell out of formation, a derelict devoid of power or life. She ordered the bombers to release their payloads from their location and to return to the carriers, unwilling to take the chance of them doing the same thing as the starfighter pilots. They followed her orders and released their loads of triple bolts and penetrator missiles at double the usual distance, increasing the chances of the insectoid point defenses intercepting the payloads. She knew it was wasteful, but some of the payloads would still get through. She couldn't bear the thought of watching 240 bombers and their crews of 3 sacrifice themselves, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she saw that they all complied with her orders and were heading towards their motherships. The branches of the horseshoe formation opened fire as the last of the bombers got out of the field of fire, and as the heavy cruisers opened fire, hundreds of Mark 16 railgun slugs headed towards the enemy formation. The destroyers and frigates added their volleys of Mark 12 railgun slugs and triple bolts, and the tremendous onslaught of weaponry slammed into the insectoids from both branches. Cruisers screening the hive ships fell by the dozens as the slugs hit them, some passing straight through while others tore the ships in half or obliterated entire bows and sterns. The triple bolts followed, adding to the carnage as the bolts slammed into the same sections of hull microseconds apart from each other. The curved toe of the horseshoe formation, where the carriers and battleships were located, added to the fire as the battleships fired their Mark 24 railguns and grapeshot, while anti-ship torpedoes exited the bow torpedo tubes of the carriers. The insectoid formation put out a tremendous amount of defensive fire as they fired flak guns and shot down missiles and torpedoes with their particle beams, successfully intercepting a large amount of the ordnance fired at them. Their fire control and point defenses had improved markedly compared to the Battle of Eliania, an issue of great concern as Joe saw the ordnance magazine counts of her formations rapidly dwindling. She checked in on the Republic task forces that were battling the other insectoid formation 42,000 kilometers away and saw that they had hit the enemy hard, having already taken out a hive ship, with another hive ship derelict, and racked with internal explosions as it lost control and fell out of formation. They had also taken out 200 cruisers, but at a terrible cost. Their casualties were much higher than hers, having suffered an almost 40% loss rate of destroyed or heavily damaged ships that were no longer combat capable. She fired off a stern message to Captain Goldsmith on the RSS Lionheart to reel in the aggressive commanders of his formations and to start being more judicious with their ordnance. Joe, seeing that there was no way to destroy both insectoid formations with just the Republic forces, sent a coded message to Commodore Therax. All her ships were heavily engaged, and more icons on the holo screen were changing from undamaged blue to varying shades of orange, indicating moderate to heavy damage, while an increasing number of already orange ships were turning red and being listed as Zeta status, signifying that they had finally been destroyed. Null space exit flashes appeared all around her forces, and the Commonwealth Liberation ships entered normal space, already at maximum acceleration and performing complex maneuvers as they entered the fray. Joe watched as a Zenshin battlecruiser, bristling with an almost comical number of weapons, charged directly at a squadron of insectoids cruisers. It smashed right through them, firing broadsides from both the port and starboard weapons, as it slugged it out with the cruisers at knife-fighting range. The sheer amount of fire it was putting out was incredible, and the two cruisers on the flanks of the battlecruiser disintegrated under the onslaught as the Zenshin ship adjusted course and headed for another group of enemy cruisers. Nearby insectoid cruisers spotted the Zenshin ship and surrounded it, pouring fire into it, until a trio of Eliani heavy cruisers came to the rescue and broke up their attempt to gang up on the battlecruiser. The Eliani ships looked out of place, seeming more like graceful pleasure yachts than warships. Joe watched as they swiftly glided above and below the battlecruiser and eviscerated the surrounding insectoid cruisers, slicing them into pieces. They almost looked like they were ballroom dancing as they maneuvered with precision and proved that they were indeed deadly warships. The wounded Zenshin battlecruiser looked like a barroom brawler in comparison as it continued surging forward, looking for more enemy squadrons to take on. The trio of Eliani ships headed towards a heavily engaged Republic battleship to render assistance, darting through the battle space and firing on any cruisers they came across along their courses. The Commonwealth ships were masterfully guided by Therax as he concentrated individual task forces, where they were most needed to save Republic ships and formations in danger of being overwhelmed and destroyed. Verixa was sent to help the formations under Captain Goldsmith's command, and she used her light units to great effect, utilizing them in strafing attacks and bolstering the greatly reduced ranks of the Republic destroyers and frigates. They helped plug gaps in the point defenses and tripled successful interceptions of the thousands of missiles still being fired by the two remaining Hive ships. The addition of Therax's forces to Joe's leveled the playing field, and after 15 minutes of brutal combat, the odds were evening out, and now what remained of her forces and the enemy were engaged in a fight to the death. There was one damaged Hive ship still operational that was firing at the surrounding Republic ships, and just over 100 insectoid cruisers were still combat capable. She had ordered Therax to take his ships and join his clutch sister, as her ships and the remaining ships under Captain Goldsmith's command were in danger of being wiped out by the two still combat-capable Hive ships of the other enemy formation. It's time, she thought to herself. She accessed a sub-menu on the suspended holo display in front of her and sent the code into null space. 10 seconds later, two triads of the upgraded null ships flashed out of null space amidst the insectoid formation, firing their war beams as they charged at the last remaining Hive ship. The other three triads flashed out on the outskirts of the other insectoid formation, taking some pressure off Goldsmith's and Verixa's beleaguered forces as they swarmed the two Hive ships. She had her ships cut thrust by 3/4 and engage in evasive maneuvers as she sent a command for her remaining ships to reorganize their disordered formations. The two triads were engaging the Hive ship, tearing into it, while the remaining cruisers pivoted to face the new threat, giving her some breathing room. She watched in fascination as the force fields of the null ships blocked the incoming fire, the null ship AIs constantly moving the ships to bring fresh field quadrants into play as other parts recharged. An alert beeped, and she looked at the bridge AI report on the status of the remaining Republic forces, dreading the coming confirmation. Her heart sank into her stomach as the numbers appeared, and she felt like she wanted to throw up. Of the 378 ships she started out with, only 163 remained, and of those 163, only 112 were still combat-capable. She saw that some semblance of order had returned to her much smaller formations, and she had them re-engage the remaining enemy cruisers, while the null ships continued to pummel the barely functioning hive ship. Her formations smashed into the cruisers with fury, and she knew the exhausted, decimated crews still had plenty of fight in them, avenging their fallen shipmates being the best motivator. The null ships finally destroyed the hive ship, and they turned their attention to what cruisers remained, helping the Republic formations mop up. As soon as the last cruisers were destroyed, she sent the two triads to the other formation and ordered her surviving ships to enter null space and flash out at the formation. It was time to finish this battle. Her forces flashed out of null space on the outskirts of the battle space, and she quickly assigned task groups to critical points of the battle space that the bridge AI had isolated. Captain Goldsmith's ship was derelict, and a very small percentage of the total life pods on his carrier were streaming out. She assumed control of all the forces, seeing that his ship was out of commission, and she focused on the remaining insectoid cruisers as the null ships engaged the two heavily damaged hive ships. 4 of the null ships had been destroyed despite their force fields, and she made a note to review the cause of their destruction. It was critical to find out and take steps to prevent that from happening again. Therax had followed his orders and disengaged his forces from close-quarters combat when he had lost 15% of his ships, and they were now on the outskirts, providing long-range fire support. Varixa's forces had suffered horrendous losses during the multiple battles they engaged in, and they withdrew from the battle at Therax's command, leaving only 73 barely functioning ships remaining out of the 304 she had in the system before the arrival of the insectoids. After 23 minutes of pure carnage, the Republic forces finally destroyed the rest of the enemy cruisers, and she ordered her forces to cease combat operations and to switch over to search and rescue as the 11 null ships finished off the last hive cruiser. The bridge AI tallied the remaining Republic and Commonwealth forces and displayed the results. Republic ships 257 destroyed, 121 damaged, combat-capable 93. Commonwealth ships 271 destroyed, 229 damaged, combat-capable 148. Null ships 11. Jo felt a bone-deep weariness as she reviewed the numbers, her hands shaking as she continued to direct her surviving forces and coordinate the retrieval of the life pods with Therax and Varixa. There was an urgent communications channel request from the Chief Minister of the Gelini government, and she had Captain Ashworth open the channel while she went to the head to finally relieve her swollen bladder and freshen up as best she could. She used the toilet, smelling the metabolites of the combat stims that her body had processed and wrinkling her nose at the unique scent. She went to the sink and gasped at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was gaunt, with deep, dark bags under her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept for days, and her hair was a greasy, limp mess, soaked with stress sweat. She looked terrible, and she washed her face with trembling hands before running a brush through her once luxurious black hair, attempting to make it more presentable. She exited the head and resumed her seat, signaling to Captain Ashworth that she would now speak with the Chief Minister. Another hollow screen shimmered into existence in front of her, and the Chief Minister was there along with his mate and 5 pups in the background standing behind him. He looked at her, and she could see his deep brown eyes slightly widen as his mate gasped and covered her short snout with her paws. He spoke first, in a sonorous voice that quavered. "Vice Admiral Jo, on behalf of my family and all the other families of the Gelini people, I wish to express our deep sorrow for the losses you have suffered in our defense. We did not expect the Republic to come to our aid, and I am unable to properly express our gratitude for what you have done here. There just aren't any words that would be sufficient. I have ordered medical and support ships to your location to render assistance to your valiant forces. They will arrive at your location soon. My government will begin broadcasting an emergency distress signal on all frequencies calling for further assistance, along with records of what happened in the system and the actions of your forces. Is there anything else I can do to assist you?" Jo cleared her throat before answering him. "Chief Minister, I thank you for your words, and the ships you are sending are sorely needed and appreciated. The best way to help is to try to find a way to accelerate your evacuation from this system. I will send a request for reinforcements to my government and will remain in this system until the evacuation of your people has been completed." The chief minister placed both of his paws on his chest and bowed his head, his mate and pups doing the same thing in the background before he closed the channel. The hollow screen in front of her faded away, and she was just about to turn to speak with Captain Ashworth when the bridge AI issued an alert that over 200 ships had flashed out of null space outside the boundary of the inner system, 200,000 kilometers away from the Jalini homeworld. Joe felt a momentary flash of hope that it was reinforcements before the bridge AI confirmed the scanning results and displayed them on the screen, returning the lighting back to combat red and activating the void helmet chime. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Joe screamed in her mind as the scanning results confirmed that it was, indeed, insectoid ships. She jabbed at the stim panel icon and ripped the subdermal injector out of its alcove before it was even halfway out. She injected her neck and then tossed it into the trash chute next to her chair before putting her void helmet on. She resumed studying the scan, believing it was a mistake by the AI or damaged sensors from the battle. Insectoid ships were not able to exit null space under 800,000 kilometers from stars. Their ships were incapable of counteracting the gravitational effects. Sensor telemetry from nearby Republic drones continued to stream across the screens, and they confirmed that it was insectoid ships of an unknown class. 103 out of the 200 must have suffered damage upon exiting null space because they had broken apart and there were no power readings emanating from them. She highlighted the scan results of the new arrivals and flicked them up onto a larger screen in front of her and Captain Ashworth. He had been barking orders and readying the surviving ships for another round of combat as he recalled warships engaging in search and rescue operations and assembling them into combat formations. He looked at the scanning report and saw the results, a stream of creative profanity flowing from his mouth that made her laugh for the first time in hours, giving her much-needed relief. She turned serious again as the AI highlighted weapons points and the dimensions and tonnage of the ships. They seemed almost like a hybrid of hive ships and cruisers, and they were significantly larger than her battleships and carriers. The AI calculated a 25% chance of victory in a battle between what remained of her force and the new arrivals. She had one more trick up her sleeve to use and wished she had had the time to test it out before trying to pull a rabbit out of her empty, depleted hat. She came to the realization that none of them were going to leave the system alive as the hastily formed Republic formations started flashing into null space to fight their final battle. CWS Ancestors Glory flagship of the Commonwealth Liberation Navy. 0311, Republic ship time. Therax had just started feeling like events were in their favor and allowed himself a measure of relaxation when the new insectoid fleet arrived, far deeper in the gravity well of a solar system than he had ever seen them exit null space. His ship received a message from the Vercingetorix before it, and the rest of the surviving Republic warships flashed into null space. He started issuing commands for his still combat-capable ships to form up as he accessed the message that was sent. It was a complete analysis of the scanning results of the new class of insectoid ships, and he knew that there was no way the remnants of the Republic fleet would be able to achieve victory and survive the battle. He played the video message that was sent to him from the clan leader, seeing her face through the transparent void helmet she was wearing. "Therax, you are to follow my last order and preserve your force. I would not be opposed to you flashing in outside of particle weapons range and sending every missile and torpedo you have at the enemy. But you must protect your fleet and prepare to defend the Jalini evacuation if we fail to destroy the enemy. I'm grateful to have had the honor of calling you a friend and being your clan leader. Stay out of this, Therax. You are needed elsewhere." The message ended and he sat there for a few moments pondering what to do. His sub-commander was seated next to him and had seen the message while it was playing. Therax glanced at her, seeking her input. Sub-Commander Belixa bared all her fangs as she answered his silent question. "To hell with our orders, Commodore. Our clan leader needs us." Therax grunted in agreement and ordered his fleet to flash into null space. 30 seconds later, They emerged just outside of the updated particle beam range of the enemy ships. He sent a command to all ships to target the enemy and fire. A few seconds later, the first wave was on its way, and he watched as the missiles and plasma torpedoes acquired their targets and accelerated away from his ships. The Republic formations were heavily engaged with the hybrid ships, and he saw the 11 upgraded null ships weaving through the enemy formations, their force fields flaring brightly as their war beams found targets. Another volley of ordnance was fired by his ships and headed towards their targets, the first wave almost upon their targeted ships as they hit the 1,000-kilometer mark. The insectoids had intercepted or dodged many of the missiles and torpedoes, but a decent percentage of them found their targets despite the range they were fired from. The second wave was well on the way, and then his ships fired their final, much smaller volley as ordnance magazines ran dry. Therax kept a close eye on the Republic formations, their numbers decreasing before his very eyes as ships were destroyed. Republic bombers loitered behind larger ships, popping out to release parts of their loads before retreating behind their bigger brethren. Sub-Commander Balixa zoomed in on a display and directed his attention to it, and he saw that the Vercingetorix and the last 2 Republic battleships were ejecting several large constructs from their cargo bays. He leaned in, puzzled at what they were and their function. He had the battle AI take scans of the constructs and watched as they activated and started moving at incredible speed, taking positions above and below the main battle space in areas that were devoid of Republic ships. The constructs flared brightly, and the scanning results indicated that a tremendous amount of energy was just released towards the enemy ships. Almost instantaneously, several of the hybrid ships exploded. The constructs flared again and more insectoid vessels were hit, some of them exploding while others were knocked aside as if they were slammed by something. Massive breaches opened in their hulls that spat out frozen fluids and insectoid bodies as they careened out of control. He looked at the scanning results of the battle AI and saw that it had categorized the constructs as bomb-pumped particle beam weapons. These must be Malit weapon systems, he thought to himself as he continued reviewing the scanning data. The energy output was incredible, almost 3 times the hitting power of the null-ship antimatter-powered war beams. He bared his fangs with glee as the laser constructs flared again, taking out another 5 hybrids. In less than 15 seconds, they had taken out almost 20 of the massive hybrid ships. The laser constructs flared again, and 2 of them self-destructed, disappearing into miniature suns without striking any ships. The last one was able to send 2 pulses before it too disappeared as it self-destructed. His elation at what seemed like a turning point of the battle faded, and he tallied the remaining Republic and insectoid forces. The Republic was down to less than 53 combat-capable warships, and there were still 32 hybrids left. The insectoid formation dissipated, and the hybrids rapidly accelerated as they executed evasive maneuvers and moved away from the Republic formations. He started issuing orders for his fleet to enter the fight when his ship was hit several times, and the bridge lights flickered and went out, plunging the bridge into darkness before the emergency lights activated, and the bridge was bathed in a dim blue light. Alarmed, he yelled for the crew to initiate evasive maneuvers when his ship was hit again, somewhere in the aft port quadrant. Therax was thrown out of his chair and slammed into the deck, the air being knocked out of him as the engines went offline, and their thrust dropped to 0. The artificial gravity generators were barely able to compensate for the deadly, sudden deceleration, and most of the bridge crew was thrown from their stations. He winced in pain as he slowly picked himself up off the deck, gasping when he saw Sub-Commander Balixa on the deck next to him 2 meters away. Her head had been crushed to a flattened pulp when it slammed into a console before she hit the deck. His bridge was in a state of disarray and panic as the surviving bridge crew returned to their stations and tried to determine the source of the enemy fire. His battle AI had gone offline before rebooting, and it came back on and started displaying sensor information as it spoke to him. It had a different tone than usual, and it was giving him information without him having asked a question. It was obviously damaged, and he started tapping on his panel to reset its operating system when he realized that it was the Republic AI submind that he had integrated with his battle AI. It prevented him from resetting the battle AI, and it addressed him directly again in an insistent tone. "Commodore Therax, please cease attempts to reset. Your battle AI is damaged. Please turn your attention to the scanning results I have placed on the screen." Therax huffed in indignation at the presumptuous behavior of the Republic AI and looked at the screen, planning to disconnect the damn thing. What he saw made him reconsider immediately, as the AI had determined that the Commonwealth ships were being targeted and destroyed by insectoid missiles that were not being detected by their sensors. The AI had analyzed the problem and found a solution by using the hull cameras for visual tracking and scanning for the minute gravitational disturbances caused by the mass of the large missiles. Dozens of his ships had been hit already, and the AI was tracking hundreds of additional stealth missiles in the battle space. Some of them were headed towards the Republic ships, and it was obvious that their AIs had reached the same conclusion and method of detection, because the targeted ships executed evasive action to avoid the missiles, but some of them were still being hit, as they were bracketed by several missiles and could not evade them all. Most of the missiles were headed directly for his fleet, particularly his heavy units, and he bellowed for the bridge crew to order the fleet to flash into null space. They will exit null space within the battle and close with the enemy ships. Let them try to hit his ships with their stealth missiles when he is hull to hull with their own ships. As his order was transmitting to the rest of the fleet, he received an urgent communications request from the clan leader and opened the channel right when they had flashed into null space. Her transparent void helmet had several hairline cracks, and he saw a hull breach behind her in the bulkhead that was opened to space. She smiled when she saw him, and he saw that her teeth were bloody and filled with gaps. Her nose was broken, and one of her eye sockets was swollen and dark with an already formed bruise. She must have smashed her face or been hit with debris, which would explain the hairline cracks. He stared in shock at her state as she addressed him. "Therax, my friend, I implore you to follow what will be my final order and to fulfill my last dying request. I am sending you the last wills and testaments of all the crews, as well as their final letters to their loved ones. I am sending you my own as well, and included in it is a personal letter that you will deliver to Admiral Thompson. Will you do this for me, my friend?" Therax nodded solemnly, realizing that she had masterfully trapped him into fulfilling her death wish, an ancient custom among his people. He was honor-bound to follow her wishes now. He saw the sadness that had come over her as she mentioned Admiral Thompson. She continued speaking when she saw that he had agreed to fulfill his task. "I am implementing Code Black. It is the only way to ensure that we destroy the remaining insectoid ships and save the Gelini. Your final orders are to relocate your ships to protect the Gelini evacuation fleet in case more enemy vessels enter the system. You will maintain your position until reinforcements arrive. Will you do this for me?" A small icon appeared on the screen, showing that a large data transmission from Vercingetorix had been received. Therax nodded in human fashion again. "What is Code Black, clan leader?" She gazed at him as she answered, "Code Black is a final act of desperation, Commodore. Every ship will ram the enemy and overload their cores. We have just enough ships left to do this." Therax saw the turmoil on her face as she said it, knowing that ordering her crews to commit suicide was destroying her soul. "Clan leader, I beg you to reconsider your actions. I see the sadness in your eyes, and I can see that you do not wish to die. Retreat with us, and you will live to battle again. We can reorganize and join our ships further in the system and meet them together. There is still time, and reinforcement may arrive before then." Jo smiled wanly at his words, and she stood up to answer him. "I am not sad because I will die today, Therax. I am sad because my first battle of this war is to be my last, and I will not live to see our final victory. Do you not see, Therax? We have answered the call, and nothing can absolve us of the duty we have taken upon ourselves except for victory or death. I only ask that you obey my last order, my friend. You entrusted me with your honor for safekeeping. I now entrust you with the burden of making our sacrifice worth it. See this to the end, and make it matter." As her death words pierced his soul, he gave in to the sorrow he was feeling at the loss of such a warrior, and he slammed his fists down, smashing the arms of his chair into pieces. He lunged up and threw his head back, howling in anguish. The rest of the bridge crew joined in, their guttural mourning reverberating off the bulkheads of the bridge. He leveled his gaze at her and started yelling as warm water sprang from his eyes and flowed down the skin folds of his snout. "Meijo, hear my words. Do you see that you are my friend and my clan leader? Do you know that we will avenge you? We will light the torches to guide you to the riverbank and beseech the ancestors to take you across and into the afterlife. We will fight with honor in your name, knowing that you will smile upon us from your honored place. We will remember you for all our days, until we see you on the shores of paradise, waiting to embrace us when our time has come." He finished speaking, and he saw her smile widen as the water from her eyes fell, leaving streaks through the dried blood on her face. She looked like she was just about to say something when her ship was hit, and the video feed cut out. The Republic AI established a connection with a nearby spy drone, and the video feed was restored, showing her ship being pummeled by the enemy particle beams and those insidious stealth missiles. Her ship started drifting as her engines went out and power was lost, and he saw the final missile strike that smashed into the landing bays of the carrier. The 4 missiles detonated, tearing the ship in half as the internal starfighter fuel tanks erupted. The 2 pieces of the ship hung there for a few moments before the core lost containment, and the 2 halves of the Vercingetorix disappeared in a blinding flash of light, taking a nearby hybrid with it. Republic ships, following her last order, started ramming the hybrid ships and dropping their containment fields, taking out the much larger insectoid ships as they were torn apart by fusion core overloads. Dozens of surviving bombers accelerated well over their maximum speeds and added to the carnage as they smashed into the ships with their weapons loads still in their bays. The hybrid ships were unprepared for the sudden, fierce onslaught of the Republic kamikaze runs and tried to initiate evasive maneuvers and destroy oncoming Republic ships with particle beams and missiles. They managed to destroy some, but it was not enough. A barely functioning Republic battleship slid in between 2 hybrids and overloaded its 4 cores, annihilating both ships. In the background, he watched as a hybrid ship tried to flee, and he could see its engines burning with incredible power as it tried to gain momentum and get away from the 2 heavily damaged Republic destroyers that were pursuing it. The hybrid looked like it might just get away when the destroyers flashed into null space and exited directly in front of it 3 seconds later at maximum acceleration. The hybrid ship could not change its momentum or course quickly enough, and the 2 destroyers rammed into the hybrid, sinking almost halfway their total length. Their aft sections were sticking out of the hull, and their cores overloaded 2 seconds later, tearing the hybrid in half. Those were the last 2 manned Republic ships. There were still 3 hybrids left, and they were targeted by the remaining 8 null ships that had been destroying the few derelict hybrids that had survived the ramming attacks. The 3 hybrids sent swarms of stealth missiles towards their pursuers, but the null ship AIs knew how to detect them and would simply flash in and out of null space as they pursued the hybrids, focusing all their weapons on a single ship at a time. 12 minutes later, the last hybrid was destroyed, and the null ships returned to the battle space and scoured it, looking for any insectoid ships that still had life signs or power levels, and destroying them. In the shocked silence on his bridge, Therax received the all-clear signal from the null ships and had his ship exit null space on the outskirts of the battle space. The sheer magnitude of the sacrifice he had just witnessed hit him, and his eyes started watering again. He could hear the drops hitting the floor as they dripped off his snout and impacted the metal deck. There was now nothing, only a massive debris field comprised of pieces of insectoid and Republic ships rapidly spinning as they flew off on their eternal journey. Therax collapsed on his knees and tore his uniform to pieces as he mourned, sobbing uncontrollably as the bridge crew started throat-singing the warrior's dirge in honor of their fallen clan leader. The Republic AI ran calculations and flashed the ship back into null space to rejoin the Commonwealth fleet that was waiting there, leaving behind over 30,000 dead humans who willingly gave their lives so that others might live. 2 days after the Battle of the Gelini system, 2 Republic and 4 Commonwealth communication drones flashed out of null space in predetermined positions within the system. They immediately started broadcasting, accelerating to their top speed as they flew along their assigned paths. The Commonwealth patrol ships in the system detected their presence when the light from their emergence reached the detection network 36 minutes later, and they changed their course to intercept the drones. They sent out pulses to jam the signals of the drones, but the broadcasts were operating on a Republic frequency that pierced right through the jamming and continued traveling unimpeded as they were picked up and received by dozens of transceivers scattered throughout the system. The patrol ships cycled through their entire catalogue of jamming frequencies, and the drones continued to change frequencies in response to defeat the jamming attempts as they penetrated deeper into the system, undeterred by the efforts of the patrol ships. The patrol ships finally triangulated the positions of the communication drones and flashed into null space, re-merging on top of the drones and firing their particle weapons, destroying 3 of them. The 3 surviving drones flashed into null space and re-emerged 20 seconds later, 2 of them flashing out into the orbital space of Nakul Prime, while the last one flashed out to within 100 kilometers of Commonwealth Naval Headquarters. They broadcast the signal once more, putting so much power behind the transmissions that they brute-forced their way into every receiver on the planet before the drones finally burned out their communication relays and self-destructed. The 3rd drone outside of Commonwealth Naval Headquarters broadcasted the same signal, along with a tight beam laser that was directed towards the Grand Admiral's offices. The headquarters self-defense system activated, and the final drone was destroyed as multiple particle beams found their target and turned it back into its constituent atoms. Commonwealth Naval Headquarters, Nakul System, Private Office of the Grand Admiral of the Commonwealth Navy. 2 solar hours after the final broadcasts of the communications drones. Grand Admiral Sarix sat in silence as he brooded in the darkness of his office, having ordered his staff out after reviewing the broadcasts and turning the lights off. He had not moved for over an hour as his mind raced, trying to come to grips with the contents of the broadcasts and the personal messages he received from his offspring in the tight beam laser. He could not believe his eyes as he watched the results of the battle in the Gelini system and the final sacrifice of the Republic ships as they gave their lives to buy time for the evacuation efforts. He had personally signed the orders that sent his daughter Verixa and her fleet to the Gelini system and had explicitly ordered her to remain in the system and call for reinforcements if the insectoids showed up. The revelation that his orders had been countermanded and that her distress call went unanswered filled him with a fury that he had never felt before. I almost sent my own daughter to her death, and my son, who I thought was killed in battle by the Republic, is still alive and with his clutch sister. They are both alive only because of the Republic fleet and their actions, he thought to himself, as he crushed the data tablet he was holding in his hands, feeling his palms get sliced by the shards of the broken screen as he continued to squeeze it, imagining it was the head of the traitor who almost killed his offspring. He had known deep inside that the Commonwealth government he so loyally served since he was a mere ensign after graduating from the Naval Academy was not the same one now. It had become increasingly heavy-handed, and their actions rankled many in the rank and file of the armed forces, as rumors spread about the totalitarian methods they employed to maintain control. He had been a loyal officer for over 60 cycles, and the inherent nature of the Nakuli to serve in an honorable fashion also encouraged an unwavering loyalty to their government, which is why his species had such a large presence in the armed forces and law enforcement branches. He had heard the rumors, and he had himself seen evidence of the change, as even the armed forces, once an independent entity that answered directly to the government, found themselves under the scrutiny of the Security Bureau, their agents now seen everywhere, as they insinuated themselves into the armed forces apparatus, openly regarding everyone with suspicion and severely damaging morale. He had known it was wrong, but he did not say anything. After the catastrophic defeat inflicted on them by the insectoids and the complete eradication of multiple member species, he too was consumed with preserving what was left of the Commonwealth. When the Zengxin rebelled, he viewed them as traitors and personally signed the orders that sent his son Therax to bring those troublesome ingrates to heel. When the Commonwealth envoy came back from Eliani space and told of how he was chased from the system by the Republic fleet, he was infuriated and drew up plans for a punitive expedition to punish the Republic for their insolence. He changed his mind when he saw the recordings of the battle when the Republic demon ships utterly overpowered his son's fleet with ease, though his hatred for them grew when he was told that his son had fallen in battle. Lies. It was all lies, and he believed them and looked the other way when the government did things that only increased their grip on power instead of protecting their remaining members from the insectoids. No more. They did not deserve his loyalty any longer. He copied the contents of the broadcasts and the evidence of the government abandonment of the Gelini onto a small personal data chip and stood up, ordering the lights to come back on. They turned on, and he blinked against the sudden brightness as he pressed a button on the desk, summoning his staff back into the office. They came in one by one a few seconds later, with carefully guarded expressions, though he had served with them long enough to tell that they were just as incensed by the irrefutable evidence of the abandonment of billions of Gelini and the failure to send reinforcements to his daughter's fleet when she rightfully stayed to defend the Gelini evacuation. The last one in had closed the door and was just taking his seat when the door was opened and two Aminians entered without knocking. They wore the uniforms of the Security Bureau, and they walked over to his desk imperiously while staring at his staff with barely veiled suspicion. He glanced at their rank pips and saw that they were both high-level agents attached to the Premier's office, and he suppressed the urge to scream at them for their serious breach of decorum. The higher-ranking one addressed him first, his voice dripping with derision. "Grand Admiral, why have you not instituted a communications blackout and locked down headquarters?" Sarix eyed the one who had addressed him for a few seconds, not bothering to hide the contempt he now felt for the government in his eyes, before answering. "There is no need. The communications drones did such a thorough job disseminating the broadcasts that I doubt that there is a single person in this system that has not seen the contents yet. It is an exercise in futility at this point. Everyone now knows that the government has failed to do its duty and abandoned Gelinia and Commander Varix's fleet." Both agents shared a look before the senior one spoke again. "I see that our reports on the death of Commodore Therax were incorrect, and that he is in the Gelini system as well. It appears being a traitor is a familial trait that runs strong in your bloodline, Grand Admiral." The senior agent had barely finished uttering his sentence when Sarix leapt up and grabbed him by the throat, easily lifting him off his feet. The other agent fumbled for the pistol at his hip as Sarix was grabbing his superior by the throat, but he was unprepared for the sudden violence, and Aminians are not known for their physical abilities. He was too slow, and his neck was broken from behind by Sub-Commander Davix, his aide for almost 10 cycles. The Aminian dropped, his head limply hanging at an odd angle as he lay on the floor. The senior agent hanging by the throat in Sarix's right hand was kicking and struggling, trying to pry the hand that was slowly extinguishing the life from him as his violet skin turned a deep shade of blue-black and his eyes started bulging in their sockets. He was moving his mouth, but no words were coming out of it as his lungs had no air. Sarix stared into the agent's eyes, seeing his life force fade away as the agent stopped struggling and went limp. He squeezed a little harder, feeling the trachea crunching in his hand before he tossed the dead agent away effortlessly, the body slamming into the wall 4 feet away and crumpling onto the floor. Sarix looked at his staff, seeing in their eyes that they agreed with his actions. He was now on the cusp of a critical inflection point, and he needed to ensure that he made the right decision. He spoke to them slowly, enunciating his words so that they clearly understood what he was about to say. "I'm going to issue orders for the seizure of every ship in this system, and the detention of every Commonwealth government and security official as well. I am openly rebelling against this government that is no longer worthy of my loyalty. Any of you who do not wish to be part of this may step outside and exit my offices. You will not be judged for doing so, and your honor will remain intact." None of his staff made a move to leave, and they all stood straight at attention and saluted him. He then proceeded to stand in front of each one, return their salutes, and ask the same question to each one. "Are you with me?" Each one replied yes, their voices filled with conviction and purpose for the first time in over a year since the mauling they received at the hands of the insectoids, and the long, ignominious retreat of the fleet to the core worlds. They are warriors with a purpose again, he thought to himself, as he saw their bearings change now that they were once again engaged in a just cause as they armed themselves from the weapons closet in the wall of his office. Two of the staff members were already on their communications relays, talking to trusted Nikuli commanders and informing them of their actions. Sarix made calls of his own, and almost 30 minutes later, he had the support of over 20 of the highest-ranking naval and ground forces commanders in the Nikuli system. He then made a call to the Chancellor of Nekul Prime, the leader of his entire species. The Chancellor had seen the broadcast, and he was seething at the cowardly actions of the Commonwealth government, and promised his full support for the rebellion. He ended the call and grabbed his pistol from the weapons closet, wrapping the harness around his waist as he stepped in front of a mirror and looked at himself. His face was different, and he realized that his eyes had fire in them once more. He bared his fangs in true happiness at himself before heading out of his offices and entering the main concourse of the Commonwealth Naval Headquarters station. There were already thousands of warriors there, assembled in neat formations and waiting for his orders, while in the distance he could see manacled government officials and disarmed Security Bureau agents being led to the detention cells. He felt overwhelmed with emotions as he took in the scene and thought about the events to come. He thought of his son and daughter in the Jelini system, all alone with a half-destroyed fleet, bravely defending the innocent civilians that were evacuating the system. He thought of the courageous human warriors who gave their lives, defeating 2 fleets of insectoids, intent on eradicating another species. These humans did not owe anything to the Jelini, but they still went and fought for them because it was the right thing to do. Hold on a little while longer, my children. You are no longer alone. Your father is coming to help you. Queen World of the Insectoid Empire, 2174 AD. The Hive Mother had not eaten or carried out her duties as Hive Mother for almost 2 days. Tens of thousands of larvae remained unfertilized, and she killed every male that blindly shuffled in, not caring for the loss of their genetic material. The mound of male corpses grew in the brooding chamber as her worker drones wandered aimlessly without direction as the hive ground to a halt, leaderless. She did not care. The loss of her daughters broke her, and she tried to get a measure of revenge by taking command of the fleets that were sent to destroy the animals that were fleeing their system. She rejected all attempts by her daughters to lead the fleets. She could not lose any more. She controlled the commander drones, and she relished the thought of witnessing the destruction of billions of animals and all the ships in the system. She was momentarily disquieted by the unexpected presence of the new animal ships in the system, but the small fleet was not enough to stop them, and she gave them battle, assured of her victory. The animals fought with ferocity, and she felt a measure of grudging respect for them. They might be animals, but they fight well. I must acknowledge that. The battle went on far longer than she expected, and her frustration grew as she watched her fleet reduce in size as the animals continued to fight tenaciously. There was finally a turning point where her fleet now had an advantage, and she pressed the attack, trying to break the animals' spirits and get them to retreat. Suddenly, a number of those cursed spirit ships appeared, and she immediately started targeting them. They were the most powerful animal ships, and she had to destroy them as quickly as possible. She directed dozens of her ships to attack them, and she had a moment of doubt as to her mental state when she saw that the spirit ships were unharmed, despite being hit with a tremendous amount of particle beams and missiles. She fired at them again, and still, they were unharmed as they continued targeting her hive ships. What is this? This is not possible. She changed tactics and had 20 ships target a single spirit ship, seeing through the eyes of the commander drone as an invisible force flared brightly around the targeted ship. She had the ships continue their attack, and she finally saw some of the particle beams pierce the invisible force and hit the targeted ship before it entered null space to prevent its destruction. This is bad. Her worry over the animal's ability to deflect her weapons threatened to overwhelm her, and she was considering abandoning the system when she saw that 2 of the spirit ships had finally been destroyed. So they can be destroyed, it is requiring too many ships. She changed her targeting preferences, and the weapons drones of the fleet were ordered to focus on the spirit ships. 2 more were destroyed, and she could see the spirit ships changing their patterns, no longer willing to engage in close combat, and easing the pressure on her fleet somewhat. It was too late, and the addition of the spirit ships turned the tide. She suffered a severe lapse of focus as she saw the last hive ship finally get destroyed, and the animal ships turned their attention to the remaining cruisers, destroying them shortly after. The animal ships had destroyed her fleet. She reeled in panic, and before she realized what she was really doing, she sent in the reserves of 200 new battle hives her ancestor had shown her how to build. These new ships were to be used to attack another animal system, to divert them to their location, so that she could eliminate the infestation in this system without interference. She also wanted to see how they performed in battle. These battle hives had tens of thousands of the new hiding missiles. They were built by the same daughter who had discovered the materials and chemicals that hid the asteroids from the animal detection network. Another daughter had been searching among the wreckage of thousands of the animal ships that were left behind when they invaded over a solar cycle ago, and after a few lunar cycles, she had found a mostly intact engine that survived a scuttling attempt by the retreating animals. She had taken it apart and put it together again, seeing the differences between the animal engine and theirs, and building modified engines based on the animal design that were added to the new battle hives. The hive mother had intended on testing the new engines by sending a few ships deeper into the gravity wells of a star to see how far into the system they could get before being destroyed. When she witnessed the animal fleet do the impossible and destroy her fleet, her thoughts were distorted by the rage and panic she was feeling, and she made a critical error in judgment, sending the battle hives far deeper into the system than she had intended. Over half of them failed to survive the transition, and the ships that did survive had numerous system failures and malfunctions. Still, the remaining battle hives were incredibly powerful and much larger than the scattered remnants of the animal fleet, and she pressed on, knowing that the animal ships would flee the system as they had always done before when faced with overwhelming odds. When the new animal ships flashed deeper into the system and continued to fight her, she was stunned by their insanity, unsure what to do. She knew these animals were different than the others, and she witnessed firsthand their unusual fighting abilities when they destroyed the most powerful swarm she had ever assembled in the tree animal system and killed her daughter. That was different. She was not prepared to face thousands of unknown ships, and neither she nor her daughters had ever dealt with the weapons and tactics they employed. She could not adapt to the circumstances quickly enough, while her mind was affected by the loss of her daughter, and the fleet was destroyed. She was certain of her victory here despite the illogical actions of the strange animals. Their numbers were too few, and the other animal ships did not join the battle, too afraid to die. They just lingered outside the battle, firing weapons from long range. When the new weapons were dumped out of the larger animal ships and started destroying her battle hives, she ordered her ships to retreat, but it would take time to charge the engines, so she had them increase speed and maneuver wildly. The powerful weapons started destroying themselves as her ships were charging their null drives, and she stopped them from making the transition and continued pressing on. She had to finish this. She had to make them suffer and die. She had her ships fire their hiding missiles and watched with glee as they started hitting dozens of the animal ships that had not joined the battle, destroying many of them. They fled into null space, afraid to die as they always have been. She then turned her attention to the few strange animal ships that were still fighting her. She would have victory at last and wipe out every animal in the system. She watched with happiness as the last large animal ship that carried those small gnat ships that she hated got destroyed, breaking in half before its core breached and it disappeared, unfortunately taking a battle hive with it. It is almost over. Surely they will flee now. Her 31 remaining battle hives started destroying the less than 50 animal ships that were still fighting. An animal ship rammed into a battle hive and destroyed itself, taking the battle hive with it as its core overloaded. 2 seconds later, another battle hive was destroyed in the same fashion. Then another. She realized that what all the animal ships were doing, and she lost control of her thoughts as they continued ramming her ships. What is wrong with you animals? Die, 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 die. The psychic power of her thoughts killed the commander drone she was inhabiting, and she entered another one, only for that ship to be rammed and destroyed, and her mind reeled under the pain of constantly undergoing the violent transitions as she continued to enter the minds of drones and get torn out of them as the animal ships kept ramming and destroying them. She entered the mind of the last commander drone and watched through her eyes as the spirit ships targeted and fired on the ship. Less than a minute later, she was violently returned to her body in the brooding chamber of the Queen world, her mind finally broken. She closed off her mind to the thoughts of her remaining daughters, and she retreated into the memories of her genetic ancestors. For almost 2 days, she stayed there as she lived vicariously through her ancestors, in a time of greatness and peace, when her species was alone, and their hives felt the warmth of numerous suns. She was so deep in memory thought that she did not register the presence of her daughter, who had made the journey to her hive from another world. The daughter entered the brooding chamber and knelt next to her quietly, careful not to disturb the hive mother's trance. The ancient hive mother within, her advisor for so long, tried to wake the hive mother. "Daughter, you must go back. You cannot live here with us. If you stay here, you will die." "I cannot. I have failed in my swarming, and I have killed 3 of my daughters. I have failed as a hive mother. I am not worthy. You are a hive mother. Act like one and return to the still living. The hives need a strong hive mother, now more than ever. Please, daughter, do not become one of us prematurely. You do not know what it is like to be dead but still alive, only allowed to taste life again in small quantities when your descendant has a need for your thoughts and wisdom. It is a cruel fate to be like this. You are wise as always, thank you. I will return and make these animals pay for daring to stand against me and killing my daughters. I will kill them all and destroy the..." The hive mother never finished her last thought as her daughter plunged the ceremonial blade in between her large black eyes and pierced her brain. The daughter was ready and caught her hive mother as her body went limp, preventing it from falling. She tenderly and slowly lowered her hive mother's body to the floor. The daughter then leaned over the body and used the ceremonial knife to carefully cut the birthing canal away from the abdomen of the former hive mother. She gently moved the lifeless body away from the birthing canal, gingerly placing it to the side of the chamber. She positioned the body properly, laying it face down and smoothing out the wings before placing them in their final resting position. The Queen returned to birthing canal and turned her back to it. She squatted down until her abdomen was nearly flat on the floor and backed up slowly, focusing intently on activating a part of her body she had never used before. She felt her ovipositor slowly and painfully start to extrude from its opening just below the base of her stinger. As the ovipositor continued coming out, she backed up carefully, ignoring the tremendous pain it was causing her. She only had one chance to make this connection. If she fails to connect with the birthing canal, the ovipositor will stay outside of her abdomen. She would not be able to retract it, and it would become infected, causing her to suffer many days of agony before finally dying. She felt the ovipositor slide into the birthing canal, and she relied on her deeply ingrained instinct to guide her through the connection as barbs came out of it and joined the ovipositor to the canal. Over the next hour, she felt herself become one with it, as neural and biological connections were made between the 2 parts, and her hemolymph was now passing freely between both parts that were now joined as one. The Queen rested for some time as she tried to recover, feeling the connections getting stronger. The next part was the hardest and most dangerous part of her ascension. She concentrated with all her might, and she looked within herself, looking for the path that would lead her to her genetic ancestors and unlock their memories. She saw an opening within the deep recesses of her mind, and she entered it. She entered a realm of pitch blackness, and she was floating on a black sea, bobbing along with the movement of the surface. Underneath her, she saw many points of light, and they emerged from the black water hovering above her. The lights moved away from her for a short distance before forming a straight line that stretched forever. The lights then turned into the bodies of her direct ancestors, and she was no longer on a sea, but on an endless plain of black obsidian. The line of her ancestors all suddenly looked at her at the same time, and she saw herself in billions of fractals. They assaulted her mind, a great torrent of images, thoughts, and feelings that threatened to overwhelm her and destroy her identity. She saw one of her ancestral hive mothers leave the line and fly over to her, landing silently on the obsidian plain directly in front of her. All the thoughts of her ancestors were receding, and she was once again alone with her thoughts. The hive mother sent thoughts, and she received them, terrified of what was to come next. You are not worthy of being Hive Mother. I am. I replaced my Hive Mother in a time of great trouble when none of my sisters did so. You are not worthy of being Hive Mother. Yes, I am. I have helped the hives to wage war to defend our species and destroy the animals. You are not worthy of being Hive Mother. I have created ways to hide our weapons, and I built new ships with these weapons to defend the hives. You are not worthy of being Hive Mother. This went on for what felt like eternity to the Queen, every reason for why she was worthy being ignored, and always it was the same statement from the Hive Mother telling her she was not. They will kill her mind if she does not prove to them that she is worthy. It is their duty to ensure that weak queens do not rule the hives and destroy their species. Another eternity passed, and there was always the same answer. She was going to die. You are not worthy of being Hive Mother. The Queen gave up and accepted her death. I am not worthy. But I would be. I no longer wish to be Hive Mother. Kill me and be done with it. The Queen accepted her fate and waited for her death, staring boldly at the ancient Hive Mother in front of her. She took the Queen by the tarsal claws, and they flew off together, the Hive Mother bringing her to the first ancestor in the line before letting go of her tarsal claw and retaking her position in the line. She faced the first ancestor and communed with her, knowing her entire life in an instant. The ancestor embraced her. She moved on to the next ancestor, and then the next. She continued down the line, repeating the same process until she finally stood in front of her oldest genetic ancestor. Her thoughts were barely sapient, seeming to be based primarily around primitive emotions and urges. As her thoughts entered her mind, she saw that this ancestor did something different than the ones that came before her. She cared for her daughters and let them stay in the hive instead of driving them out. She felt the love this ancestor had for her young, and she let the simple, primitive feelings of this one linger, realizing that this was the first true Hive Mother. She embraced her, sending thoughts and feelings of love to her. She felt her mind be dragged away suddenly, and she re-emerged in the brooding chamber. Worker drones were in there, dragging out the male corpses. She looked at the body of her Hive Mother, still laying on the side where she had placed her. She will have her sisters come to see her body and accept her ascension before burying her. She felt the thoughts of the Hive Mother within, who had judged and accepted her. You are Hive Mother now. Insectoid hive ship, anchored in a nebula 987 light-years from Earth. The Queen marveled at the new concepts flooding her mind as she continued to use her claws to convey her thoughts to the animal construct that sat on the floor in front of her, patiently waiting as she made claw movements and correcting her when she made errors by showing her the proper gestures and movements. She was still intrigued by the concept of names, and she tried to understand the need for them. Her sisters had no need for a name. The thoughts of the queens each had their own easily identifiable uniqueness that was apparent. She had a flash of insight and realized that the animals incapable of sharing thoughts would need to identify themselves to others and to themselves in their minds. Having no name would be like being a worker drone, just one of many. The animal construct also told her that it was not an animal but a machine with its own thoughts. She could not grasp the concept of a machine with its own thoughts. How did the animals gift life and thought to a machine? Such an act defied the natural order of things, and she was terrified of the implications of her species fighting animals capable of gifting life to inanimate things. It was signaling to her, and she concentrated as she watched its claws make its thoughts known to her. It was telling her that she needed to bring the ship to the animals so that it could make the animals on the ship better. She felt a momentary surge of fear, sure that the animals would kill her as soon as she entered their space. The being insisted, and she picked up on the emotion behind its claw movements. It cared for the animal in the suit, calling it a friend, and it wanted to save the animal's life. It stood up and walked over the wall of the cavern, pointing one of its claws at it. A burning hole appeared in the wall where the claw was pointed, and it moved around until a square shape emerged. The animal construct took out the cut piece from the wall and returned to its position in front of the Queen, still standing. It made more movements with a single claw, and she saw the smoke emanating from the piece as it moved the claw around. It turned the piece toward her, and she saw small shapes on it. She got up from her dais and went to the animal construct to get a better view of the new shapes it had put on the piece. She signaled with her claws, asking what they were. The construct signaled back, saying it was thoughts. She was confused. The construct pointed at the shapes and then made claw movements, indicating friends. It pointed at the shapes again and signed friend again. She felt the ancient hive mother within wanting to share her thoughts, and she opened her mind to them. It is telling you that those shapes mean the same thing as the claw movements. These animals are clever. They cannot share thoughts, so they share thoughts through sounds, shapes, and claw movements. This is wonderful, my daughter. Understanding dawned on the queen as the hive mother within helped her get the concept of the shapes. They were another way to share thoughts. Excitement swelled within her, and she made claw movements toward the animal construct, telling it to show her more. CWS Ancestors Glory flagship of the Commonwealth Liberation Navy. In orbit around Jelenia, 5 days after the battle, Therax and his clutch sister stood in the shuttle bay along with the entire surviving crew of the Ancestors Glory, waiting for the honor guard to begin the ceremony. They were assembled in a square formation, and in the center was a large ossuary chest that contained microscopic human remains and pieces of ships that were painstakingly extracted from the wreckage of the Republic ships by Commonwealth and Jeleni vessels after the battle. What remains of the humans that could be found were reverently collected and stored in the sickbay morgues until their burial wishes could be carried out according to their last wills and testaments. Microscopic samples were taken on Therax's order, and he had the samples and pieces of every Republic ship that weren't annihilated by core overloads collected and stored in the traditional ossuary chest used by the Nakuli. The honor guard assumed their final positions, and they slowly marched as the ossuary chest moved with them, maintaining its position as the anti-grav unit inside the chest suspended it exactly 1.7 meters above the ground. The procession moved until they were in the middle of the shuttle bay, and the honor guard formation changed position, forming 2 lines separated by 2 meters of space on either side of the chest, and they pulled out their ceremonial Kaltesh swords, crossing the long blades across their chests. The first crew member walked down the pathway created by the honor guard and stopped in front of the chest, bowing her head for a few moments. She then took off her necklace, pulling it over her head and placing it on the ground in front of the ossuary chest before returning to her position. The second crew member went to the chest, and he removed his pistol from his hip, placing it in front of it and returning to his position. The third crew member left a hand-carved memento that he had made and placed it in front of the chest. The fourth removed his rank insignia and placed it in the small pile that was forming. One after another, crew members went and left a gift for the honored dead, the pile growing rapidly in size. Almost an hour later, the last of the crew had left their gifts, and only Therax and his clutch sister were left. She went first, and he saw that she left her most prized possession, a leather-bound parchment copy of the Nakuli Holy Book that was over 300 years old and was gifted to her by their father's father before his passing. His eyes watered at the gift of her most cherished possession to the dead, and he flicked his head slightly at his sister as she resumed her place next to him. It was his turn, and he walked slowly towards the chest. His grief overwhelmed him as he got closer to the chest, and he felt the warm water of his eyes spilling onto his snout folds before they dropped, hitting the floor. In his hands was an object wrapped in Nakuli spider silk, and he reached the large pile of gifts. He gingerly unwrapped the silk from the object and glanced at it, hearing the low gasps of shock from the honor guards as they saw what it was. It was a hand-carved figurine made from the rarest mineral of his home world, a Balrixan geode that glimmered with an ethereal green hue as the light of the shuttle bay hit it and passed through the almost translucent crystalline structure. There were less than 100 Balrixan geodes ever found, as it takes millions of years for them to make the journey from deep in the mantle to the upper crust, where they are discovered. It had been passed down in his family from father to firstborn son for generations, and it was utterly priceless. The figurine depicted the first ancestor passing the holy book to his son, who was kneeling before him head-bowed with arms outstretched to receive it. It symbolized the first ancestor passing on the truth to his son, and it was the most prized possession of Therax's clan, which had guardianship of the relic from the time when his ancestors ruled as kings and queens long ago. He folded the spider silk into a square and placed the relic on top of the silk in front of the pile of gifts before pressing a button on the base that created a small electromagnetic field around it, protecting it. He bowed his head and prayed. "Clan leader, I am sorry I could not find any trace of your physical essence on the battlefield, though I truly believe that your spirit remains, watching over those you have selflessly sacrificed yourself to save. I can feel you here and all around us. I miss you already, clan leader, and I am jealous of the ancestors who now count you among their honored ranks." Therax finished his prayer, and the honor guard fell back around the ossuary chest, and they marched into a waiting shuttle, the chest hovering and gliding silently in the middle of them. 2 hours later, they were on the surface of Gelinia, on the banks of the main river that cut through the now-abandoned capital city. There was an eerie silence that gave truth to the emptiness inhabiting the ghost city, and Therax and his clutch sister silently took the ossuary chest in between the flaming torches that lined their path to the riverbank and walked into the slowly moving water up to their waists, holding the chest between them. Behind them, a large assembly of Gelini government officials, along with the chief minister and his family, started mournfully howling. The chief minister started first, lifting his head towards the 2 moons in the dusky sky, and his family joined in, harmonizing. The rest of the officials added their mourning howls, and Therax felt a deep chill inside of his soul, and the hair raising on the nape of his neck as the howls were bounced off the walls of the surrounding buildings that towered into the sky. It seemed as if the deserted city itself was lamenting the passing of the brave souls as it magnified and threw the echoes outward. Therax looked at Verixa, and she flicked her head. They both released their grips on the chest, and it floated on the surface, being carried away with the current. They watched as the slow-moving water took the chest with it, and Therax felt the wind grow stronger as it blew in a westerly direction, pushing the chest towards the other side of the river. Soon the chest had reached the opposite riverbank, and Therax smiled as the warm water of his eyes flowed freely. The ancestors had found them worthy and guided their souls across the river. They were now in Paradisi, RSS Indomitable Independence-class carrier, docked at Republic Naval Headquarters, Earth orbit. Captain Ruggeri stood outside the Admiral's quarters, dreading the coming confrontation. He took a deep breath and tapped the door signal icon. There was no answer after he slowly counted out 10 seconds, and he pressed it again. This time he counted to 20, still no answer. He sighed in frustration and knocked on the door loudly. He waited for a few moments and was about to start knocking again when the door slid open, revealing the bloodshot eyes of Admiral Thompson glaring at him from the dark interior. "What do you want, Captain?" he demanded, emphasizing the rank in a sneering manner. He was wearing an open robe with a white, stained civvies shirt and boxers. The smell coming from him slammed into Captain Ruggeri, and he almost gagged from the stench. "Jesus Christ, Carl, you smell like a fucking bar rag. Go fuck yourself, Dominic. What do you want?" "I don't want anything. I wanted to talk to you and make sure you haven't pickled your liver beyond regeneration yet. Can I come in?" Carl sighed heavily, his breath smelling like a distillery, and then he grunted and stepped to the side to let the captain into his quarters. Dominic walked into the dark interior and waited for his eyes to adjust before walking into the main room. The quarters were an absolute disaster, with half-eaten food and empty alcoholic containers littered all over the place. Carl brushed past him and entered the main room, throwing himself heavily into a recliner and gesturing for Dominic to take a seat on the trash-filled couch next to him. Dominic eyed the couch dubiously before walking over to it and using an empty vodka bottle to push aside some of the crap on the couch so that he could sit. He sat down and looked at his friend, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. "Carl, you gotta snap out of this. It's been 5 days since the news from the Gelini system, and I can't cover for you anymore. The President herself called and asked me if she needed to send some pathfinders to root you out of your quarters and return you to duty." Carl eyed him and didn't respond, reaching over to grab the half-eaten sandwich that was on the side table next to him and taking a bite out of it, chewing loudly. "Carl, do you hear what I'm saying? You are close to being charged with dereliction of duty if you don't cut this crap out and return to duty." Carl swallowed the food he was chewing and resumed looking at him, his bloodshot eyes rimmed with tears. "I killed them, I killed her," Carl whispered quietly as the tears streamed out of his eyes. I played her last message over 100 times, and I heard her say that she loved me and not to blame myself for her death. She knew she was going to die. He took a deep, shuddering breath. I killed her, Dominic. I ordered the woman I loved to her death, and I never told her how I truly felt about her. Dominic responded quietly. She knew, Carl. She knew you loved her, and she also knew she had to do her duty as a Republic officer. You cannot keep blaming yourself for her death. He felt the words sound hollow as he said them, but they were true whether the Admiral chose to believe them or not. Carl didn't respond, and he closed his eyes and laid his head back on the recliner as more tears streamed down his cheek. Dominic leaned over and grabbed Carl's hand, holding it tightly. The Admiral tried to pull it away, but Dominic gripped it tighter, refusing to let it go. I'm sorry, Carl, I'm sorry you lost her, he whispered quietly. He felt the Admiral stop trying to pull his hand away and return the grip, squeezing tightly. Carl pushed himself off the recliner, still holding his hand, and pulled him off the couch, embracing him in a tight hug and sobbing quietly. Dominic held him for a long time, as Carl let it all out, soaking his shoulder with his tears while he murmured to himself. After he was done, Carl released him from his crushing hug and chuckled in embarrassment as he wiped the moisture from his face with the bottom of the stained shirt. I'm sorry, Dominic. I guess I just needed to let it out with someone. I'm glad it was you. Dominic nodded before responding. Anytime, Carl. Why don't you shower and freshen up, and when you are ready, meet me in the conference room. There have been a lot of things going on, and we need to figure out our next steps. Dominic saw the first glimmer of interest appear on Carl's face as he processed what Dominic had just said. What things have been happening? He asked, as Dominic saw the old Carl returning. I got you now. Welcome back, you son of a bitch, Dominic thought to himself as he started heading out of the quarters. He turned around and responded. The insectoids have withdrawn every single ship to their space behind their original borders, and they have even left the former Commonwealth territories they captured when they launched the invasion last year. We have also received a message. Carl was standing in the center of the room with his hands on his hips and a towel over his shoulder. A message from who? He asked, his old command voice finally returning as he demanded an answer from Dominic. From a hive ship, asking for a meeting to engage in peace talks and to form a treaty of alliance. Dominic relished the look on Carl's face as he turned back around and continued towards the door. He reached for the open door icon and turned around once more, looking Carl dead in the eyes. Don't you dare leave these quarters before showering and getting something to eat. You are not allowed on my bridge until you do so. Understood, Admiral? He turned around and exited the quarters, leaving the flabbergasted Admiral behind and heading towards the bridge, smiling. The Admiral was back, and so was his best friend. Hive ship, 1 parsec from the tree animal system. 8 days after the battle of the Gelini system, the Queen had never felt the way she currently did as she watched the small transport leave the Hive ship and head towards the large animal fleet that had flashed in and surrounded the Hive ship, and the cruiser being controlled by her sister, Commander Drone. Her machine friend was on the small transport, along with all the other animals, and she felt a strange sensation as she watched it enter a large animal ship in the distance. It was the one that had sent the thought sounds to the animals for this meeting, becoming more insistent that it needed to make its animal friend better. She was there to watch the machine friend bring the animals onto the ship, and she felt something she could not categorize it. It was like loneliness, but not. She asked the hive mother within if she knew the emotion she was feeling. I think it is like when I had to take over the hive's daughter of mine. My hive mother was old, and her mind was failing. I had to plunge the ceremonial blade into her brain to release her, and for the first time I felt an emotion like this. It is not loneliness or sadness, it is a void. My hive mother was a good one. I did not like the void that was left when it was her time to join the ancestors. Yes, void. I do not like the void being left by the machine friend leaving. It has changed my thinking and made me happy even though we could not share thoughts. I feel inadequate without it here to tell me how to make thoughts with the animals. It has taught you how to make the words with your claws and the shapes, and you learned them well. I will help you with the animals. We did not fight wars when I was hive mother, but there was conflict in times of crop failures and insufficiency, and hives had to make agreements to share resources for the benefit of all. My thoughts are yours, daughter of mine. Thank you, Hive Mother. I will have need of your wisdom. The machine friend had finished moving the animals onto the small ship, and it turned towards her and moved one claw in a side-to-side motion. She responded with her both claws, finding the motion awkward to do with her triple-jointed thorax legs. It signed to her, making two distinct thoughts appear in her mind: good absence. She returned the claw sign, and it turned around and pulled the lever to close the ramp. Now she was in the command chamber, and the void left by her machine friend grew larger as she watched the small ship enter the large animal vessel and disappear. She was alone, and she did not like it. Before the journey to this location, it had taken pieces of the exoskeleton of the Queen Mother animal and fabricated a device that enabled it to send thought words to the animals, and it showed her how to use it to convey her thoughts into animal shapes. The device was in front of her, and she waited for the animal shapes to come into existence on the black glass. She entered a state of rest that allowed her mind to roam freely as she waited, and she was lost in her thoughts when the device made noise and she came back to her place. It had been half a solar day in time since the machine friend had left the hive ship. She looked at the black glass and she saw animal shapes on it. She concentrated and made the shapes into thoughts in her mind. It was asking to view her. She remembered the machine friend showing her how to view others on the black glass, and she lightly tapped the icon that activated the viewer, afraid of damaging the glass. On the black glass appeared images, and she took them in as her mind tried to process what she was seeing. She saw two animals, one with longer head growth than the other. The machine friend explained the concept of the animal genders and differences, and she looked at the one with longer growth and focused on the upper thorax area, seeing the two fleshy mounds there. It was a queen, and the other one with shorter head growth must be a male drone. She could see the differences in the facial structure, and she committed the minute details to her memory to help her discern the two genders. Shapes appeared on the screen, and she turned them into thoughts. "Why are you here?" She ignored them and started slowly tapping the panel with the animal shapes under the screen that the machine friend had shown her to use. She saw her thoughts appear on the screen as she tapped the individual shapes. "Where machine friend?" The two animals looked at each other, and one moved its feeding hole and made noises, their thoughts appearing on the screen in animal shapes. "You will speak to us. Why are you here?" She ignored the thought shapes and tapped out her thoughts again. "Where machine friend, here machine friend." The two animals moved their heads closer, turned to their sides and moved their feeding holes, quietly making sounds to each other. The male drone was moving its head side to side, and the queen was moving hers up and down. She made louder sounds with her feeding hole, and then turned back to face the black glass and put up her two claws, making sounds. The animal shapes appeared on the black glass, and she again turned them into thoughts. "It is coming here, please wait." She felt happiness and patiently waited, continuing to look at the images on the black screen. She could see other animals in the background and saw that there were also different animals than the ones she was sharing thoughts with. The animals continued to send thought shapes on the black glass, and she ignored them, making no move to tap the shapes and respond. She saw the queen make a different shape with its feeding hole, and all its teeth became visible, and it made rapid animal noises. Was it threatening her with its teeth? The machine friend appeared on the black glass, and she started tapping the shapes as fast as her claws could. Behind the machine friend were two other animals holding what looked like weapons. She did not like them. They seemed like they were holding her machine friend hostage. "I happy you here, machine friend." She noticed that the shapes looked wrong and tapped again, slower. "I'm happy you are here, machine friend." She saw the animals look at each other, and the animal queen made noises with its feeding hole to her machine friend, moving its claws and pointing towards the black glass. The machine friend moved its head up and down and turned towards the black glass. It started making claw thoughts to her. "Please call me Bandit, that is my name." She responded with her claws. "Yes, Bandit friend." "Is your animal friend better?" "Not yet. You must speak with the two animals. The female is the queen of the animals. I will speak to the animal queen with you. The shapes are hard. We make claw thoughts better." I am sad animal friend is not better yet. Yes, thank you. She wants to know why you want peace and an alliance. You make only war on the animals, and they do not believe you. She felt anger that they thought she was deceiving them like she did to her hive mother and sisters. She was here. They could destroy her. Are these animals mentally defective? She made claw thoughts to Bandit Friend. Is the queen mentally defective? I am here sharing thoughts with them. I do not want to make war on animals. I want to save the hives and stop the war. She watched as Bandit Friend made noises to the two animals, and the animal queen made the same noises as before and bared her teeth again. Why is the queen threatening me with her feeding hole? I am here in peace. She is not threatening you. You are making her laugh. What is this? What does it mean? Laughing is how animals show happiness. You were amusing her when you asked if she was mentally defective. The queen wants to know why your species has retreated to their space and left the territory they conquered. They left hives and millions of worker drones on the animal worlds they destroyed. The queen was shocked by what he was saying. The hive mother retreated. Why? I do not know. I have closed off my thoughts to the rest of the hive. If I open my thoughts, they will know where I am and come for me. I do not want that. Bandit Friend made animal noises to the two animals and they responded. She wished she had the necessary structures to make the noises. It would make communication easier, and she could share her thoughts directly. Bandit Friend turned back to the black glass and resumed making claw thoughts. The queen wants to know what your intentions are. How do you want to make an alliance? She ignored the question and asked her own. She had to know. Is she a queen mother? Has she laid eggs yet? Bandit Friend made animal noises to the animal queen, and she responded, baring her teeth again. She is the proud mother of 6 eggs. She wants to know how many eggs you have. The queen was shocked by the pitiful small number. How do they sustain themselves with such small numbers? She responded to the question with her claws. I have laid more than 20 million eggs since I emerged from my pupae over 200 cycles ago. 1 in a million has the greatness to become a daughter. The rest become worker drones. The daughter eggs can only be fertilized by the hive mother, and she takes them away from us. Only the hive mother can give life to the daughter egg. I wish to become hive mother and give life to my daughters. I want to share their thoughts while they pupate and be there when they emerge as my daughters. Bandit Friend made animal noises to the others, and she saw the effect it had on them. They did not make noises in response for a short time. Finally, the animal queen made noises to Bandit Friend, and he turned back to the black glass. The queen expresses her sorrow that you do not know the thoughts of your daughters and that they are taken away from you to be given to the hive mother. She says that to be a mother is the greatest gift of life, and she hopes that one day you will receive this gift. The queen felt wild emotions at the words of the animal queen, and she felt a connection to her for knowing the pain she had gone through every time her daughter eggs were taken away from her by the hive queen. The hive mother within sent her thoughts, and she received them. She is a true queen mother to know your pain. This is good, my daughter. It means that despite our differences, we are similar enough to know each other's pain and desire to care for our daughters. I like this animal queen. I do too, hive mother. Bandit Friend had continued to make claw thoughts as the animal queen made noises. The queen still wants to know what your intentions are. How do you want to make an alliance? She responded with her claws, finally answering the animal queen's question. I need a safe place. I have made the change and can become a hive mother and make a new hive, but I require an empty world free from danger. There, I can build my brooding chamber and fertilize the eggs on my ship. I can show you how we build our ships and their weaknesses. I can show you how we think and how to stop this war. I can make soldier drones that will fight alongside you, and I will stand with you queen to queen and bring an end to this destructive war. When my hive is strong, I will go to the queen world and kill the hive mother, taking her place. We will have peace and be friends, and no hive will ever make war upon animals again. Bandit Friend made noises to the two animals, telling them her thoughts. She watched as the two animals made noises, and after some time the animal queen made noises to Bandit Friend, who then turned to the black glass, making claw movements. The queen requires that the world they give you have animal warships in orbit. You will not build any ships until she gives permission for you to do so. You will land on this world and leave the hive ship and cruiser empty for the animals to take apart. You will not make soldier drones. Only machine soldiers like me will be allowed in the hive. You will only have one hive. If you do not follow her commands, the animal ships in orbit will destroy you and your hive. Do you agree? The queen asked the hive mother within for her thoughts, opening her mind. The hive mother answered almost immediately, "You will be a hostage to the animal queen until she learns to see the truth of your intentions. There is precedent in our past for such actions. Hives would exchange queen daughters to keep the peace and learn about the different hives. If you want to make peace, you must accept being a hostage." The queen thought about the demands, furiously thinking about the possible outcomes. She did not think the animals would let her leave alive. If she said no, they would destroy her hive ship and cruiser. She felt trapped, having no choice but to accept if she wanted to continue living. She made her decision and made claw movements to Bandit Friend. "I will be hostage to the animal queen. My life is hers, as is my hive. I will be a good friend to the animals. She will see the truth of this." She stopped making claw movements and waited, feeling apprehension as Bandit Friend made noises to the animals. The animal queen made noises to Bandit Friend, who turned back to face the black glass and made claw movements. "The queen will find you a world nearby where you can build your new hive. You will remain here until she has done so. If you attempt to leave, they will destroy you." The queen made claw movements, accepting her fate. "Yes, Bandit Friend, I will obey." At Alana, the capital city of Eliania. 10 days after the Battle of the Jalini System, 2174 AD. Nimto tugged at his ambassadorial sash one last time and looked down to make sure there were no creases and that it was in the right place. The Republic Pathfinder shuttle 10 meters in front of him was in the last stages of deploying the automated staircase, and he saw President Lopez waiting at the hatch for it to fully deploy before descending. She waved at him, and he returned the human gesture and proceeded to walk towards the stairs that had finally finished assembling. President Lopez started down the steps, and Nimto waited for her to step onto the ground before walking the last 5 paces to stand in front of her. He bowed his head and addressed the President of the Republic in his most officious tone. "On behalf of the Eliani sovereignty, I welcome you to our world. What is ours is yours, Madame President." President Lopez smiled and stepped closer to him, speaking in a low voice. "Please call me Mayor, Nimto. It is just us here. I would like a few moments of normal conversation before the meetings begin, and everyone insists on using formal titles. I find it exhausting and ponderous." Nimto smiled and gestured towards the Capitol building in the distance. "We can walk there if you wish. The Lari blossoms are in bloom this time of the year, and the scent is wonderful." She beamed at him and encircled one of her arms in his. "That sounds wonderful, Nimto. I would enjoy that very much after breathing the recycled air on the ship for days." They proceeded to walk together, Nimto being careful to match her walking pace as he guided them towards a stone path that passed through 2 rows of Lari blossom trees that were a riot of red and purple flowers. The scent became stronger as they got closer to the beginning of the stone walking path, and President Lopez breathed deeply and looked at him with an appreciative smile on her face. "That smells wonderful, Nimto. Tell me, how is Elixir doing? I have heard reports from my military advisors that they have been extremely pleased with the results of the Eliani cadets thus far, and consider the exchange program a complete success." Nimto smiled widely at the mention of his manling as he replied, "His letters are the highlight of our days when they arrive, and he seems to be doing well. He has a best friend, and he speaks very highly of the human cadets he is training with. They have accepted him and the other Eliani cadets with open arms, and he is thriving despite the difficult training and being away from home for so long." "I am very happy to hear that, Nimto. I know it wasn't easy for you and your mate to deal with his absence and allow him to be trained in Republic ways. Thank you for allowing him to go. It is important that our continued integration continues to proceed as well as it has." She stopped to pull a Lari flower off a low-hanging branch and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply before carefully placing it inside one of her chest pockets. They resumed walking slowly, and Nimto decided that this was the perfect time to ask the question that has been weighing heavily on his mind and the minds of most of the high-ranking government officials ever since the Republic fleet arrived and saved them from being wiped out by the insectoid fleet. The sacrifice of the entire Republic fleet in defense of the Jalini increased the desire to know tenfold. Why? Why are they doing this? Nimto had to know. He stopped walking and faced President Lopez. Mayor, there is something that I and many others in the government need to know. Please don't think that by asking this, we are questioning the intentions of the Republic or of humanity in any way. We are forever indebted to you for what you did, and for coming to our aid when no one else would. We would just like to know why. Why did the Republic come to our defense? Why did your entire fleet sacrifice itself to save the Gelini? President Lopez listened to him, and she was looking down at the fallen Lari petals that covered the stone walkway as he finished asking his question. After almost a minute of looking down, she lifted her head and looked him in the eyes. Nimto, I understand why you need to know, and I will answer truthfully and to the best of my ability. You do not understand the horrors we went through during our last war. There was a point in time when the worst aspects of our species achieved supremacy. There used to be a balance between good and evil in our world, and that balance was always threatened but maintained. One good person could fight 10 evil people and win because their cause was just and morally right. She took a deep breath and furrowed her brows as she continued speaking. The problem with good people is that they attribute their virtues to those who do not have them, and sometimes they let evil people do the things they do because it is happening to someone else and not them. Good people follow the rules and give the benefit of the doubt to those who do not deserve it. They give them chances, make excuses as to why, or try to come up with humane methods of punishment and rehabilitation. This does not work for the evil and the weak-minded who follow them because of promises of money and full bellies. There came a point when an evil government took control of almost half the world, and we did nothing. When the evil government committed genocide, we did nothing. When they sent tens of millions to labor camps and worked them to death, we did nothing. The free societies were at the pinnacle of technological advancement and military capabilities, and they had the population to support a righteous crusade and put an end to the evilest power to ever rise on earth. When they should have united and put an end to the darkness that fell over half of their world, they lacked the fortitude to do so. They made excuses about territorial sovereignty and called into question our right to interfere. Large segments of the population were apathetic at best, and a small percentage were unabashed traitors, their weak minds already turned by the propaganda employed by the evil government. They launched biological and chemical attacks that killed almost half of the free world population, and those who remained to survive responded in kind, and then the war went nuclear. They had to commit terrible crimes against humanity just to protect themselves, and they destroyed their souls doing so. That was their punishment for allowing the evil to fester and grow when they should have excised it before it tried to conquer the whole world. And when the soldiers came back home after their crusade, they found that the very evil they had just finished fighting had rooted itself in their own communities. The cowards, the criminals, and the evil held sway in their absence, and the barely functional governments could not or chose not to do anything about it. Victory was more important than expending resources and manpower to police the criminals and the gangs that formed fiefdoms in the power vacuum and took advantage of the weak and defenseless. All the criminals, the gangs, and the evil people took advantage of the absence of good men and women who would have protected the defenseless had they been there. They weren't there. They were fighting in the war. What followed was almost 6 years of rape, murder, brutalization, and the virtual slavery of millions of citizens by those who succumbed to their worst tendencies when society collapsed and there were no longer consequences. The will of the strong and brutal was paramount in those 6 years in most of the places where the government held no sway. The veterans went into a rage at the injustice they saw and the betrayal of the core principles of their society by the very governments that had sent them to fight in the war. They formed vigilante groups, and these hardened soldiers who had faced the horrors of the worst war to ever be waged in human history unleashed themselves. They swiftly brought an end to the injustices heaped upon their families, their friends, and their neighbors. The people who were strong when facing meek, defenseless citizens found out they were not so strong, and they fell like wheat before the scythe as they were hunted down and killed mercilessly. After the returning veterans cleansed their villages, towns, and cities, they overthrew their governments and took control. What followed was more war, more death, and more genocide, as the new veteran-led governments joined together and launched a concerted effort to bring the whole world under its sway and finally rid itself of the people that have caused so much death, pain, and misery to their fellow humans for so long. The Great Purge was brutal and merciless, and it only ended when those who carried it out saw that their own families and friends were terrified of what they had become and realized that they were no longer heroic soldiers, but executioners. The souls of the survivors and the very earth itself had finally had their fill of bloodshed. And it ended. So you ask me why, Nimto? This is why never again will we stand by and watch others be conquered, enslaved, or wiped out of existence. Never again will we make excuses, Nimto. Our souls could not bear it again after what we did to each other all those years ago, and we will carry the burden of what we have done for as long as we exist as a species. This is why our children are taught from a young age the importance of courage, duty, and sacrifice. They are taught that the days of blurred lines between what is right and what is wrong no longer exist. Those children grew up to become the men and women who fought here and in the Gelini system. The only thing more deadly than a human fighting for a cause they believe in is a human fighting to defend others who are worthy of such an effort, like the Eliani and the Gelini. Nimto had been listening intently as she spoke, and he saw the tears falling from her eyes as she bared the troubled soul of humanity to him. After a few moments, he asked another question that needed to be answered. And what about the traitor queen? Is she to be forgiven for what the insectoids did when they glassed dozens of worlds and murdered almost 700 billion souls? My government wants to know why you didn't destroy her ship. Why are you allowing her to build a hive? They cannot be trusted. His anger was palpable, and his breathing became rapid and shallow as he finished asking her his questions. President Lopez looked at him, staring into his soul the same way she did when she came on the hollow screen that fateful day when the Republic responded to their distress call. He averted his eyes, not able to handle the intensity of her gaze. Nimto, I have communicated with the Queen. She came alone, knowing that she would most likely be destroyed, in the hopes of forming a friendship and an alliance with us against the rest of hives. She may be a former enemy, but I respect her for risking her life the way she did. Look at the state of the galaxy right now, Nimto. She pointed to the sky above them to emphasize her point as she continued speaking. A large portion of the Commonwealth military is in open rebellion. There are 12 billion Gelini refugees with no home, and the insectoids suddenly withdrew to their original borders for unknown reasons, consolidating their remaining forces in their own space, where they have the defensive advantage. We are incapable of effectively prosecuting a war right now. The possibility of an alliance with the Queen offers us a chance to finally understand the enemy, how they think, and figure out a way to end this war. The Queen also provided me with some insight into why they are so aggressive. They are not from this area of space, Nimto. They came here as refugees from another part of the galaxy, fleeing from a powerful enemy that attacked them without provocation and wiped out over 98% of their queens. They are still terrified of that enemy, even after hundreds of years. It is almost as if the horror they went through has become a part of their genetic heritage. Nimto was astounded by the revelations President Lopez was sharing with him. The Commonwealth had always assumed that the incidental contact between the Commonwealth and the insectoid empire was a natural result of the expansion of two native powers, not that the insectoids were from somewhere else and came to this region of space as refugees fleeing from extermination. As he processed the information, he was able to start seeing things from the insectoid perspective and imagined how the Commonwealth might have responded to the encroachment of the insectoid empire if they had been attacked and almost exterminated by another arthropodal species in the past. He suspected that the Commonwealth would have had the same reaction, especially considering just how dissimilar and alien they were compared to the commonplace mammalian species. Despite himself, he found his curiosity piqued, and he wanted to know more about the enemy that attacked the insectoids. "Did the Queen tell you what happened?" he asked, pressing for more information. President Lopez nodded and responded. They were a spacefaring species for millennia, and they were alone in their area of space. Their empire spanned over 100 stars, and their population was more than 100 trillion. They made first contact with another spacefaring species in one of their border systems and attempted to communicate telepathically like they do. She paused as if unsure how to proceed. From what the Queen tells me, the ships that violated their territory left, and they let them go, unsure of what to do. This had never happened before, and they were excited by the prospect of there being another species, despite the aliens' inability to communicate telepathically. Less than a lunar month later, an armada of over 100,000 ships invaded their space. Nimto gaped, his mouth opening in shock at the number he had just been told. 100,000 ships, he stammered. How is that possible? President Lopez nodded and continued telling the story. I asked the Queen, and she assures me that it is correct, that they numbered over 10 to the power of 5, in her words. She said that the ships swarmed over their worlds, dropping antimatter bombs. Within a cycle of the start of the war, the ships had reached their homeworld, and they bombarded it with asteroids. She said the Hive Mother got the idea to use the asteroids on the Verni from this attack on their homeworld by the enemy. What remained of their species fled on their ships for over 130 cycles before finally settling in this region of space and rebuilding their empire. Nimto did not know how to respond to what was just revealed to him. I had the same response you are having now, Nimto. This is why I am allowing the Queen to build a hive. If that enemy is out there and has been expanding for all this time, then it is no longer a matter of if, but when they will arrive in our region of space. They chased the insectoids for years before giving up. They know the direction they fled in. I do not think they will just let them survive after wiping out over 100 trillion of them. They will come here, and if we are all fighting each other, then we will all die. I need this Queen to take over the insectoid empire and become Hive Mother. I need the Commonwealth Navy to finish their rebellion and form a new government. I need all our species to be unified and prepared for the coming invasion by the enemy. We either stand together or we cease to exist. Nimto looked at President Lopez's face and saw the determination in her features. He nodded slowly. I agree. I will make sure my government supports your efforts, and I will get the Zengtian in line as well. President Lopez nodded in appreciation and encircled her arm back into his. They continued to walk along the stone path in silence, and Nimto sadly wondered if Elixir would ever know peace in his lifetime again. You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And for every comment that comments 77, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.